We are live. You're gonna have to keep saying that a few times, right, for people when they come round. Nobody's going to be watching at the minute, but we are. Let me just check that we are.
Yep, I just got it.
Yeah,
we definitely are.
Okay. I will put a few things out. Betty's. I've just noticed Betty's been chatting in the YouTube. So for anybody, we're going live a little bit early, but we're going to be going live for all evening. It's just a long extra session. Chike has offered to do a Euclidean geometry from the globe perspective, which should be hilarious. But Chike's going to give his interpretation of how it goes.
Welcome to the Friday afternoon Chike special, ladies and gentlemen.
Chike does geometry. And it's luckily enough, because we did Euclid night last night, this cheeky Chike is getting a bit jealous, I think. So it's going to see if he can do it any better.
Chike is pushing away from the back of the theater. He's moving forward. That's it.
Realizing
on
Euclid for the globe.
Yep. Chike is stepping up, as they say.
Yeah. What up, Eric? Share it out. We're Chike's doing a special. I don't know whether people will want to listen to Chike though. But I mean, the Globe crew might need to. He has been verified by Rumpus, so he's been given the go ahead. He's thumbs up from Rumpus. Don't know what else you'd need. And Chike has asked for the snowflake rule to apply while he's in here.
It's not a snowflake rule, Bev. People can't understand when you keep interrupting what is being said. You don't let a full thought to go from beginning to start. You can't learn like this. You know, like you get in a lecture in a university or something.
Okay, so that's what I said. That's the snowflake rule, right? You want to be like a lecturer in a university,
right?
And don't want to answer questions about what you're saying. That's fine.
No,
that's
not true.
We just call that the snowflake rule.
It's like 6 points there. There's no reason to stop. It will be less than 1 minute. You don't need to stop. Yes, you can keep in memory 1 minute of what I said. When you're in a lecture, the professor talk some minutes, and then he asks any questions. Right? He's not going to ask after 2 words every time other questions. No, he needs to pass on the whole idea from the beginning to the end. Sometimes in chunks, but its chunks need to be complete. You can't break it to pieces anymore. So we can start or what?
Snowflake rules in action. Yes, Chike, off you go.
Okay, so Euclid starts from nothing to a point that has no boundary, no extremities. Then he moved to a higher dimension. From 0 dimension, he goes to 1 dimension. The line is length without breadth. What are the extremities of the line? What was defined as a 0 dimension, the points. Then he goes to surface. He says surfaces which has length and breadth. And what is the extremities of the surface? What was 1 dimension? Its lines. Then he goes and defines the solid 3 dimensions, and the bounds of the solid, it was what was 1 dimension less and it's a surface. Very simple. Didn't take me long to say it. Now you can ask any question you want. Was I slow enough for everyone to understand? At least not to agree, but to understand what I said.
Don't know what was the point of what you were saying.
Essie, did you get it?
What was the point
Yeah, but
of what
it's
you were
like a
saying?
general thing. What Bev is saying is correct. What is your point in this?
You didn't get my point?
Well, not really.
Okay, I'll repeat. Every time he goes to a higher dimension, the the boundaries of what it defined in the higher dimension is what he defined in the lesser dimension, one dimension less. If he defines a line, the extremities are points. If he define a surface, the extremities are lines, and if when he defined a solid, the extremities, the boundary is solid.
Okay, but you think this
Surface,
boundary is
sorry.
2D, correct?
Sorry. It's not to think, he say it and he does it every time. From 1 to 2, the two extremity is the one dimension, the zero dimensional point. The two dimension extremities the, is the one dimension lines, and the three dimensional solid is the two dimensional surface.
What? The three-dimensional solid is 2 dimensions, you're saying?
The boundaries are always one level above, one less dimension.
So let's get this straight now. You're saying that a sphere is 3D,
We're not
but on
talking
top
about
of that,
sphere yet. Don't talk about spheres. Get it out of your head. Solid.
Yeah,
a
watch
solid.
out,
Okay, I'm
watch
sorry.
out. Yeah.
Okay, a solid. You're saying, let's get this straight now. You're
Don't
saying a
even.
solid.
That's blasphemous, Essie. You're not allowed to talk about the
I'm sorry.
sphere.
No, I don't want to
Sorry.
create confusion.
I
We're
take
talking
it
about
back.
any solid, any shape. The surface is two-dimensional.
So sorry for the triggering. Okay, so you were clear about that. You're saying any solid 3D, the surface is 2-dimensional. This is what you're saying.
Yes, just like the two-dimensional plane, would the extremities are one-dimensional line, and the one-dimensional line, the extremities is the zero-dimensional points. Always the lower dimension
Okay, Chike.
bounds the higher dimension.
If you say you have a cube, you have 6 squares, right? Now those 6 squares that bound the cube are a 2-dimensional surface, right?
Right?
Now, the one surface that bounds a sphere, you also think is 2D.
I don't think.
Okay, so can you tell a difference between the 2D developable surface of the cube, the 6 squares,
I know.
and the 2D supposed surface of a sphere?
The one thing I know is that surface is a surface.
Yeah, but do you see them both as being 2D? The
Defined
one
by
surface
Euclid.
of a sphere and the square surfaces of a cube.
Defined by Euclid. Euclid defined them.
No,
as
they're not the
surface.
same, are they, Chike?
It's a plane.
There's no
With
way,
a
I don't
Chike,
care
there's
they're not the
no
same.
way that Euclid would have ever have thought a square was the same as a sphere.
It doesn't think a square is the same as the sphere.
Well,
It
a
thinks
square
the
is 2D.
boundaries of the square are the same as the boundaries of the
No,
sphere.
the boundaries of a square are straight lines.
Doesn't matter. Makes no difference. They are
Chike,
still
you crazy.
surfaces.
Crazy.
a surface.
Like, this is because of the globe that's making you say this,
Has
isn't it?
nothing to do with the globe. We're talking Euclid here.
But you do want the surface of the globe to be 2D.
I don't
Right?
want
Because the surface of
anything.
a
I
sphere, a
follow
ball, is
Euclid
obviously not
definitions.
2D.
Why you say I want something? I don't want. I don't care. Euclid tell us this
Euclid
is
didn't
how.
say a
Can I ask
sphere
him a
is
question?
2D.
Where it doesn't say it.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You said that a cube is 2D. The surface of the cube is 2D.
I said
Is that what you
Euclid.
said?
I said Euclid said.
I'm asking you a specific question. Did you say a surface of a cube is 2D?
It is. That's what Euclid say.
So when it goes from the x or y axis to the z axis to finish the cube,
It doesn't go.
are you observing the change from 3D to 2D, or is you see what I'm trying to say? The surface is changing from the xy axis to the z axis, right?
I don't see what you're saying.
All right, that's too bad.
Yeah, you're trying to confuse yourself. I'm trying not to.
You know what
I
I'm
just
we
doing
made
here?
call
sense
that
why
a
it's not
paralogism.
2D, but whatever.
We call it a paralogism, where they just
Sure,
can't
you
see
you
it.
have to call things.
It's obvious to everybody else that's listening, but to Chike and people like Chike, they cannot see it because that extra third dimension ruins the 2D argument, doesn't it, Chike? That's your problem.
No, it's not. In your head,
You've
it
been
does.
told.
Maybe if you were making a 2D observation as you moved along a 3D
Do
surface,
you
but
read? I posted the pictures Bev took from his book. It's Bev's book. That's what Euclid says.
Let me ask you something, Chike. Do you think that you can walk upon a 2D surface?
Can you walk on something that is not 2D?
That's not what I asked you. I specifically asked you a specific question.
That's the answer. You can't walk on anything that is not 2D.
So you think when you walk outside on the ground or in your home, you think you're walking on a 2D surface, correct?
Surfaces are 2D as defined by Euclid.
That's astonishing, bro. In reality, you think you're walking on a 2D surface. That's
In reality, I
beyond
walk
words.
on reality. I
Be
walk on
nice
asphalt.
to
On asphalt.
all of
on
the people, the 2D earthers, the 2D surfaces. Whoever's got as much right to talk about this. Go on, Spot. You've been trying to.
Sorry. Well, yeah, no. I just wanted to Chike. So, do you think there's a difference between like a plane, 2D, conceptual, and then a sphere? Do you see any difference in the plane?
Yes, there is
And the sphere.
one dimension difference.
Okay, right. So the sphere is in 3 dimensions.
The sphere is. It's solid.
Right. Okay. At least you agree on that. Right.
I
So
never disagreed
what?
on it.
Well, I don't know. I'm just listening to what you're saying. I don't, follow what you say at all. So I'm just trying to see what you're saying. So, where does why do you think that the surface of the sphere that's 3-dimensional is 2-dimensional? Why? I know you're saying Euclid said something that you've obviously got confused, but apart from that, what relationship have they got?
Because it's a surface, and Euclid defined surface already. We know surface is 2D.
Okay, thanks.
We don't forget rules we learned before.
Don't make out like like more than anyone else in here.
Did I say no? I brought it.
Well, no, but it's just the way you're talking.
He'd literally
do you think
gone
a
from
sphere is a
3D.
two-dimensional object?
No, he's
Do you think
literally.
a sphere is a two-dimensional
No,
object?
wait a minute. Chike is talking about a definition in book 11 where it literally says a solid has 3 dimensions. And then he thinks the next sentence, the next definition is about a 2D surface.
I don't think it's
That's crazy, Chike. That's absolutely. You
But that's
haven't
the problem.
understood the
You don't think?
axiomatic system
What is
at
the problem?
all.
What's the problem, Spot on?
I don't need to point out because you're not going to get it because you're not here to hear what's being
Point
said.
it
You're just
out.
here to
Try
say what
me.
you're saying.
Try me.
Well, is there a? I mean, I don't know if we want to make the relationship between perpendicular to reality. I mean, that's what's happening here,
We're not talking
isn't
about
it? We're talking
perpendicular.
about a concept in geometry, or are you
Right.
talking about reality? Which one?
No,
Or are you talking
concept
about
in
both?
concept in
Oh, just geometry. So when you're drawing on a piece of paper, yeah, is that different than reality? If you had a sphere on a bit of paper, is that different than a sphere in your hands?
Hold on. When you draw a line in reality, you draw a depiction of a line. It's not a line really,
No. I
right?
said if you've got. Hold on. I said if you have a sphere in geometry, so it's on a bit of paper, and you held a sphere, is there a difference?
If you draw and if you held, of course you can't draw on paper 2D a sphere that is 3D.
Sorry?
You can't draw on a paper that is 2D a sphere that is 3D.
You cannot travel on a sphere on just a two-dimensional path. You can't.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Really? So I tell
Absolutely.
you, go right 5 meters.
It wouldn't
Then
be a sphere then, man. A sphere is a three-dimensional object.
I
To
tell
follow the
you, you're on
curvature
a
of a
sphere.
sphere, you would have to be
Uh,
including all axes,
on
not just
the
X and Y,
sphere.
dude. What are you talking about? This is ridiculous.
Yeah, this
I'm
is the globe model. Yeah. Welcome to people getting triggered about geometry in reality and not understanding 2D, 3D. They have the same problem being able to tell the difference between a plane and a sphere. You can tell why. Because they've got a problem. They don't understand what 2D is. They think it could be both.
It's
I
amazing.
seriously wanted him to answer the question. Like, do you think a sphere is a 2D object?
I did some logic.
Didn't I answer this already? What's wrong with you people? How many times I need to repeat myself? A sphere is a solid and therefore has 3 dimensions. How many times? Everyone got it?
So that would
No
be the
need to ask
Okay,
it
surface
again.
of the sphere that has 3 dimensions, right?
Huh?
And is anywhere on the sphere, is anything on the sphere a relationship to 2 dimensions?
Surface, yeah. Surface.
No. Of course, it's not the surface. You know it isn't the surface. The surface is curving away at every point.
He got blinders on. He's not hearing what he's saying.
So what if it's curving?
Yeah, Chike, I did this.
Did Euclid say surfaces
like
can
this?
curve?
Yeah, Chike, check this out, right? Have you ever heard of Modus Ponendo tollens?
Bev, don't ever it.
Right, and it says
stay on point.
Well, it's like a logical statement. It's where you say not both A and B. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So here we go. Here's one of them, right? It says both a circle and a sphere cannot be 2D. Are you okay with that?
A circle and a sphere cannot be 2D.
Yeah.
They're 2 different things.
Yeah, they can't be the same 2D because they are 2 different things. Both of them cannot be 2D.
They can be if you define them like that.
Well, no, you don't define them, though, because they're not the same thing. So they both can't be 2D. When we say a circle is a 2-dimensional figure, through the Modus Ponendo tollens, we can say, therefore, a sphere cannot be 2D. So would you agree with that, then? Because that's like basic logic.
Okay.
Okay, so a sphere cannot be 2D.
Mm-hmm.
Brilliant. So I don't know what all of that argument was for before.
What's your argument? You brought the argument. What is it?
To say that a sphere cannot be 2D.
Did I say a sphere is 2D?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Let's see.
Yes, you did.
See.
Yeah,
S.E.
you said it.
Montreal.
You said a sphere has a 2D.
I asked S.E. Montreal specifically.
Yeah, you specifically said a sphere is 3D with a 2D surface. Did you not?
Absolutely. So did I say a sphere is a 2D object?
Yes, because it
Yeah.
only has
Yes.
one surface, and you have that as being 2D.
No.
Yes.
You have
I
like
said-
Yeah,
dialetheism.
serious
Listen,
dialetheism,
listen.
Chike, as
That
well.
is sincere and honest
I'm
dialetheism.
sincere.
The
You're
surface
not.
of the sphere is what makes it a sphere, dude.
No.
Yes,
You're
Chike,
holding-
it's the only
sphere
bit of the
is what
sphere
makes it
you
a-
see is the surface,
But
and
the
it's
sphere
not
is what-
2D.
Listen.
It
Yeah.
rolls on the floor, and the floor would be
Don't
2D.
say I
Don't say
said
listen.
And how do you have a
'Cause
2D
don't-
surface rolling on a 2D surface?
Don't say things I didn't say. I said
You're saying that
sphere-
they're the same thing, Chike.
I
People
said
can
a
hear what you're
sphere-
saying.
yeah. I said sphere is 3D.
Brilliant.
End of story here.
So the
So never
surface are the
say-
bits that
never
touch.
Never say I said sphere is 2D. That's
Is
a lie.
is a tangent plane a 2D two-dimensional
Literally
surface?
thanking my junior year algebra
By
teacher so much
definition,
right now. And my geometry
plane-
teacher. Shout out to them.
By definition, a plane is 2D.
Okay, so a plane is 2D, so the surface of the sphere cannot be 2D, can it?
Why?
Because you can't have two 2D surfaces touching each other, can you? It
Really?
wouldn't touch at
Does
a
a
point, would it?
surface that yes, you can.
Chike,
does it-
come on. That
Sure you
shows
can.
your diletheism right there.
I'm sure also I didn't read, but I'm sure Euclid have a proof for this.
Chike,
Euclid
you're
does
believing
not have
in
a
two
proof.
things, Chike. Brother, you're believing in two things. You're believing in a 3D object with a 2D surface. That's dialetheism, bro. Come
Call
on.
it solid. Call it. I believe in solids. They are 3D. Yes. So
And the surface is 2D, right?
Has a 2D surface?
yes.
That's ridiculous, bro.
I don't care if it's ridiculous to you.
It's
That's
what the
what
globe
Euclid says.
requires. Don't tell him it's ridiculous.
Are you going to argue with
Snowflake
Euclid? You can
rules.
go dig out his bones and argue.
If you want to say so, yes, Chike. There would be
Chike,
completely
take
no
us-
reason
Is there
for them
anything else,
making.
though?
I don't care about reason. I care about what Euclid said.
Okay, Chike,
I
take a
don't ask
cube.
him for his reasons.
Take a solid cube.
He
with-
prove his reasons later.
Take a solid cube with various sides, right? You're on one side of it now, right? You start
I see.
traveling through that side. Once you reach the edge of that side of the cube, you must go down, right?
No,
You travel along the other edge of it.
no,
correct?
you continue over the other edge.
How can you do that in 2D, Chike?
Well, we're not talking about geometry, which has no gravity, and you just keep on walking on the
No.
other surface.
We're not
a
talking
problem.
gravity. We're talking
Yeah,
2D,
yes,
3D.
you're talking about you need to take it out. You don't need to do anything. You continue walking.
But how can you do that on a 2D surface, Chike? Do you not understand the simplicity of this? This
Yeah.
is not rocket science, bro.
I don't.
You have a
Okay.
cube,
No,
right?
that's
You're
the
walking
thing,
along one
yeah.
side. Once you reach the edge of that side, what do? How can you continue your travel?
Continue on the
Chike?
other edge.
How can you continue a 2D path?
Continue. It's a 2D path. I have
How?
to make a turn. It is still a 2D path because I walk on the surface.
You need to rethink
Well,
this.
all the
Chike.
three
I don't need to
objects.
things.
It's 3D, mate. There's no two-dimensional.
Euclid defined it this way.
Can we keep reminding people, Chike, please, because there might be new people coming in and listening. To make the argument that you are making, Chike thinks that the surface of a sphere is 2D.
No. I think the boundary
Yeah.
of the sphere is a surface, as Euclid said, and Euclid defined surface as two-dimensional.
So you think the surface of a sphere is 2D? You
A
think the
surface
surface
is
of
a
everything?
surface.
You think the surface of everything is 2D?
Right.
Yeah.
A surface is a surface. You don't need to say
Particularly,
of a sphere.
particularly a sphere.
No. Not particularly. Any surface is two-dimensional.
Well, any face is 2D in mathematics. Like, we know that, right? But there are things that aren't faces within mathematics and geometry. And they aren't 2D.
Let's not confuse them.
Yeah, you don't want to be confusing people and trying to tell people that things that are planes and two-dimensional surfaces
and you do.
aren't
You
actually, because that's what you're going to do, Chike.
Why did you cut? Why did you cut
yourself
5 and 6?
confused, Chike.
Why did you cut 5 and 6 from the book?
What?
Why did you cut? You posted a picture.
I haven't cut anything.
Right.
It's a picture.
Right. It's book. Yeah. Okay. It's book 11. Can you take a picture of definition 17?
What? Can you?
Definition.
You do
17.
it, Chike.
I don't have the book.
Give us your book.
You haven't even got the book.
I don't want to work.
He doesn't have a book. He doesn't have anything to go.
Well,
I
have the
any
book
geometry
online.
Knowledge.
I have the book online.
He's got a massive confusion that he thinks the surface of a sphere is 2D, along with the surface of everything, might I say.
Are you hiding evidence now, Ben?
Don't say
you
that
don't
sort
have
of
to
shit,
hide
Chike.
evidence of your stupidity.
So bring the
you're
picture.
A 2D earther. You're a 2D everything.
Bring the picture.
Like, there's nothing to be hidden, mate. In Euclid.
Well, it apparently is.
It's one of the biggest. It's the most published book alongside the Bible, mate.
So
lots of people.
No, it has many copies, and I want to use Bev's copy.
What? Well, I'm sure I will have
Do you
posted
think,
it at some point.
I'll ask you a
scour the internet if you want.
I'll ask you a
Surely you've got
question.
somebody that's took
about
a
3.5 years ago.
Everything I posted.
I'll ask
Chike,
you
can you please read the first definition that Bev posted on book 11?
Essie, hold your horses. I have a simple question for Bev. Do you think Euclid ever wrote the word superficies?
It's there it's on that fucking definition, Chike.
I'm asking you, do you think Euclid wrote this book?
I don't think he wrote this book because it's typed, it's printed. I don't think there
was
a printing press around here when Euclid.
I didn't say about this book. I asked, do you think he ever wrote?
I don't know, Chike. I don't know. I don't even know if Euclid was one guy or a massive group of people, or like an age, an accumulation of knowledge, Chike. I don't know.
Can I figure, hey, Chike, can I figure area multiplying length times width?
Don't divert now. Brian,
on the surface of a sphere,
don't divert now. No, I'm on a question. I want an answer. Do you think Euclid or any other guy that could be Euclid and included in the groups of Euclid or whatever ever wrote the word superficies?
I don't know, Chike.
Dude, the surface of a sphere is 3 dimensions, bro.
Yeah, it's like Chike, he's trying to outdo the flat earthers, but don't let everybody know yet. Chike wants to be
I'm talking about the
2D everythinker.
I'm talking about the word.
You think flat earthers are a bit ridiculous because
Why
they
can't
think
you
the
answer?
Earth's flat. Chike thinks everything is 2D.
No.
Everything.
Why can't you
Chike, why won't you answer, bro? Okay,
I don't answer, Brian, because you interrupting my conversation with Bev. I don't care.
Nobody can argue this, bro. Nobody can argue this.
I was asking Bev a question. Why are you interrupting?
Because this is a question that nobody can. There's no opinions in it. It's length times width.
There are opinions in it. I have a strong opinion. I have a strong opinion.
There's no opinion. Can you get the surface of a sphere?
Brian, I have a strong.
Length times width.
Brian, did you hear me? I have a strong opinion on it.
No, it's one either.
You don't tell me no because I do.
Brian, don't interrupt Chike. This is Chike's early time. He's doing a Euclid special.
I want to answer the questions.
No, but it's not questions. It's Chike's presentation of the globe model version of Euclid. He's going to realize Euclid with the globe model.
No.
He's helping us out.
Euclid says we can
this is special,
Brian,
please let Chike. Let Chike explain how he realizes Euclid in and around the globe model, please.
We're not going to go there. We're going to finish.
Yeah.
So first, there is the matter of this question I'm asking Bev. Then it's S.E. Montreal turn, and then you can ask your question.
No,
Brian,
your
okay?
presentation, Chike.
Am I doing good, S.E. Montreal?
Yeah, you're doing good, bro. Keep it up.
I remember during Q, right? I didn't forget yet.
Thank you, Chike. Appreciate it.
Anyway, for anybody out there, we can get the area of a 2D surface by multiplying.
Brian, go eat something.
That was all. That was my last word. You had to
it's
scream
a
my
square.
name.
We know what squares
Wanna
are.
bet?
We know that.
You get your chance in a minute, mate. Yeah.
Yeah,
on,
Brian, this
Brian.
is Chike's time.
Yeah, but we can get the we can get a
Brian,
okay. I'll wait.
Brian, we're all waiting here, mate. There's a load of us here, mate. Yeah. Come on, get in line. Thank you.
So, did you think that Euclid, or whoever is supposed to be Euclid, or the ideal of Euclid, ever used the word superficies? It's a simple yes, no, I don't know answer.
Yeah, since it's in that book, right? Yes, I would say the group of them chose to use superficies instead of surface.
Okay. This is what...
Oh, wait a minute. Instead of plane.
Yeah,
Different.
okay. Yeah. So, no, it's not instead of plane, it's surface. But the fact is that Euclid was Greek, and he spoke Greek and not Latin. This word comes from Latin, began to be used at 1600, and is archaic now. So there's no chance in hell that Euclid ever used this word. What you read is a copy of a copy of a copy of translation of a copy.
Oh, so
that's what you read.
Got the original? You got the original for us, Chike?
No one got the original. None. There are no
So
originals.
where are you standing then? Yeah. Where are you What are you standing on then?
That's it. That I'm not standing, and I'm not taking any book as the right book, because we don't know which is the right book, but we can make from all the books what Euclid said.
Yeah, but okay,
so
that's what the book says.
Surface. Say surface. We could be surface. Now Euclid said surface, and he did say surface. He didn't specify plane. Said surface is 2D. Then a special case of a surface is a plane.
That which bounds a solid, Chike. That which bounds a solid is a superficies. Then it says a straight line is perpendicular or right angles to a plane. Ooh,
yeah, when
that must be different than a superficies.
When is it perpendicular to the plane?
When it meets every straight line meeting it in that plane.
So the straight line rules it continues. It's just now drawing the lines on the plane.
There's a Chike.
That's it.
Hello, Chike.
Nothing changed.
Chike.
Nothing changed.
Chike. There's a difference, obviously, between plane and superficies.
You need to figure this out, mate.
You see, Euclid.
Chike, there's a difference.
Listen, mate.
There's a difference between a superficies and a plane, because they're wrote down using different words. Now, a plane is obviously 2D.
I can prove it. I can prove it.
Citation.
You don't have to
Shut
prove
up now,
it.
Brian.
It's already in.
Shut
it's
up.
Done.
Show me the definition of. Show me the definition of plane being two-dimensional.
It's length times.
I can prove it. I can prove it.
Just post the definition, Bev.
Wow.
Can you not understand right angles to it?
Again, you say nonsense. You can't bring the citation, because all you need to do is post the citation from book one.
Look,
citation right here,
Chike.
And
no,
you don't.
No,
because
Chike,
you know you're wrong.
Please. Right. Definition 3. Let's work through it. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. So the plane is made of straight lines. The definition of a plane comes from that very definition and comes from the perpendicular.
Plane definition was given before.
No, that's the plane definition. Chike, at right angles, a straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane, because that's where the plane is. It's just come in.
Bev, you don't
You
know
had
how
a
to read.
superficies to start off with, but since
Yes,
you've got
surface,
perpendicular and
surface,
straight
you have
line, then you can define the plane through the perpendicularity of the straight
surface.
lines and every straight line meeting it in that plane. Very definition, Chike. The
Surface, no.
very definition.
No,
Because the
no,
next
it
one,
doesn't.
a plane is perpendicular to a plane. Oh, it's another extension. It's an axiomatic system. One follows the next, follows the next.
How many definitions?
Hey, I thought
for it?
yesterday was Euclid. I thought yesterday was Euclid.
Yeah,
Oh
Chike
my
was
God,
Chike
Brian.
wants to tell us the
Brian,
globe.
I'm gonna
Brian.
kick you out.
I got a proof
Brian.
though.
No,
You
wait.
said last
you hold
word,
up.
Brian.
Go ahead, Beth.
No, that's it. It's
Wow.
done. The axiomatic progression goes from the redefinition of things that need to be redefined. And obviously, the
Never.
perpendicular to the plane has to be defined. But how do you use that? Well, you use the superficies, that which bounds a solid.
Well, you don't. It's not redefined.
No, okay, then you just redefine the plane by perpendicularity.
No, you
Yes.
define the perpendicular
Definition
here,
3.
not the plane.
Definition
No,
3.
the
A
perpendicular
straight
to the
line
plane.
is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane.
Right.
I know
So
it's
what's
tough. It's
defined-
one of the worst things to find
see.
that you, Chike, are being placed in this position, talking about the definition of perpendicularity to a plane. Imagine you, Chike, of all of the people.
So, what Euclid defined here is a perpendicular to a plane. We know what plane is. He don't redefine plane. He just make it clear what a perpendicular to a plane is.
Perpendicular
That's all.
doesn't need redefining. That was already done in book 1.
No, because like you said,
He
we
used the
didn't have it.
perpendicular to
It
define the
wasn't.
plane.
He did on a line. So now he needs to show us how he use it on a surface and not just a line.
I think I'd say that is how you define the perpendicular to a plane. You're defining the z-axis as being perpendicular to the plane.
It doesn't say anything about Z or any other axis. He's talking
No, it's
about
a straight
lines
line being perpendicular to a plane.
perpendicular is not Z-axis. He's talking about lines that have right angles to each other.
Do you not know what perpendicular to a plane is?
I know. I'm not talking about perpendicular.
It's like it's like the
I'm not
XY circle. It's
I'm
square,
talking about
and
the
then you
perpendicular.
add the Z, the perpendicular to it.
Except
you start off with the Z, and you use the perpendicular to define the plane.
I don't know what's going inside your head. There is no Z in any of this. Why you bring Z?
Just so people will understand a bit more clearly.
No, they will not understand if you.
Yeah, of course they will. They'll
cause
understand
no,
what the Z-axis is.
if you cause confusion, there's no height here. There's lines that have right angles
perpendicular
to each other.
to a plane.
Yeah,
Chike.
and you're confused by them. And what Ben's trying to do
By
is
what
get
I'm
the people
confused.
that are listening. Hold on, right? The people that are listening, so they can understand that you are confused about it. Yeah, because I think probably everyone understands that is what's happening there.
Okay,
right?
so spot on.
You just obviously haven't gone through Euclid enough.
Yeah. So spot on. What
Have
is
you?
a perpendicular to a plane?
It's a straight
Right
line.
angles.
Shut up, Bev. Why you need to white knight?
What?
What do you mean white knight?
Let him answer. I asked spot on a question.
Why are
It's
you
simple to
asking
answer.
stupid questions, Chike?
That's
You're
a
just
stupid
deflecting for you
question. Now
because you
it's-
don't know
it's-
fuck all.
It's
You're
questioning
useless.
geometry that
Wait,
was defined. What's stupid here?
What are you saying?
What is a perpendicular to surface to a plane?
No, I'm not. Look, mate. Do you know what I do for work?
You know, I don't
Do
care.
you know
I
what-
asked you a
do you know
simple
what I do
question.
for work?
Answer
Do
it.
you know what I
It's
do for
simple
work? Do you
answer.
know? Do you know?
I want a
Do you
simple
know?
answer. I don't care. I
Do you know what I do for work? I know you don't
No, I
care.
said
but
I
it's
don't
very
He doesn't
important.
know.
So you can't answer what is a perpendicular to a plane because
Fuck that, I wanna hear what he
because
does for
I'm
work.
confused. I'm
Oh my
confused,
God.
and you can't answer.
Look,
So be careful.
I
when you say I'm
lay.
confused.
I'm a bricklayer by trade. That's my trade.
Do I fucking care?
Right? Well, if you don't care, then I don't want to talk to you. Do you understand?
Don't
Come on,
talk to
Chike,
me.
be
That is just
respectful. Come on.
absolutely arrogant.
I am
mate.
respectful, and I said I
Right?
don't care.
Yeah. Well,
How can
I
one
deal
respect?
with
I don't want to
deal with
bring his work
perpendiculars every
or
day.
your
You may have
work
heard
or
before
any
that,
other
you know,
people
I'm one of the
work into this
bricklayers.
discussion. I'm
I'm one
talking
of the
geometry, and
bricklayers
I
that,
asked him a
you know,
question
talk
in
to you
geometry,
fools.
and he brought work.
I got a geometric
Yeah.
proof.
He
Very
You
important.
hear
mate.
it, Joe?
Yeah, I
No,
work
No,
SC
I don't want to hear it,
Montreal.
Brian.
every
Shut up.
single fucking
Oh,
day. Yeah.
come on.
Brian, SC Montreal is
Jake,
in front
shut
of
up. Let Spot On talk. He's
I'm
the
not
guy
bothering,
that
mate. I'm done.
practically
I
does
can't be
this.
bothered,
you.
mate.
Yeah.
He said he
Fuck
don't
off,
want to.
Chike, I'll just let you know. Spot On is a bricklayer. So if anybody knows about perpendiculars, it's the guy that uses perpendiculars every fucking day.
Great.
Like, because
So,
you don't actually practically know anything about them, do you?
Bev,
Chikey, when
Bev,
was
Bev.
the last time you used a perpendicular in reality?
never.
Okay, there you go.
Bev,
Wow.
so,
Wow.
Bev,
So please
Hey,
let
hey,
Spot
hey.
On have his time. Let him say what he has
I've
to
got
say.
nothing more to say.
Chike.
I'm going to
Spot
say
On
one
told me.
last thing, and that's it. No. You don't get to say that, right? All I'm saying is like I said a minute ago, I'm not willing to talk to someone who's as arrogant as that. I thought that what my job, you know, I just don't need to explain what perpendicular is. We've been talking about geometry for about 3 years or around that. Yeah, we're fully aware. It's obvious you're not aware as the things that most of us say no. Yeah, because we know your answers to what Bev's asking you. Yeah, that's why we're all sat here listening to you, and that's why I just wanted to say that, you know, I am a bricklayer. I use perpendiculars. I don't need to be talking about perpendiculars. We know what they are. In fact, like Bev said, I mean, like I've done it all. You know, for the last 30 years, I've been working with level and horizontal. That's it. So if you don't want to hear from me, someone who's been using level and horizontal and using perpendicular geometry, 3, 4, 5, Pythagoras theorem, yeah, all my work in life, if you're not interested in that, my experience and expertise, then carry on talking, you know, nonsensical bullshit to someone in another server, because that's what you've been doing, isn't it? You've just been, I've seen some of your posts.
He's spreading his
put up there,
paralogisms, right? He's gathering
and
people
it's-
to think his stupid shit.
Exactly. Yeah. So no, that's it, Chike. If you got a response to that, then fine, I'll respond again. But that's it for me and you, because pointless.
I got a Modus tollens. Y'all let me know when I can say my Modus tollens.
Brian, after SC Montreal. So I asked
Are you conducting the place? What?
I asked
Chikey, wait a minute.
Well,
Do you want to respond to Spot On there?
No. I'll describe this situation just to remind the viewers.
I'll just point out the fact here that Chikey has admitted knowing nothing and never using perpendicular practically in reality ever. Spot On's just told him he does it all the time. And Chikey is now about to carry on and talk as though he's an expert somehow on something that he's never done. He has no knowledge of.
Babe, you let me talk or not?
Off we go.
Can you respond to Spot On, Chikey?
No,
I'm not going to respond. He said don't want to talk to me.
He can't respond. I said you can respond, yeah, and then I'll go back, yeah. I'm not going to talk to you about geometry. That's what I'm saying, because you got no fucking idea, have you?
So I'll just remind the viewers. I asked Spot On a question in geometry. Let's say, sorry, it's beginning. Hey, I was talking. Beginning that Spot On says I don't understand. I'm confused. Then I'm asking a question about that we just discussed. I ask him to answer. He can't answer. He brings some expertise he has in. Bev, I didn't finish.
Try and keep it in reality. Don't go off fantasy land.
I didn't finish. I described the situation. I accurately described
but I mean, like, don't give all of the globe tricks away.
You
at least try and pretend that you're being honest.
Spot On spoke for like 2 minutes. You didn't interrupt him. Don't interrupt me. So I asked him a question. He can't answer. And
what do you mean I can't?
Then he can. You didn't answer, and then you don't let me. You can
I'm just
respond.
Right,
you can respond when I'm finished because I waited for you to finish,
shit
right?
about you for
Even
bit,
you kept talking long.
Yeah, you carry on talking like bullshit.
Let me finish. Let me finish then, and you tell me that I'm confused. So everyone knows who's confused here and who's not. Essie, you wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I want you to respond to a man, spot on, that just told you he spent 30 years of his life making perpendiculars, working with...
I started, you know what I started out doing, actually? Sorry, Essie, was a lot of it was guttering to start with. I was 16 and I was putting guttering up. So that was my first experience of level and horizontal and learning what slope is, obviously. Anyway, sorry, Essie.
No, that's it. Thank you for that. Chike, 30 years experience this man has.
I'm impressed.
Just respond to that.
I'm very impressed. So you wanted like 30 minutes ago to ask me something. Do you remember what you wanted to ask me? When I told
that
you
was
all your
long time, I
horses.
think. But this is what I want you to answer now.
You can go.
How do you answer a man like spot on, which you just brush off? Like, I find that very offensive, Chike.
Well, if you don't want me to be, I wasn't offensive. I asked him a question. He told me, everyone, that
then
I'm
you said,
confused.
I don't know. You
If
told everyone that I don't know
here,
what perpendicular was.
was
And everyone in here knows that I know what perpendicular is.
So
there you go.
I was attacked for being confused and not understand what's going on. And when I ask him a question to see if he knows what's going on, he can't answer. You get it, SC Montreal?
That's not how I saw it, Chike.
Because you don't see the reality. Your reality is twisted.
You asked me a question, right?
Right.
I see it as you're disrespecting, spot on, a man that has 30 years experience in the field, and you're just chewing him off.
How?
Like, at least show him some respect.
Why didn't he answer? Why didn't he answer then? Why he told me his life story?
What is your question, Chike? Be specific. He will answer you.
I wasn't specific. You forgot my question already, right, SC Montreal?
Ask it again.
It's like after reading the definition of perpendicular to a plane, he asked Spot On if Spot On knew what perpendicular to a plane was.
Right.
Well, that's
close. I mean, he shouldn't have any problem since we just read it.
But I just read it. Did you not understand it or something, Chike? Like, what was that?
I'm proving a point. We just read it, and I'm asked him, what is it? And he couldn't answer. It was like 1 minute guess.
Are you serious? Are you being serious?
I am.
Come on, man.
Serious.
Right, everyone in here knew that I know what perpendicular is. Everyone knows that I've been doing
like everyone knows.
Sorry, maybe you didn't, but you weren't interested in knowing what I do, which is a massive part. It's a big part of this. You're just brushing off 30 years of experience with horizontal, level, and geometry. You keep saying You've never even used.
Did I bring my life story? Did I bring my life story?
You've never even used perpendicular in reality.
Did I talk
That's
about
embarrassing. You come in here talking about all this shit, and you've never done any of it, have you? Fuck off.
Because you don't need. Euclid didn't.
Chike, would you ask a dentist what a root canal is? A 30-year experienced dentist. Would you go in his office and ask him what a root canal is?
No, but I can ask him.
So why are you disrespecting Spot On?
I asked him, is he geometrician?
That's crazy,
man. He's a geometer. Yes, he is definitely.
He is?
Yes.
So I asked him a question. He can't answer?
We just read the definition out, Chike.
Why you care, Biv? I asked him the question. Why can't he answer? Because we just read it. Yes, so we just read it. All he had to do is repeat it, and he didn't. Is this one of those things where you can't actually find an argument, so you're having to find some ridiculous shit to argue? This is ridiculous.
Hold on, I got a proof.
Spot on a question and Spot On avoid giving an answer. It's very simple.
Rumpus, I got a proof. Hold on, I'm next, Rumpus. Let me say my proof, man. Let me say my mathematical proof, because you obviously don't want to deal with reality, so let me say my mathematical proof. Okay, here it is. So if on any two-dimensional surface, I can figure the area. I can figure the surface area of a square on any two-dimensional surface by multiplying length times width. Okay, so on a sphere, I on a sphere, can I draw a square on the surface of a sphere and multiply length and width and get the area? Man, I had it written down. I should have just read it. Modus tollens form.
You can't work out the surface area just from what you just said.
But
it does need a bit of work, that, Brian, but I think you could get there somehow.
No, that's
surface area of a sphere, can you? Do you know what the surface area of a sphere is?
Yeah, it's pi.
What is the surface area of a sphere?
4 pi r squared, Brian. Go on, tell him.
Yeah, just save him. Yeah, you just white knighted you. So there you go, Brian. You didn't know. And
I just said pi r squared.
4 pi r
squared.
It's
not pi r squared.
It's pi r.
So you don't know, Brian, do you? You don't know how to work out the surface area of a sphere.
And you know there you know why?
Do you know why? Basic surface area.
Rumpus, do you know why? Do you know why it's 4 pi r squared?
Do I know why Brian didn't know the answer?
Hello,
no, I don't know why. Well, Brian didn't know the answer.
Guys,
that's the reason.
Guys,
it's
do you know
4
pi r squared? Do you know why? Do you know why it's 4 pi r squared?
Absolutely, I can do the integration to show it. There are many ways of
saying it. 4 pi r.
Do you want me to tell you? Do you want me to tell you why?
Hold on, Brian. What do you think the surface area of a sphere is again?
I think it's 4 pi r.
No, it's not 4 pi r. You see, you don't know, do you? You don't know the answer to the question.
Are you avoiding my proof? Are you doing all this to avoid my proof?
No, I'm pointing out when you asked the surface area of a sphere, you've got it wrong 3 times.
Okay.
Times 3 answers, and you got it wrong every single time. And yet here you are lecturing us about this. You don't know the answer to the surface area of a sphere. You are completely ignorant. You're not qualified to talk.
Oh, right.
Oh, thank you.
Now, the reason it is 4 pi r squared is that you have to use the area of a circle because you can't change pi. And guess what? In order to use the sphere, you have to change pi for the circle dimensions, but they can't. So they use 4 pi r squared.
Did he come in and insult me just because he didn't want to answer Modus tollens, right? He didn't want to respond to my Modus tollens.
It uses a circle because a circle is a 2D surface. A circle, 4 of them. Not the surface of a sphere. The surface of a sphere is not 2D.
Right, and was that a good proof though, Bev? So on any 2D surface,
Right.
Let me say it clearer.
I think I got what you were saying. I think I got what you were saying.
So on any 2D surface, we can figure the area of a square. We can figure the area of a square on any 2-dimensional surface by multiplying length times width. So then B, on a circle, can we figure the area of a square by multiplying length times width? And if not, then it's not 2-dimensional.
Well, yes, because, Brian, they have 4 pi r squared, which has a squared function. It just has 4 of them. So, yes, they can get past that one.
By length times width? On any 2D surface, I can do length times width.
Yeah,
and
pi
get the area
r
of a
squared.
square.
Pi r squared, yeah. 4 of them.
That's not length times width, though.
It's a square.
It's still not length times width.
It's pi times r squared. The square of the r.
Right, so not length times width. In other words, I can draw a square 2D. on any 2D surface and just simply multiply length times width.
2D. The circle is 2D.
So if the sphere was 2 dimensions, then I would be able to draw a square on it and multiply length times width and get the area. That was the Modus tollens, but I said it wrong.
You could do it with triangles. So Brian, if I take a paper and put it on the table, it's a plane, right? Surface is a plane.
Yes, that's a 2D, Chike. Yes, we all understand what 2D is.
No need to talk too much. It's a quick question. So now I crumble the paper. Does the surface change dimensions?
Yes.
You damn right it does. Yeah, of course it does. You fucking stupid.
Do you need more? Let's say if you need a X amount of paint to paint the paper, after you crumble it, you need more or less?
Chike, why don't you answer my question first?
Why is make it 3D as well, wouldn't it, Chike?
Why you mute Rumpus?
Rumpus is muted himself because he just kept on talking.
No.
And we didn't get to the point that pi being 3.14 has to be done that way because a circle is on a two-dimensional surface, right?
He was pointing that Brian didn't know what the first surface of the sphere is. He said that's not talking for
does pi stay the same on the surface of a sphere?
I know only
does
one.
The relationship between the diameter and the circumference stay the same?
There's no 2 pi's. I'm sure it is, and I'm
so
sure
there's only 2D circles. There isn't 2D spheres.
No one said
mathematically, Chike.
No one did say
mathematically. There is no
such
one
thing did say. You're arguing with yourself here. You're arguing with yourself, Ben. No one said there are 2D spheres.
Yes, you did.
No,
you want the surface of a sphere to be 2D.
The surface,
but you can't have that because
a
2D circle has a relationship of pi, which is 3.14.
Can you make
a distinction on the surface of a sphere? It doesn't happen, Chike.
Look, when I talk about the shoe, I talk about the whole shoe. When I talk about the shoelace,
you're having trouble with your mic.
Why you talk to me?
You're having trouble with your mic.
To talk to me.
Why you talk over me? Why
you talk over me, Rakia? Huh?
No. I'm pointing out that you're.
Why are you talking over me? Huh?
Yeah, is this your script? There's something wrong with your mic.
For the elders.
Yeah, I'm fixing to.
Yeah, so I'm an elder.
I'm fixing to block you, ban you, kick you, but. Why are you talking to me? I'm trying to help you with your mic.
Not talk over
me. My God, Chike.
I was talking.
Is this your tactic? Is there something wrong with your mic?
I was talking and you interrupted.
There's no reason for you to talk, Chike, if we can't
that's your opinion only.
Hear
Dave wants me to talk. Can discuss this there, but Bev invited me. So, yeah.
Yeah, there's something wrong with your mic.
Yeah, he's right, Chike. You sound fucking awful.
I don't fucking care.
Can you fix your mic, please? Or at least go and listen to yourself on YouTube to see what you sound like and see what the pain you're bringing to everybody.
As he talks to Bev again.
The microphone a bit closer to my mouth. It's not a problem.
Maybe
to turn
complain when you do that people are talking through you as you've talked through everyone so far.
No, I haven't.
Well, can we get back to the realizing Euclid within the globe model framework, please, Chike?
Wait. I had a question on the table to Brian. If I crumble the paper, do I need more paint to paint it, or is it the same as it was when it was uncrumbled?
Painting crumpled balls of paper?
No, just the paper, not balls.
You're not crumpling it up. Do you paint pieces of paper? Just get some coloured card.
I don't. But I'm asking a question. It's a hypothetical question. It's a logical question. I want to see if Brian understands the world around it. That if the paper is crumbled or you created not a plane, a box from the paper, you still need the same amount of paint. Doesn't change.
What sort of paint? Like a watercolor?
Doesn't matter. Whichever paint you want to use.
You want an amount of like a watercolor paint.
Yeah, you know, you want to paint your walls in the house.
Walls in the house. I thought we were on a piece of paper, Chike. Come on. It's not like moving the goalposts.
It's illustration. It's illustration. I go to the store.
Can we stick with something? Like
I go to the store.
Why don't we get back on track?
I go to the store and I ask him.
He says,
yeah, and I say I need paint to paint my house, and he says.
You were just
what's the dimension? How many walls? How many rooms you have? What are the dimensions of the room? I'll tell you how much paint you need.
This is the best. Is this one of the best globe arguments that you've got, or like because we're
let's go back to perpendicular. That's what we should go back to.
Talking about the realizing Euclid, Chike, with the globe model.
We haven't got
to
realizing yet.
What?
We haven't got to realizing. We don't need
Chike, once you change the shape, bro, the question is void. You can't do the same math because you've changed the length and the width by crumbling the paper.
You see?
Why would you ask such a stupid question?
You see where you fail? You can do the same math. but I don't do this math, so
No,
I
you
don't have
can't.
your
You
problem.
can't do the same math if you crumble
Right,
the
I
paper.
can't. I agree absolutely. I can't do this math by length.
You
can't
can't do
do any
two-dimensional
math.
math.
Oh, you
Brian's
can.
way better than
Oh,
you
you
at doing
can.
any math.
Oh, you can, because you can break the surface of the paper to smaller points and let's start measuring triangle on the surface.
I bet Brian's even better at globe math than you are. I bet
and
he
add
knows
all those
way more
triangles
globe
together.
maths than you.
And add all those triangles together, and you get the surface of this paper, even if it's crumbled.
Triangulation.
I said 4 power.
Triangulation.
Fucking roughest.
For sphere, we have much easier way.
Crumpled up paper.
Jackie, will you answer this question honestly one time? Can I draw a square on any two-dimensional surface and get the area by multiplying length times width? If I draw a square on any two-dimensional surface, can I multiply length times width to get the area of the square?
Brian, I don't know whether you know.
Really?
You can't have squares on a sphere.
No, if I draw a square on any two-dimensional surface, can I get the area by multiplying length times width? That's what I was asking you.
Yeah, what about that, Chike? Can you have a square on the surface?
It has to be straight, yeah.
I answered. I think I was clear. I'm not sure.
Can you have a square on the surface of a sphere?
If you will ask again, you think I'll change my answer?
What was your answer?
That I'm not sure.
You're not sure.
Right.
Have you ever done any imaginometry?
I'm not well versed.
Geometry or practice?
I'm not well versed. I'm not well versed in spherical geometry.
No. What's your question? I mean, what are you not sure about? I mean, what's your answer to my question? It's a yes no question.
Too simple.
Like, can you on any 2D surface? Can I figure the area of a square? Can I draw a square on any 2D surface and multiply length times width to get the area? That's a simple question.
You
yes
can
or no?
draw. We can draw a shape that has 4 sides on any surface.
It's square. He's asking you. Come on, Chike.
Yes.
Square.
No, you see. I'm trying to answer. You don't let me finish. You can draw a shape that has 4 sides on any surface. I'm not sure if on the surface of a sphere it's still defined as a square.
4 straight sides.
I didn't say nothing about a sphere, bro. This doesn't debunk your globe.
You said any surface. You said any
on any
surface
2D on any 2-dimensional surface.
Yeah, a surface of a sphere is 2D. Thank you.
I knew
your sophistry is real. The sophistry is real.
What do you reckon, Brian?
Rubbish at it.
Euclid said it is.
I wish you could hear yourself, Chike. Instead of just answering a simple question and say, yes, dude, we can draw a square on any 2D surface, Brian, and multiply length times width and get the area. That'd be the honest answer. If you could hear yourself, bro, you'd be probably fucking ashamed. I don't know.
I do sometimes go over what I said. Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Wow,
yeah, then I see who talks nonsense and who's not.
Do you know how to find out the area of a floor, for instance? Say it was 4 meters by 3 meters. You know how big the area would be?
On what? On a plane?
You know, like when you take a measurement.
No, you don't know
square footage.
You want to measure up for your carpet, yeah? You just measure the floor.
It's that first.
It's 3 meters.
I asked on a sphere, what?
Just a straight line. You measure, don't you? You measure a straight line distance.
You need to be specific. That's the question.
Straight line. Yeah.
Specific.
Just the first measurement.
Straight line on a plane.
Just a straight line.
There's no just straight lines.
Yeah, there is.
Bro, do you know what a dimension is,
bro? Straight line.
That's why I'm asking. Is it on a plane? If it's not on a plane, no, you can't. No, if it's not on a plane, you can't.
You can have a straight line anywhere, Chike.
All I was asking is, do you know how to do the area? How to work that out? If it was 4 by 3, how big would the area be?
It's a problem, though, isn't it? Because you've asked
him
to.
Is it 4 by 3 on a plane?
And it involves straight.
Square. There you go. Square.
On a plane.
On a square, Chike.
I don't know. Maybe there are other definitions. What's so difficult to say yes, no? What's it difficult?
Do you know what a square is?
Not sure.
Okay, well there you
I
go.
told you I'm not sure if you can have
what a
square
square is.
I said I'm not sure if you can have.
Great
Wasn't I clear?
geometer.
Wasn't I
come
clear
to teach us Euclid on the globe, and he doesn't know what a square is.
You know what a square is. Like,
don't.
You're messing.
They're awkward shapes for reality, aren't you? Especially if you've got a globe model. Come on, tell everyone, Chike. Tell everyone
Same
why.
question on the surface of water.
Tell everyone why a square is a hard shape to have in reality. Come on, Chike. Tell them. Tell them why you don't know what a square is.
Instead of answering, I'll give him a sound effect.
I did. I did tell you. I did tell you what the reason was.
Globe.
Please tell me again.
I did tell you that because I'm humble. I'm humble, and I refrain from saying nonsense. And since I don't know if you can have squares on a spherical surface, I can tell you.
But the circle might not be
humble.
So you need to define either it's on a plane or not on a plane. If it's not on a plane, I don't know to answer you. If it's on a plane, I know to answer you.
He's not trolling, Chike. He's being deadly serious. He can't say what a square is because a square doesn't exist on the globe. Can't have a square on the globe. Like you can't have horizontal planes on the globe. Like you can't have triangles with 180 degrees on the globe. But these are all like dirty little secrets that Chike's bringing out for everybody. He's letting everybody know.
Yeah, but why are you having to say that for him? He just said he's humble. Why are you having to be honest for him, Chike? Why is Bev having to be honest for you? Why couldn't you answer a simple question that on a 2D surface can I do length times width for the area? You know, it's a simple yes or no question.
He thinks we don't know their model, but I mean, that model's ridiculous. It's literally unbelievable.
He says he's humble, and but it's the opposite of humble, Chike. It's dishonest for Bev to have to answer for you.
Tell you I don't know. It's being dishonest.
No, so you don't know if I can do length times width to get the area of a square on a 2D surface. What do you mean you don't know?
That's exactly what I said. I don't know if squares.
How can you not, bro? We talked
again, Brian. I'm telling you, why you talk over me?
He doesn't know, mate.
It doesn't get in your head.
Pressure him, Brian.
It doesn't get in your head.
He's a globe geometer. He doesn't know what a square is. He's not sure.
I mean, for a guy to come in to explain Euclid but can't do the square footage of his room, that's, I think, sad. But
because if there are squares defined on a sphere, it's obviously it's not true that the length time the whatever is.
Let me tell you what a dimension is, bro. A dimension, the first dimension.
No, because it's a part of a sphere.
Because he doesn't know, do you, Chike? It's awkward when you stray away from like reality geometry. You have to start thinking of really weird concepts, and you become unsure what a square is. But that's only because it's not reality.
Because I'm not well versed, I said, in spherical geometry, and I don't know if they define.
But it's reality, Chike. We're just talking about in reality.
There's once you deviate from spheres. In reality, there are spheres, and I don't know if squares defined on a sphere. You get
it? A surface of a sphere has height, bro.
Concept.
Two dimensions is length and width, bro. Length and width, and then once you add height, it's no longer 2 dimensions.
Squares are 2-dimensional figures, Chike. You know this. And you say that you think the surface of a sphere is 2D, but now you don't even know whether a square is a square on a sphere, which shows that you obviously think there's a difference between real 2D and the 2D that you imagine is on the surface of your sphere.
Did you miss the word define?
I missed your understanding of 2D.
Did you miss my word
you have different. You are an obvious diletheist.
Did you miss the word defined that I had in my sentence? I don't know if squares are defined on a sphere.
Well, you go and do that. Find your definition.
Though, bro.
Try it. Nobody will ever come up with that definition because it's not.
I don't care. You had the Rumpus here. He would probably know.
Leave him, mate.
But you muted him.
He doesn't know.
So don't come asking me when I tell you I don't know.
Okay.
Chike, is length and width 2 dimensions? Can you answer that? Is length and width 2 dimensions? What makes it into? What do I got to do to add a third dimension? Let's see if you understand dimensions. You really might not know.
Add the third dimension.
Yeah, length and width. What do I got to add to length and width to get a third dimension? Huh?
Thickness.
Right. Height. Right. I got to alter the. I got to alter the up and down.
Why are you talking about?
Simply, I'm putting it simple. Simply, I just alter the height up and down. The up and down.
Today say length, width, and height. That's what we say today.
So if I go left and right, okay, then I can do length times width and on a 2D surface and get the area. But on a sphere, it's not the same. It's not just length and width. Okay? You're changing height, bro. You're changing height. There's no getting around it, bro. If you change height, it's no longer 2 dimensions.
When you go on a sphere, left and right, you can't measure the
Come on, Chike. This is how long have we been doing this now? And your only answer is, no, I want to have 2D on a sphere. But even though you've been shown about squares and you can't fit a square, you don't even know whether a square will fit on it, which obviously tells you there's some difference.
Why do you lie? Why do you have to lie then?
I'm not lying, Chike.
Yes, I never said I don't know if it can
you think a surface of a sphere is 2D, which it obviously isn't. Because you have triangles and circles and squares that are 2D figures, Chike.
That wasn't what I was talking about.
Chike, what's the difference if I draw a square on a circle? I can multiply length times width to get the area, right?
It's 2 dimensions.
If I draw a square on a square on a sphere, I get something different than a 2-dimensional circle, right? Why would I? If the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional and so is a circle, why don't they act the same? Why doesn't the sphere act like every other 2-dimensional shape that I draw a square on? That should tell you something, bro. You're not being honest with yourself, really.
That's the direct consequences of being something drawn on a sphere.
God, what you could hear.
You can accept it. It's obvious. You have the same.
So you have to draw something on a sphere first before you can define what it is that you've drawn.
You'll have problem with other shapes.
It's not like realizing Euclid somehow by actually physically, really drawing on a ball. Would that be you realizing Euclid, Chike?
What? I don't need to realize Euclid.
Well, that's what we here at this place are interested in. Any way for us to go through a process, what we call realizing Euclid. That's taking Euclidean principles and making them real. Like if you were to do something like draw on a ball, that's done in reality. So if you can find some way to link that to Euclid, you would technically be realizing Euclid. So maybe there might be something here that we can build on together, Chike, to get a realizing Euclid test with you and your ball, drawing lines on it. Maybe there might be some way to link a Euclidean proof to the 2-dimensional surface of the ball. We might be able to do it, Chike. If we work through this somewhere, there might be. If you look into Euclid, there might be a proof in there somewhere that'll help you out. I suggest you get a copy of Euclid for yourself to have a look for it.
What's crazy is he tries to explain in 4-dimensional space-time, and he don't even understand what the third dimension is. He doesn't understand that once you desert length and width and go a different direction, that you're adding a third dimension. But he tries to explain 4th dimension. What the F?
Oh, he's well out of his depth with the geometry. There's no need to go to that fantasy stuff. Chike's out of his depth with the basic geometry.
Yeah, he's been duped. He's really been duped, and he's let it just mind fuck him. The information is literally mind fucked him, and he I don't know. Maybe he'll come to terms before his time expires, you know. But man, you can't point it out no clearer than this.
It's 2D.
It's not his fault, Brian. It's the model. The model makes them say these crazy things. They have to.
Yeah, I mean, this is the end. Once you get on this, the geometric ride, you can't actually realize any of it because it will directly prove the globe false. Literally.
Yep. This is where he hit the cog-this event horizon. This is where the rubber meets the road, and Chike, I think, just realized that.
He can't turn back.
No, once you hit the event horizon, it's over for you. You're going in the black hole.
Once you hit the event horizon, you're in the black hole.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you've passed
Exactly.
it. There's no coming back, Chike.
You can't come back from that.
You've got a 2D surface of a sphere. You have to, because you can't have horizontals being parallel.
I don't have to.
Yeah, it's called a circle. Then he's got a circle.
It's how it's defined. The boundaries of a sphere is the surface. How it's defined.
Jackie, there are literally definitions for two-dimensional spheres, pieces of sphere. It's called a circle.
It's not a sphere.
No, a 2D is a circle. A circle is a 2D. Yeah,
that's how you represent it in 2 dimensions. Would be a circle,
and it has
it's
pi
different
with
math,
a ratio of 3.14 because that's a direct ratio of all circles. Every circle.
You can pull the definitions there.
You couldn't raise that middle bit because then the proportion between the diameter and the circumference would change. And you can't have that because that would mean that pi changes and it doesn't change. So a circle has to be 2D.
In your mind. Maybe you pull the definitions.
Actually, three points of a triangle define a plane too. That's the 3 coplanar points.
You talk a lot without definition. Can you take a picture of the plane?
So there's a few ways to define a plane. You can do it with a circle, and you can do it with a triangle.
Maybe it's 2 pages. The definition.
You can also do it with a square, but a square is the diagonal, and you'd be using triangles.
Ignore what I say, Bev, because I'm asking for the definitions of book 11.
The definitions of book 11.
All of them.
When you got
all of them. Yeah,
you've got them.
No, I got 4, 3. I want all of them. There are a lot of definitions in this book.
Well, it should be dead easy to find. It's one of the most popular
I
books
can
ever.
find. I want everyone to see the definitions in your book.
Well, they can go back and watch any one of the earlier videos.
I don't want to argue about what in other books said that doesn't appear in your book. I want us to talk about what in your book.
No, Chike, you were coming here.
If you weren't dishonest, you would take a picture of the definition and post them.
For what purpose?
Chike, what do I got to do to a circle to make it 3-dimensional? What do I got to do to a circle, Chike, to take it out of the 2nd dimension?
What?
So what do I got to do to a circle to take it out of the 3rd dimension? To add a 3rd dimension to a circle, what do I got to do to it?
You want to make it a cylinder?
No, I didn't say any particular shape. I'm saying to take it out of 2 dimensions. To take a circle and make it 3-dimensional, what do I got to do?
We already said you need to add thickness to it, right?
Distance?
Thickness.
No,
what's your problem with English, Brian?
Bro, adding distance to a circle. What are you talking about? I'm talking about how do I give it another dimension? How do I give it another dimension, Chike? If it's a circle,
Brian, I can't talk to deaf people. I can't.
You haven't answered not one of my questions, man.
Didn't I?
This is what he does. Brian, don't let him frustrate you, Brian, because this is what he does. He does it.
Did I not answer his question, Bev?
No, you haven't
Yes,
got
I
anything,
did,
Chikey.
and
You
you
have got
added, and
no
you
argument.
repeated
You've
it.
got nothing. Just a
You
load of
repeated it
dishonesty,
right
really.
after me. Good things. It's on tape, and everyone can
It's
go
live,
back and
Chikey.
listen.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
can clip it
everyone
as much
can
as
go
you
back
want
and say that I
afterwards. Yes.
answered.
You can.
That I
Yeah,
answered. You repeated my
you can
answer.
take this back
You
afterwards.
repeated my answer, and now
Clip
you
this
say I
whole
didn't
bit,
answer.
and then you can
That's
keep
good.
saying it. You can keep
That's good.
clipping
I'm
this
glad.
bit
I'm
where
glad.
you
I'm
keep
glad you
saying
do it.
that, and then you can keep repeating that and any
I-
bit
I'm-
anywhere in the future and say that you were right about everything.
No,
yeah,
all
that
they
will
need to do is
definitely
go
make
back 2
the
minutes.
surface of a sphere a two-dimensional. You're definitely going to be right at the end of this, Chikey. Don't worry about that. You're not bothered about mathematics or geometry
Why are you talking
or how
about me?
anybody
Why are you
else
talking
deals
about
with
me?
any of this stuff. No.
Why is
You're
triggered?
the Chikey that says
That is
2D
triggered. Why is
circles
talking
are the
about me and
same
not
as a
geometry?
2D sphere.
We're talking
So-
geometry.
That's you, Chikey.
So when you're triggered, the
Wow.
way to prevent the other person from talking is just talk over them, right, Bev?
If
All right,
that's
good,
what
Brenda. Maybe you
if
can
want to
answer
do,
a
you
first
want to
grade
come in.
question.
Brenda, did you hear?
2D
Let's
balls.
give her an honest test.
Here's your backup. Let's go.
Brenda, did you hear?
Let's give her an honesty
Brian,
test.
can you
though.
shut up? I'm talking to Brenda. We
You didn't answer the
trying to
question. Let me
find,
ask
did
Brenda real
I
quick.
answer your question or did I not?
You
No,
answered no. You answered wrong.
He's just
Okay.
jealous if he wants to get in with Brenda because he might.
He
be
said
the
distance.
wrong person
I wanted to ask
do it.
Brenda. Brenda,
I
what do I
didn't
got to
say
do to
distance, I say thickness. You thick.
yes. He said thickness, Brian. He said
Thickness.
thickness.
Okay.
I can't talk to
Okay.
deaf people that don't hear. Clean your ears.
Is that your
I didn't hear
2D
you
balls
say-
with thickness?
Right. So I got to change another dimension, right, to change the circle into 3 dimensions. Okay.
That's what you
So
said.
once I change the thickness, like a sphere, okay, it's no
I didn't see
longer.
a sphere.
Wait, hold on. It's no longer 2 dimensions once I add thickness, right, Chikey?
It's a circle. What are you adding? Where are you adding thickness to? The whole area of the circle or just the edges? I don't know what you do.
It's obvious you don't know, bro. This is first
That-
grade.
I
question.
can't read your mind, Brian.
Why are you weaseling out of
Because to talk with each other, we need to be precise, so I know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'm gonna say it as precise as I can. Okay, can I multiply length times width and get the area of any of a square I draw on any 2-dimensional surface?
No.
No. So that's
No.
not the formula. That's not the formula for a square in 2 dimensions, length times width, Chikey?
Not always, no. Only on a plane.
Yeah, on 2 dimensions. I've specifically said
No.
dimensions.
Listen, 2 dimensions is not a plane, it's a surface.
I didn't say nothing about a plane or a sphere.
A square,
You just
Brian.
did.
Don't worry about it. You've literally described a square, and everybody
really
knows
upset,
a
aren't you,
square
Bob?
is on 2D, right? It is a 2D figure. Everybody knows that, Chikey.
You're really upset. You're really upset, aren't you, Bev? Because now you're
I'm not
making
upset.
sexual comments about me.
Upset? Does that upset? How is Bev upset? Come on,
Why
Brandon.
he's making sexual comments about me?
Why?
Dude,
In what way?
I'm just putting me sausages out, Brendo. Where's
Yeah,
the sexual comments?
Yes.
What
you're making
comment?
sexual
What did he
comments.
say? What did he say? What did he say, Brenda?
I'm not going to repeat it.
He didn't say a word, did he?
Yes, he did.
Oh, you talk a lot.
It's in
He's
chat.
a liar, dude.
It's in
He's
chat,
not honest.
and he's been making
Yeah.
comments. He's been making sexual comments because
Emma,
he's
pop him
actually
on
he's
mute.
Hang on,
he's
it's all right. It's all right.
he's very upset because I absolutely destroyed him the other day.
It sounds like you're the one. It sounds like you're the one who's rather upset, Brenda,
How does
because
that-
you
Brenda,
feel like he's made a sexual reference. I don't
Yeah,
think
how
he
does
would
that
make. I don't think anybody would make any sexual reference to you in here.
Yeah, Bev has. Yeah, absolutely.
No.
Taking
Honestly, I'm
sexism
telling
somewhere
you.
else.
Yeah,
Whoa.
he absolutely is.
Well, he didn't.
Yeah,
so-
just look in chat. Just look in chat.
What does it say, Brandon?
I'm not going to repeat it.
It's just messing about with me sausages, getting them out the oven, Brenda.
Yes. You're continuing to make sexual allusions to me, which indicates what a vile, disgusting human being you are.
Well, no, actually, Brenda, look, as it does say, Brenda's 2D balls. I was just saying that how familiar you might be with Chike, because Chike's wanting 2D balls as well. You and Chike are like buddies, flat ball buddies.
Bev, that's a sexual comment.
It's not. Chike, ask Chike. Just make sure, Chike, we weren't. You didn't think it was sexual. Were you making sexual comments when you were talking about 2D surfaces of balls?
I'm tired of hearing this.
Brenda, if you think that's a sexual comment, then you've been around the wrong people.
Chike's been talking about it all day. Has he wound you up there, Brenda? Did you think
she needs to apologize to Bev? What she needs to do? She needs to apologize to Bev or get lost.
What for?
For coming in with your sexist bullshit.
She's never gonna apologize.
Just we say balls, don't mean we're talking about you, Brenda. We don't care about balls and you at the same time.
He literally is talking about me. He literally
nobody's thinking about you when we say balls.
No, that's not what he said, though, is it, Brian? He literally mentions my name. So yes, it is a sexual reference to me.
Was he referring to your testicles, Brenda? Brenda, was he referring to your testicles?
Now you're making sexual
being sexist and apologize to Bev.
Why don't we start talking about your cock? Huh? Does your cock bend to the right?
You've got to watch out what happens with this. Sorry, everybody. We're going to have to mute Brenda, I think. That's a bit too much. Come on, Brenda.
Because you sexually
abuse
people. And then
Brenda, control yourself. Nobody gets sexually abused. No, I'm sorry. Nobody gets sexually abused in here. You are an absolute liar. You're a liar.
What?
And that's the last comment we're going to have on it. If you wish to come back and join the conversation and stop talking all that nonsense, then feel free. I'll unmute you. But that is ridiculous, Brenda. Sorry.
Thanks, Emma.
Yeah, we can't be having that, Chike. I mean, Brenda's trying to say that when you've been talking about the 2D surface of your balls, then Brenda's got all wound up.
Dude, she's obviously she's playing the victim card. Like, you see what's on her mind constantly.
Person can talk, don't talk about it. Leave it. Move on.
See what you've done, Chike? This is what happens.
She's mad because Chike said that balls are two-dimensional. What I didn't hear what Bev even said. You know, to be honest,
I didn't say anything.
Keep lying, Brian.
Chike, I'm the liar, bro. You're not even being honest with yourself, man. Why won't you answer the question Link comes with, man?
Everyone can go back in the video and see that I never said that the balls or spheres are two-dimensional.
I didn't say you said that. No. The surface.
The surface, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but it's
That's
not.
The same as non-dimensional because 2D balls.
Why is Brent muted?
No.
Because she come in with lies.
Did you not just hear what happened?
Look, I'm an old man. I can't speak too much. I need to rest a bit. Let Brenda talk.
Fuck off.
Brenda only wants to talk about stuff that's really not true and make up stories.
Not true. And
she was talking about Brian's sexual parts, and we can't really have that. It's not appropriate.
Oh, apparently Brenda said
she? I don't think so. I don't think so. I wasn't here. I made coffee.
Shut up, Chike. Right, Brenda, I'll unmute you. But if we start on it again, you will get muted again.
Yeah, it's blame the victim. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're not a victim. Shut up.
Yes, I am.
Shut up. What did I tell you?
You're just a disgusting human being. Just a poor excuse. Just a bad human being.
Brenda.
So,
in what way
are you so triggered? So
in what way is that?
Brenda, what's wrong? What's really wrong, Brenda? What's really wrong?
Am I ever going to be allowed to fucking speak without someone talking over me?
I'm very, very sorry.
Mm-hmm. It's all right. Brenda's going to do it anyway.
The question that Brian wanted to ask me?
No.
Well,
yeah, I wanted to ask. No, wait. This is
God.
This is back on topic. This is back on topic.
What room is this?
Yep.
I guess
Back
it's
on
the Brian,
topic.
because I fuck shit.
Well, you ask her a question, bro. I mean,
Nah, I'm just saying. Goodness gracious, get some control about yourself.
He can't do it.
what is going on, dude? What's going on here?
What's the question, Brian?
I better not ask it, man. I got to get control of myself for the fucking cowards.
No, that doesn't mean you can't talk. You just need to talk in your turn. That's all.
That's all I was meaning. Train wreck.
Really,
Go ahead.
I understood what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's all be mates, eh, Chike? Brenda?
You're all mates, you know?
Well, Bev is clearly very triggered. I think it's because I destroyed him the other day.
Could be.
What would that
because
be, Brenda? Do you want to recount that?
It's a piling. It's piling thing. It's adding all the time.
Has your fan club been telling you things, Brenda? Filling you with paralogisms?
Yeah, she did good job.
Yeah.
Well, you're good on logic.
Other people participated also, so. I mean, it isn't any big accomplishment. I mean, it isn't something lots of other people couldn't accomplish themselves either.
Yeah, we should get more Globers in on Logic Night and getting them involved.
Get it in your head, Bev. No one of us think of us.
They might be able to formulate an
I can't
argument
finish
at
it.
some
1
point,
second.
well.
1 sentence. 5 seconds. No one of us, Globers, thinks he's a big philosopher or something. None.
You think you know what everything is? All the
Anybody
stars.
thinks that they're a great philosopher or anything, Chike?
No, there's more that I don't know than I know about.
Exactly. I know nothing is a very good sentiment to start off with.
I can't say I know nothing, but I don't know everything. That's for sure. From the everything, I know very little.
Mm-hmm.
You know what stars are, though, right? You know what stars are and how far away they are?
Yeah, we do.
The stars.
Let's not go to space.
Yeah, stars.
Yeah, you're right. I need to keep it here grounded.
So, Brian, if you see a drop in your auto level, is it elevation change or what?
Yeah, within the confines of my work area that I feel comfortable with shooting. Yeah, it's always that's how I do slope, Chike. We define it as slope or rise.
So I have a picture here, Brian.
You can't define a thing by the word you're using. You can't define slope as slope.
You said you can define anything as anything the other day. Have you changed your mind?
So, Brian, you see the picture I posted?
Hold on a sec. Where'd you post it at, man?
Live chat? Where is it?
Okay, I see. Okay. Geez whiz, I must have scrolled down 10 miles. Okay, I see. Okay.
Thanks, Bev.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. I see it.
Okay. Open it as big as you can.
Yeah, that's level. Yeah, that's obviously taken from way up high. So, and it's pretty far.
But
so,
Brian was spot on because wait a minute, Brian was spot on because he says within the confines of what he feels comfortable with. Now you've shown him a picture over. I don't even know how far that is.
Well, I'll tell you how far it is. About 32.5 kilometers.
Well, now the
Very
question
good
is,
picture,
Brian,
now.
would you feel comfortable with those confines?
No, I don't. And obviously, another thing is it's taken from way up in the air. Wait, how high is that picture taken from, Chike? You don't know.
According to Bev, it's about 120 meters.
Did Bev take the picture?
He says no, but I don't believe him.
I won't stand behind anything outside.
Does anybody know whether that's horizontal as well? Does anybody know whether that's level, Chike?
I'm assuming you don't take pictures from something that is not level.
Well, I don't know. Would you?
Only you know.
nobody in the right mind would take a picture like that as if it was setting up a thing.
Right. Yesterday you said we can take pictures through auto level.
Of course you can.
You need to get
do it now. I
straight.
can put a camera at the end of my sight and take a picture through that now. It doesn't need to be level, does it?
No, it doesn't.
But in the professional world,
well done.
Chike, in the professional world, nobody would stamp their name on a measurement like that. Within 100 feet or so, that's pushing it.
There's no rod man in the picture. There'd be no point in anybody doing that with an auto level.
I told you there is a rod.
What?
The rod is called.
No, there isn't. There's definitely no rod. That's how I know, Chikey. That's how I know it probably isn't set up level.
Probably you don't know. You weren't there.
Well, I was there, but the point wasn't to set the auto level up.
So it wasn't set the auto level. You're saying?
I don't know. I didn't set
it up. You don't
I didn't set it up, Chike.
That's you. What you say, I don't believe you. Can you bring the evidence? The guy that set it up.
The evidence of me not setting it up.
Yeah, I don't believe you. I have a pile of evidence.
Well, there's no way for me to show you a proof like that of me not setting the auto level up.
You saying something is not a proof by any means.
Mm-hmm.
So either you bring the guy that you say set it up, or don't say.
You found a picture. You're the one that's found a picture.
I didn't find a picture.
Chikey.
You gave us a picture.
So you found a picture on the internet. Brilliant.
No.
How crazy do you have to be to say somebody has a picture, you take it and say Bev did this. Bev says I didn't do it.
Bev doesn't deny. Well, Bev denies. Bev throw DP under the bus. I don't buy it.
Throw DP under the bus for what?
For taking the picture.
Well, ask him. I
did ask him.
And what did he say?
He didn't know to tell me how far you were from the.
Who took the picture?
Well, I tell you, I asked him how far you were from the tower. He didn't know to tell me.
Right? Did he say that he set the auto level up?
No.
Okay. So did he say he took a picture through the thing?
No.
Okay. So we've got all we've got is a picture and nothing else. We don't even know whether it was set up or we don't know anything. There's no rod in the picture. There's nothing.
There is a rod.
No, there's not.
Well, you don't see the rod. I see the rod.
Chikey, I just posted a 22-second video, man.
I see the Blackpool Tower. I know how high it is. It's not a problem. It's a road. That's the fact. It's not made of wood with paint, with white paint and black lines on it. It doesn't make it not a road.
But you don't know if it's been set up properly.
I trust you to set it up properly.
I'm telling you, I definitely didn't set it up because I wouldn't have bothered setting it up because there's no point in setting it up.
So why did you go there anyway?
We went there to go and take a picture to help Ranty get some idea what it would look like if you were a certain distance away from Blackpool Tower to see what it would look like. Because he had a challenge where he wanted people to predict what it would be like. So we did it and we took some pictures to help you out. You misrepresented the whole thing, Chikey. And you thought it was us measuring something. Or we might have even set it up to do that.
How does you taking a picture help anyone out?
It didn't help him because he didn't go up Winter Hill. He didn't go and get the auto level that Ruhif bought him that he had over at the shop by Conspiracy Cats. It still sat there, poor lonely auto level, unavailable to do the test that Ranty said he was going to do.
No need to go on about it all day.
Well, because you've got a picture that you've misrepresented.
The fact
massively.
The fact is, no one made a prediction. There was no reason.
You've got a picture that you've got nothing to do with. You don't know whether the auto level's set up.
Yeah.
You don't know anything.
Yeah.
You don't even know who took the picture.
There was a challenge. No one took the challenge. Therefore, there was no.
Yes, I did. I posted a 22-second video with one of the CEO or whatever of the Surveying Society, and he says the maximum distance. If you watch it, he says about 50 meters is the maximum. So when we use these instruments, we can't go past 50 meters. The further we go, the less accurate we get. So you could never give an honest answer of that picture. We could never give an honest answer of whether it's
wasn't the challenge, Brian.
No, the challenge was to predict. So what I did, we went to 3 different locations at 3 different elevations at 3 different distances and took a picture of Blackpool Tower through an auto level scope.
Is that a prediction?
It was to aid everybody, to let everybody know that it was possible that Ranty could actually do this. There were people out there that do these sort of things. So we wanted Ranty to go up Winter Hill with an auto level. I thought it would be historic that Ranty would do this, but it turns out he's not. It's like Rumpus and his test. That would be historic as well when Rumpus ever decides
you need to go
it.
on a tangent. Yeah, you need to go on a tangent.
We're just on about the dishonest globers that don't do the things that they say they're going to do because there's no geometric backing for them. So everybody knows it's a load of shit because they've got no argument.
You can't stop talking, can you, Beth? First, you say you wanted to encourage Ranty. Now you say you wanted to encourage everyone.
Want to encourage Rumpus as well,
it seems that nobody was encouraged to take the challenge.
Well, we did take 3 different pictures of Blackpool Tower from 3 different elevations at 3 different distances away from it.
I'd like to see all 3 of them. I only saw 2.
Oh, right. You only saw 2 of them.
Yeah. Can you post all 3 pictures?
Why? Why is that, Chike?
Why would you like to hide them?
Pardon?
You went there to take pictures to encourage everyone, and now you don't.
Yeah, but Ranty's not done it. He's gone. Ranty's left
but it doesn't matter. Nothing. But you have
all you've got is pictures that other people take.
You've
got no knowledge of anything. You don't know anything about how the tools are used, or how they're set up, whether they were set up, or whether they were just somebody taking a picture.
Whoever wants to lie will distance their testimony. That's what you do.
So what have you got, Chike, to bring? What argument have you got?
I got your picture.
Okay. Is that your best argument? That you've got a picture that you don't know where it came from, who took it, or whether the tool was even leveled properly?
I know for a fact it came from you. We have another one. You want to see it?
Chike,
you've got loads of pictures.
Chike, what did you do? I haven't seen Bev this massively triggered and frightened in a long time.
No, I was frying him for today.
Shitless. See, here's another one.
You see the new picture I posted?
Like that one with me underneath the horizon. That's a good one, isn't
it? You underneath the horizon, you think, but it appears that you're above 8 meters.
Pardon?
You're above 8 meters. Brenda, did you understand what I said?
You see that one? No, I meant the one above.
You said he was above 8 meters. You said he was
above
that's
8
easy.
Meters. Brenda had.
You see that one there?
You guys have very seem to have a problem with the English. That's how it seems.
And what is it you're saying?
You have a measuring rod in this picture. You have no excuse. Your hand almost touching the top of the the image, the building there that is at least 30 foot high.
Yeah.
Your
and that
chest,
picture, I see that picture to the left of it, Chike. That picture to the left of it. Does that look like that guy's at 8 feet?
Your shoulder is above 8 meters. That's strange. And you stand on the beach close to
What are you talking about, Chike?
I'm talking about
I'll put this picture up there for everybody to see. Why are my shoulders at 8 meters? How bloody tall do you think I am?
That's 8 meters. The Blackpool Tower is built on the plane.
I'm telling you, my shoulders. I'm nowhere near the size of Brian Leakey's lad.
Well,
yeah, that proves Chike's point.
What proves Chike's point? That Chike hasn't got a fucking clue what he's talking about.
Blackpool Tower is built on on the level of 8 meters elevation above sea level. That's
what
where
do you
it
think
starts.
that's got to do with the auto level
And you see comparison of the picture of Blackpool Tower from up close.
No,
in your picture,
get distracted by
and
Blackpool Tower.
your shoulders, Bev, are above. Your shoulders are above 8 meters, and I'm sure, quite sure,
on
you're
the
not
second
above
one
8
we didn't have
meters
Blackpool
tall.
Tower in the background. We just thought
I'm sure
it'd be a
way
good backdrop.
below 8 meters. Or even 2 meters. So why your shoulders are above 8 meters?
I did say that it would be good fun if we put Blackpool Tower in the
It's
background.
great.
Yeah.
You bring great globe proofs.
Well, it wasn't for that.
Wasn't it level also?
Wasn't what?
The auto level wasn't set up correctly?
Yeah, the auto level definitely, yes.
Was set up correctly.
Yes.
So why your shoulders are above 8 meters?
Why my shoulders aren't above 8 meters?
They are.
No, they're not.
You see the line, 8 meters, connect 8 meters from the beach, goes to Bev's chest.
That's not how you do surveying.
Your head is above it.
Why you've got really confused about the shit.
I'm not. I know what I see, Bev.
Nothing to do with it.
And your
You
hand.
just got confused at the nice scenery in the background.
And your hand almost touched the 30 feet mark.
Yeah, everybody can see that your shoulders are at 8 meters.
They're not, though.
How? Nobody's confused. But they are in the picture.
No, they're not at 8 meters.
They are in the picture. They are in the picture, though.
No, they're not.
Everybody can see that you're just lying.
You're misunderstanding of what you're doing. Has somebody told you to put a ruler on that or something, Chike? I mean, how did you work out 8 meters? How did you work out 8 meters? And you do realise that picture from the other side of it does look like a drone shot, right? From pretty close to Blackpool.
What was the auto level elevation? Because obviously you were below the auto level.
Well, we weren't really bothered about that. That wasn't what we were doing. It was more of a perspective test because we were doing a test initially to see how far you could see, whether you could measure, like it was an angle sort of size. But what we did was we proportioned the angle at the different distances to see what you could see at those distances. And it was quite a good test, which anybody would have been able to see what they could see if they were in the Discord server, because we have the camera on the level and we broadcast that to Discord.
Good job.
Mm-hmm.
So why your shoulders are above 8 meters?
They're not. Chike.
You see from the analysis of the picture they are.
Well, your analysis for the picture is obviously a load of shit.
How is it a lot of shit? Is this not
because
the same
Blackpool
Blackpool Tower?
Because it's not at 8 meters. We're on the beach.
Is it not
Chike,
the same Blackpool Tower?
Can you not see we're on the beach?
Is the line not coming from the 8 meter plane that is before there?
Can you not see that that's been taken from, I don't know, quite a high elevation on the left? Is that what you're talking about?
No, it's not.
Somewhere
it's
near
beach.
Blackpool. That's near Blackpool Tower, where it's the Ainsdale Beach.
How far?
We're at Ainsdale Beach. They're nowhere near the same thing, those two pictures, Chike. Your analysis is a load of horse shit.
Hold on. What beach?
What? Do you not know what
picture
beach it is?
with Blackpool Tower?
Me you've got a picture with a load of proof there, and you don't even know what beach we were at.
You said Ainsdale Beach or something like that?
Wow, here we go.
I don't know.
I can't remember, Brenda, when we exactly. I don't know where that picture. It's a bit muggy. I can't remember which beach we were at. We've been out there a fair few times doing these tests. I can't remember which beach we were at when we did that test, to be honest with you.
Spell it for me.
It could have been Ainsdale, or it could have been the one where Conspiracy Cats went with Ranty. It could have been that beach. The one where we all went to do the Under the Horizon. when we did that test out on the beach. It's hard to remember.
The south pole.
So many auto levels out on the beach, doing so many horizontal planes that are parallel.
Is that Southport?
Is what Southport? That's Blackpool Tower.
The beach
that I'm on. Yeah, definitely. It definitely won't be Blackpool Beach. And I definitely won't be 8 meters high. Because that'd be ridiculous. Why go to the beach to find it 8 meters high? 8 meters above mean sea level. Seriously. Did you think that? Wow, that's amazing, that, Chike.
I never said that.
You've got 8 meters wrote on there.
Hold on, I'm measuring the distance.
You're measuring from what, Chike? What are you using to measure?
From the beach. Google Earth.
Google Earth? Wow, Google Earth surveying is this? Or is this realizing Euclid? Would that be like a straight line distance that you're going to be doing there, Chike? A straight line horizontal distance? Or some sort of a slope? Or maybe you put a hump in the middle? I don't know. What are you doing? Is it a 2D? Is it a straight line on a 2D plane? Like a horizontal 2D plane? Bit of maths, Brenda. Chike, how you doing? Rubbing your balls. Polishing them up.
Why do you keep making sexual comments?
Just balls, Brenda. Do you don't know? I bet it must be really hard being a glober and spheres and balls.
Why do you keep taking it as sexual, Brenda?
Because that's the intention.
Why do you sexualize a spherical object?
Well, maybe we should talk about your cock, Bev.
Well, Brenda, we are just talking about balls.
Now
I'm
talking about
Brenda gets really
Brenda
I'm talking about his chicken. Why are you sexualizing my comments? I'm just talking about his chicken.
I don't
his
have
rooster, his cock.
I don't have.
How is your rooster cock, Bev? How is your cock?
I don't know.
Do you like saying that word, Brenda?
Yeah, Brenda likes it.
So from the beach is about 14 kilometers back. It's very fun. It's half the distance you took the other picture.
Well, we weren't really bothered about that, Chike, because we were going there to do like a perspective thing over the distance that I was, because you can see me there with the measuring rod. That's all you shouldn't really be looking in the background.
That's where ignorance leads you.
The scenery.
That's where ignorance leads you.
The actual thing. I did say we'd do that. I thought it would be. We only did the first one.
Bev, we didn't hear a word you said. He clipped you the entire sentence.
That's false. I constantly released the mic to let him speak, and he kept going on. That's where ignorance leads you, Bev. You don't understand what you see. You don't understand what you're doing, and
Chike, you don't even know what we were doing.
I knew what you were doing. You went to take pictures, Bev, but you don't realize you're in frame.
What
Brian,
did he just say?
Did I finish speaking?
What did he just say, though?
Brian, why are you talking over me? You didn't realize you incriminating yourself.
No, Chike. We went there on purpose to do a perspective test. And I said, wouldn't it be fucking great to put the Blackpool Tower in the background?
And by that, you incriminated yourself.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Was there some kind of crime that went on?
Because you didn't realize what you're doing and what we see in the picture and what kind of data. It doesn't matter what you did.
We were realizing Euclid. That's what we're all about. What is it that you imagine we were realizing?
Bev, is it hard for you to understand the concept that when you do something, I can take whatever you do. Doesn't matter what your intention was. I can take data from what you did and use it against you.
Okay, so what is it, Chike? What is it that we didn't realize we were doing? Tell us, please.
That your chest is above 8 meters.
It's not, though.
Well, we see it is.
I can definitely prove that my chest isn't 8 meters above mean sea level. That's fucking ridiculous, Chike.
It's above 8 meters.
It's not.
It is at Blackpool Tower.
Chike, you're proving to everybody, whatever it is that you think you're doing with this fantastic looking at pictures and measuring things, it's a load of shit.
Wait,
Chike.
you think
you're the worst at doing this? You've admitted you've not ever looked at any surveying equipment. All you've done is took a picture and misrepresented what you think it is that we were doing.
Bev, can we take data from pictures?
I know Ruhif has told you can. Yes,
I'm asking you. I'm not asking Ruhif.
Him.
I don't care what Ruhif says. I asked you.
Approximations.
You can't take measurements from pictures. No.
Of course you can.
No,
Don't
you
be
can't.
silly.
You have to know an awful lot of factors, of which Chike knows nothing.
Here's a picture. Can we know what was the RPM at the time it was taken? What was the
Can we know that the man was sat in the back of a car?
What was the speed the car was going? How much fuel it had? What was the temperature of the engine? Can we tell of this from the picture?
Why were you taking pictures while you were driving?
It's not me.
Just pulled it off of YouTube, off of Google.
Yeah, YouTube. I took it from a video on YouTube.
Oh, so it means nothing has no relevance. Okay.
No, it's relevant to whether or not you can take data from pictures.
Yeah, you have to,
now some
know
pictures,
all sorts of
some
things
pictures,
which Chike knows nothing. We can all agree on that.
Now, this picture is easy. Everyone can take data from that because it's easy to read.
I think you have to
some
stare
pictures
at it for
like
quite
yours,
a long time
some
now to
pictures
be able
like
to do
yours.
certain things. Yeah.
Don't let me speak, Bev. Talk over me all the time.
200 hours.
The pictures you have are not so easy to analyze, and you need to have some knowledge to know what you see in them.
You've got no knowledge.
Exactly.
Chike,
I do.
You've got no knowledge of anything.
Well, I told you how far you were.
What?
Again, what? Every time I say something, you say, what?
Yeah, but you telling me where I was when I...
No, I didn't tell you
supposedly took the picture.
I didn't.
Means what?
Means I know to tell from a picture what your distance was.
Okay.
That's all I had is the picture.
Mm-hmm.
You didn't tell me. Nobody else told me. You didn't answer Ruhif. We had to do it ourselves.
Okay, Chike.
I found what
although
distance
I told
were.
everybody where I was when I was doing
Ruhif,
it. Then,
Ruhif
but
found.
Chike, everybody give Chike a round of applause. Chike. Chike definitely worked it out all on his own.
I did, and Ruhif not only found your
Bev
distance, he only and he did more
he can do all that. He can do all that, but he don't know what 2 and 3 dimensions are. That's fucking amazing.
Yeah, Brian, thank you. Ruhif did the more accurate analysis and not only found your distance, also find your location where you took the picture from. So don't tell me you can't tell anything from pictures.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
It's simple. You just align two buildings there, or two sets of buildings, and draw lines from them, and where the line meets is where you were.
You've never used the tools. So when you say this, you're speaking from ignorance.
I didn't use the tools, and I do things you can't do.
You can interpret things from pictures.
Well,
they're your best guess. All you get.
Never. Well, never.
Yeah,
Brian,
you're not special, Chike.
Brian, Bev never denied the facts.
He thinks he's got like a crystal ball reader of pictures. He thinks he can do all sorts of...
So you can say what you want. Go on, Brenda.
Pictures contain information, and you can extract that information and make conclusions.
Yeah, you can give your best guess on information in the picture.
You can have very good, close to certainty about what is in the picture. For instance, in the picture of the car, we know that that car is traveling at 50 miles an hour.
Do you?
Brenda, if I take a picture of a sphere, and I get it developed on, is it 2 dimensions on paper or in a picture basically that you have developed?
Why are you asking?
I just want to know. It's just seeing if you're honest or not.
Do you think I know whether or not a photograph is 2-dimensional? Of course it is.
Okay, and I can draw a square on that circle basically, and I can multiply length times width to get the area of that square I draw on that, right?
Absolutely not.
That's a square.
Go ahead, try it. Take a ball, measure the length and see.
I didn't say nothing about a ball, Chike. I was asking Brenda. I want to see if it's honest.
You're talking about spheres, no?
Right, say nothing about a. Well, I said I took a picture of a sphere, and she agreed that that picture is, after I get it developed, is going to be a 2-dimensional picture of a sphere. But what I'm trying to ask her is if I draw a circle on that picture, if I draw a square on that picture of a sphere, the 2-dimensional picture, can I multiply length times width to get the area of that square?
Sure, you'll get the area of the photo.
Okay, now, so that's 2-dimensional. Now, on a sphere, can I draw a square and multiply length times width to get the area?
Tell you what, take the picture of a sphere, draw the lines. Now go on take a sphere you can recognize its features, yes, and then go and draw the line along those features you drew on the flat image and see if those are still squares you think.
Yeah, what changed, Chike? What changed from the 2-dimensional? Why are the areas different? What changed from that 2-dimensional picture?
Because I'm telling you, you'll see it's very weird. It's no longer, if you go make a different color points or I don't know, a triangle, squares, small things you can recognize and draw those lines on the picture and then go to the ball and draw a line. And draw a line along this ball that goes to the same
the 2D
points.
shapes on the 2D.
The same points. I didn't finish, Beth. The same points you draw in the picture, and you'll see it's no longer a square; it's curved.
Okay, so can I draw a square on the surface of a sphere?
Yes.
Okay, and now hold on.
You liar!
Yeah.
No.
Why is that? Why do I get a different? Why can't I measure length times width to get the area like I did with the 2D square? Why can't I?
2D.
What changed, Chike? What changed? Why is the area different?
You have the bars. If you go connect those 4 points, if you slice the sphere.
I'm not asking all that. What changed?
It's on a sphere. That's what's changed.
No, it's on the surface of a sphere. It should be the same, bro, right?
No,
it's on the surface of the sphere. In your mind, it's still 2-dimensional, so it should be the same measurement.
But not plane.
This is like 3rd grade math, Brian.
I know, exactly. This is 1st grade math.
You're not understanding.
I asked him what changed. So, Brenda, can you answer honestly? What changes? What changes between a circle and the surface of a sphere? Mathematically.
Anyway, Brian,
it's a sphere.
No, what changed? What from the 2-dimensional? I drew the square on the 2-dimensional circle, okay, and I multiplied length times width and got the area of that square. Now I drew the square on the surface of a sphere, and I multiplied length times width, and I didn't get the proper answer. I got different answers. So what changed, Brenda? Are you honest? Let's see if you're
honest. Has curvature.
Okay, so what did I have to do? So all I had to do was add another dimension, right?
Oh, come on, guys. What
is your
come
point?
on, Brenda, Chike, come on, you two of you.
His point.
Come on, you can't let Brian be doing this to you. 2D
So
balls.
the surface of a sphere is 3 dimensions, correct?
False. The surface of a sphere is 2 dimensions.
No, balls are 3D.
What changed?
What do you mean, what changed?
My measurements are different. I drew a square on the 2-dimensional circle, and then I did it on the surface of a sphere, and I got different answers.
Brian, you didn't draw on a 2-dimensional. You drew on a 2-dimensional plane. And now you're not drawing it on a plane, but 2-dimensional sphere.
You said I could draw it a square on a sphere.
2-dimensional sphere. Are you sure? Come on, Chike.
Yeah, sphere surface.
Flat balls.
You said I could.
You can't have 2D spheres. You can't have that.
You draw it on a plane surface, and now you draw it on spherical surface. It's different.
That's why.
Anyway, for anybody out there listening who wants to,
these are basic elementary concepts.
Exactly.
That apparently you don't get. Neither you.
For anybody out there listening who wants honesty, and wants to answer, the answer is when I drew did length times width on the square, I drew on the circle. But then when I changed it into 3 dimensions, I had to change the equation because I added a dimension. So I can no longer do length times width because it's no longer 2-dimensional, and that 2-dimensional equation doesn't work. So now I have to do a different equation to get the area of the circle because I've added a dimension.
2D balls, come on. If you can't see what's going on here, they want 2D. They want to be 2D.
I'll illustrate it easy for you, Brian. So let's say you want to measure the surface of a sphere. You can take the length from one point to another, it's half a sphere, and you can take the other length from one point to another, it's another half a sphere. Can you calculate the length of the sphere without pi?
Pi is for a 2D. Everybody understands.
And without
what 2D is.
the square of the radius.
Everybody here understands what
Can you
2D
do
is.
it? Can you calculate the surface of the sphere from those 2 lengths and widths measurements?
I can't use a 2-dimensional measure. I can't, not with a 2-dimensional formula, Chike, because it's not 2-dimensional.
It's a simple question.
Yeah, I'm saying no, not with a 2-dimensional formula. No.
Measure the width of the sphere, the length.
You would get a circle, bro.
Measure the length of the sphere.
Come on, stop gaslighting the poor fella. Everybody here knows that 2D is a plane. Right? It's not the surface of a sphere.
What kind of
Chike, there's no way that you can have a perceived intelligence and come in and tell us that a 2D will be a surface of a sphere. A 2D sphere. Everybody knows that a circle is 2D. And if a circle is 2D, a sphere cannot be 2D. It can't be. It's not allowed to be.
We're talking about the surface of a sphere.
Yeah, but your gaslighting and your sophistry with your semantics won't work. You can't have it being the same.
How do you determine the dimensions of any object or surface in mathematics?
Brenda, I just proved it mathematically. Okay, the 2-dimensional formula did not work on the surface of your sphere. Deal with it. Quit being dishonest.
I'm not dishonest. These are like basic concepts that you would need to understand before you could move on to higher level math. The point
like length times width, Brenda, like a 2-dimensional length times width. Okay, that doesn't work on the surface of your sphere because it's not 2 dimensions. I don't know how much more
false. That's false. It doesn't work because the sphere has curvature. You'll need to use trigonometry to find the area of that rectangle.
A triangle.
Thank you.
That's a
thank you. So it's got curvature,
2-dimensional shape also.
It doesn't mean that a 2D surface can be curved.
No, Brenda.
Yes,
2D is a plane surface.
That's
false. Just a minute. Definition 5 from Euclid Book 1. A surface is that which has only length and breadth.
That's in
Find
book 1.
the plane.
Yes.
Find the word
So
plane.
what's the difference then, Chike?
Find the word plane in this definition.
What's the difference? What do I got to do
Find
to make the
the
circle a
word
sphere?
plane in this
The
definition.
plane gets defined in definition 3, book 11. Chike.
You have a curve. You can have a curved
No, that's false.
surface.
Yes, that's where plane comes into it.
Yeah, as soon as you curve it, that's how you add a dimension, Brenda. As
No,
soon as you take
you
it out of
lied,
it,
Brenda.
as soon as you
You
take
lied.
it out of 2 dimensions, all you got to do is curve it. That's literally what you do to put it in another dimension.
A
Is
plane
curve
is
the plane.
defined. A plane is defined in book 1.
A plane has just length and breadth, right? It doesn't say anything about it being a flat plane. That is a type of plane, but planes don't have.
No, there's only a 2D plane, Brenda.
Yeah, that's why we. Yeah, that's why
there
we said
is
make
no
it-
other type of plane. There is only
Dev,
2D.
Dev, take us to definition 7 from Euclid.
It's just basic maths, guys.
I'll
Basic
read it then.
maths.
I'll read it then. Definition 7 from Euclid Book 1. A plane surface is a surface which lies evenly with a straight line on itself.
Right.
So no curve.
I bet everybody who's listening here.
So we have
aware,
definition of
Chike,
surface.
Chike, please. I bet everybody who's listening in isn't aware of how geometry can seriously mess up the globe believer. Because this is a really basic misunderstanding, but it goes all the way back to not being able to tell whether it's a straight line or a circle.
So it's clear
And they have a lot of these problems.
Euclid defines
within the
surface.
globe model.
So it's clear that Euclid defines surface not as a plane, and then he defines a plane as a special case of a surface.
Superficies.
Yes.
I told you he never said this word. He didn't speak Latin.
It says that in my book, though.
I don't care that you read. I told you, you read a
superficies
translation of a copy of a translation of a copy. Doesn't matter. That's not what Euclid wrote.
Yeah, but the idea of Euclid is to
the idea of
to work
superficies,
through it yourself.
the
It's a
word
logical process,
superficies,
Chike. But that logical process seems to have broken down with you. At the moment they went into 3 dimensions, you wanted to scuttle back into a 2-dimensional.
And another thing, Chike. Brenda said I can. Brenda said that I can multiply length times width and get the area on a. And I asked you on a 2-dimensional surface, on any 2-dimensional surface, can I draw a square?
I was clear you can't.
So who's right? You or Brenda, Chike?
I was clear that you can't. On a plane you can.
Brenda says you can. Wait, Brenda said you can.
You should ask me. I meant only on a flat 2-dimensional plane.
No, on any 2-dimensional shape, Brenda, you could draw a square on any. This is the question I asked you.
False.
And it still stands. Can I ask you? I mean, can I draw a square on any 2-dimensional shape? Okay, and multiply length times width to get the area. And you agree. The correct answer. You agreed, right?
That's not what I said. I was talking about a flat 2-dimensional plane. On a curved surface, curved surfaces are possible. You can't just multiply length by width. You're gonna have.
What do I got to do to take that? What do I got to do to alter the 2 dimensions? What do I got to do to that square or the picture of the circle to add a dimension, Brenda?
You're not adding a dimension to the surface.
No, but to get it from 2 to 3, what do I got to do to the picture of that
surface? Is a surface is 2-dimensional, Brian. It doesn't have.
I just got to bend it, right? All I got to do is bend it and add another dimension.
Curvature. It can have curvature, but it's still 2-dimensional.
But how do I get it out of the 2nd dimension, Brenda? How do I add a 3rd dimension?
You can't add a 3rd dimension to a surface. It has 2 dimensions.
What do I do to add another dimension? Okay, it's not stuck in 2D.
You add
curvature.
Yes,
there's a few ways I can do it, Brenda. I just want to see if you'll tell me one of them.
the rind of an orange, Brian, if you cut out a part of an orange, the surface of that rind is two-dimensional, right? It curves
No,
in
it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Slice an orange.
No, it's
Slice
not.
the top off an orange.
Yes, it is. It curves in a third dimension, but the surface is still two-dimensional.
Yes, exactly. It curves in a third dimension. As soon as you add the curve, you've added a dimension. You can't get out of this.
No, you
As
haven't.
soon as you add another dimension, you add another dimension.
You haven't added a dimension to the surface. You've only
a dimension of up and down, Brenda. That's a whole nother dimension.
You have not added a dimension to the surface, Brian.
Yes, I have, because two dimensions doesn't include up and down.
You have not added a third dimension to the surface, because then it would be a solid.
Brenda, you keep on saying a third dimension. You keep on adding the word a third dimension. So therefore, you're bringing that into...
It doesn't matter. The rind of an orange.
You keep on saying
plane, Brenda, is the third dimension.
The rind of an orange, right, curves in 3 dimensions, but it's still the surface.
You're still there.
The surface is two-dimensional.
Third dimension.
Yes, it's not a big. This isn't a difficult concept.
It's not. Brenda 1 got it right. Why is Brenda 2 changing the answer?
Interrupting. Holy crap!
How
the surface.
Do we have to be?
Surface,
come on, guys.
The surface of a two-dimensional. The surface.
Of a two-dimensional orange. Yes.
Yeah.
Go on.
The surface of the rind curves in 3 dimensions, but it's still. But it's still
it curves in 3 dimensions.
Stop interrupting.
But you did just say it curves in 3 dimensions. Don't take it back.
Stop interrupting. Stop it.
Are you going to double back? Are you going to have a dilethiism moment?
Stop it. It's not
talking about oranges.
Stop it.
It's
still.
Why are we talking about oranges?
Just stop interrupting me. It's still 2 dimensions.
No, it curves in 3 dimensions, Brenda.
That's right.
You've just said that.
That's not a contradiction.
It is.
Why doesn't the math work
the same? It is definitely a contradiction.
No, it's
Brenda.
not.
It is.
Brenda, why's the math change? Why's the math change? I don't get it.
Because it curves in a 3rd dimension.
So wait, if I measure the orange, if I take the peel off, the formula changes. Is that what you're saying?
Brenda, Brian, there's no need to go to formulas. Brenda's telling you. It curves in 3 dimensions, but and Brenda imagines it's 2 dimensions. She's a dilethiist.
That's not a contradiction, Beth.
It is definitely a contradiction. Yes.
No, what's the contradiction?
You can't have something curving in 3 dimensions and being 2-dimensional. It's stupid, Brenda, to even think you can conceptualize that.
Why can't you have that?
Unbelievable.
Well, you're just
closest you can have is
that's just incredulity. Why can't a 2-dimensional surface curve in 3 dimensions?
Because that's no longer 2-dimensional. You take a picture, and to change that picture, the 2-dimensional picture, you've got to add the 3-dimensional curvature.
What's the contradiction? What's the contradiction? There's no contradiction. There's no contradiction in a 2-dimensional surface that curves in a 3rd dimension. There's no contradiction.
God, you're so fucking stupid, dude. It is unreal.
Yeah.
Now, the laughter of fools.
I'm just wondering how many people you've advised, Brenda, because that's ridiculous. Obviously ridiculous.
Your incredulity isn't an argument.
It's fantasy.
That's just incredulity.
No, you're talking about a fantasy, a conceptualization of something that could not possibly happen.
You can't understand.
You're just showing everybody your dilethiism. Opening it out to everybody.
You can't understand how a 2-dimensional surface can curve in a 3rd. You can't understand how a 2-dimensional surface can curve in a 3rd dimension.
Would make it
by definition, once you curve it, it's no longer 2-dimensional, Brenda. That's how you change the dimensions, Brenda. That's how you add a dimension. You add another.
I can't believe you do this, Brenda.
By definition, a 2-dimensional surface. By definition, a 2-dimensional surface can be defined by length and breadth. right? So it
Right.
still has,
which doesn't work on your orange surface.
Yes, it does. It's still a
No, it
two-dimensional
doesn't.
surface.
No, it doesn't.
You're just saying, nah, doesn't change it. Show
Brenda,
the
you already
contradiction.
said when I first
Show
asked
the
you, you said,
contradiction.
yeah, you.
Bry,
There's-
Bry, like this isn't just
There
about
is no
Brenda, right? At the
logical
minute, this
contradiction.
Brenda, how deep does this go? Is this something that the globe model requires you to say? Because it seems fucking ridiculous.
This is something that elementary school geometry requires you to say.
No, it's not, Brenda. This is
Yes, it
absolutely,
absolutely
fantastical
is.
what you're trying to
Elementary children throughout the world.
Well, you might have had it put into you at childhood. I can quite
that a
go with
two-dimensional surface can curve in a third dimension.
That's ridiculous, Brenda.
That's all you've got is incredulity. All you have is that's ridiculous.
No, it's provably false, Brenda.
Prove it then prove it.
Well,
Brenda, you proved it yourself.
Once you've said a third dimension, you are taking out of 2 dimensions, aren't you?
No.
Because you've just said a third dimension.
The surface still has 2 dimensions. The surface still has 2 dimensions, even though it curves.
You've said a third dimension.
Yes.
Happy days.
It still has 2 dimensions.
But you've already said third dimension.
Plus one.
Away from
Yes,
2 dimensions.
I have. Yes, I have.
It's got 2 dimensions plus the one you added, Brenda, by curving it.
Yeah, no, it doesn't have that dimension. It's still 2 dimensions.
No, you added a dimension, Brenda. Quit lying.
Brenda,
that's wrong.
You said a third dimension.
Yes.
Did you or did you not?
You keep asking me that. I give you the same answer. A curved 2-dimensional surface. I mean, a 2-dimensional surface can curve in a third dimension. There is no logical contradiction there.
Sure is. There's a mathematical contradiction.
A third dimension. Thank you. That's all I needed.
Yeah,
you've said a third dimension. That's all.
The fact that I said a thing doesn't prove what you think. Your inability to understand how a 2-dimensional surface can curve in a third dimension, is just
you
your
should
problem.
cut back on the abuse that you give people while saying fucking stupid shit.
I haven't abused anybody.
Yeah, I got it, y'all.
I'm just saying that you're unable to understand this concept.
Yes, I am. It's unbelievable, Brenda.
Yes,
I will admit.
Children throughout the world understand this concept, and
right,
you
well,
don't.
I wouldn't hope to put that in the mind of children.
You would not pass. You would not pass an elementary school test in geometry.
Probably. If it requires me to think that 2D is 3D is 2D, then I wouldn't do that. And I really hope they don't do that to the minds of children, Brenda. But no doubt you probably would. If you were to have children, Brenda.
Bev. Nobody is saying that 2D is 3D. I'm saying that a 2D surface can curve in a third dimension and still be a 2-dimensional surface.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
That's all you've got. That's all you've got is that's ridiculous.
No,
that's all you've got.
How a surface is defined, Bev?
Yeah, surfaces have to be going out in 2 directions on the XY axis, right? If you want to curve it for a sphere or any kind of 3-dimensional object, you have to add a Z axis.
No, you don't.
Who says?
Why don't you?
Look.
Come on,
if you
Brenda,
want to follow
why
the surface of a 3-dimensional object.
Euclid make a definition for a surface. He doesn't mention any kind of shape. He make definition for a plane, which is derived from a surface, and it's a special case of a surface. Made it for a purpose because not all surfaces are a plane.
You can pretend with your sophistry that you know about Euclid, but I mean, it's pretty clear to anybody that actually does know something about Euclid that you don't.
It's pretty clear that I read Euclid word for word and you not.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So what's a plane then?
Why is it that you were rejecting Euclid, Bev?
Who said Bev was rejecting Euclid?
Chike Chike is quoting Euclid verbatim, and Bev is rejecting him.
Is he? Is that your interpretation of it?
No, Bev makes the claim that 2D is planes, and this is false. Euclid does not define surfaces as a plane. He defines surfaces and defines a plane as a surface.
So what does Euclid claim then?
Didn't claim, he defined and showed proofs.
No, come on. So what is a plane? What does Euclid say is a plane?
I read it just a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I didn't hear it. So please say it again, please.
There for the picture. He has the book.
So you're not going to present anything?
Bev is not going to present anything.
Are you?
I already did. You didn't listen. Put it on a you problem.
I said I didn't hear when you presented it. So could you please present it again?
I put it on a you problem. Ask one of your classmates.
Ask who?
One of your classmates, the rest of you that sit here.
My classmates? Oh, so you think I'm in school?
You mind if I ask a question to anybody
That's how these are structured as schools in teaching Euclidean geometry, the trivium, and other things.
Trivarium.
The trivarium these are structured as Bev teaching people. Yeah. So it is a school.
What's the formula? What's the two-dimensional formula for figuring calculating the area of the sphere?
Brenda, we're all students. Nobody gets taught. We're all students together here.
There's a way, in 2 dimensions, there's a way of getting the area of a square. Okay, we use it every day at a lot of jobs.
Brian, squares only exist in 2D. That's where squares are made.
But I want to see if she even knows the first grade formula for calculating the area of a square on a 2D surface. A 2-dimensional square. Do you know it, Brenda?
It's just a square, Brian. All you need to say is
square. We fail.
It comes with a lot of extra baggage, but a square is a very definable thing within geometry. You don't need to add extra bits to it.
Yeah, but she said we'd all fail elementary school. I'm testing her. Do you know, Brenda?
Yeah, let's deflect to square when we talk about surfaces.
You know the formula, Brenda, for getting area?
Length times breadth.
Okay, so if we draw a square on a sphere, why doesn't that formula work, Brenda?
Because it's curved surface.
Yeah, so it's not. So you've added a dimension, right? Because it's not the same.
For the square, though, would you not just square one side? Why would you need length times breadth? Wouldn't that be for a rectangle?
Brian, it's the about the 5th time you ask the question. Just give it up. You won't get it.
Brenda, next time he asks, just say, just square the side.
This is Brian. This is not Burger King, and you can't have it your way. You can have it only at the way.
You know you're not honest. We're
I know you think so.
I know Brenda's not honest too. We're just showing y'all.
I know you think so, Brian. I know you think so. You can ask any math teacher, and they will tell you. You can't have it your way. It's not what you believe.
A math teacher will tell me. Did you see that video I posted? Because he says that the surface of the sphere is 3-dimensional. Your own CEO of surveying says the surface of the sphere is 3-dimensional. Okay, so they don't agree with you.
Yeah, they won't know anything about the globe. They won't know. The Chike knows way more. And Brenda. It's got to be 2D, hasn't it? Has to be 2D.
I want to see a surveyor say.
Yeah, no, and what will you say when I show it to you? Because before I waste my time digging it up,
I don't know what I'll say. I need.
Then I'm not getting it. No, you tell me what you'll say first.
He wants them to say it's 2D. He wants them to say the surveyors that it's 2D.
Brian, before I saw it.
Say, hey,
there you go.
surveyors,
There's his honesty, y'all. He's not an honest person.
Okay. I'll answer you honestly. If he says the surface of a sphere is 3D, then he's not a surveyor.
What? Are you? Yeah, you
I
can't
gave
be
you
doing
answer.
that.
I gave you my answer.
You, Chike, that's never done any surveying in your life.
Bev, you asked me what I'll say.
You can't be saying that if anybody says it's 3D, then they're not real.
Brian asked me what I'll say, and I answered directly what I'll say.
Chike, the surface of a circle is 2 dimensions. If you want to change it 3, make it a sphere. That's the difference,
Brian.
That's the dude. This is simple shit.
Money time. Show the video.
It's a clip in a video. I gotta find it, man.
You asked me a question. Show the video.
Can I ask you a question? Can I get like 20 seconds to ask a question?
Go on.
Thanks. Okay, so let's say you're on a flat surface and you want to make a curved line, but you can't deviate up or down. You could curve to the left or right as much as you want. Once you curve up or down, what's happening to the flat surface, man?
Nothing happened to the flat surface. You're just not on it.
Really? So you're not off the flat surface anymore?
You're off. I said nothing happened to the surface. You're just not on it anymore.
I don't understand that. All right, thank you.
Okay.
If you go on the
like
surface
an elevation
and you go
change,
in anything then right and left, you're not on the surface anymore.
Yeah, like an elevation change from
right.
the surface.
If I draw a line, not necessarily a straight line, but any line on a flat surface, that line is one-dimensional, right?
Like when you say flat, what do you mean? Do you mean flat in reality, or do you mean
no, you dumbass
to start off with? What do you
I
actually
guess
mean?
If I have changes whatever direction you're facing, right? That's what you're saying.
I just want to ask if I draw an arbitrary Brian, control yourself. So I just draw a line on a flat surface, right?
What do you mean by a flat surface, Brenda?
I just draw a line on a flat surface.
Like okay,
is it
piece of
one-dimensional? Is it one-dimensional?
Like a piece of paper, Brenda.
You decide. You go ahead. You decide.
Because you're drawing a line on something in reality. You're not talking about a plane geometrically.
Is it one-dimensional?
No, it's three-dimensional, isn't it? Because there will be a solid element to it.
Lines are three-dimensional?
The one that you've just drawn in reality, like you just confirmed that you were drawing, yes, Brenda, it would be three-dimensional. Because everything in reality is three-dimensional.
So consider a line on a flat surface. Is that line one-dimensional?
No.
Aston answered.
So a line on a flat surface is not one-dimensional.
Conceptually, just back and forth.
I said consider in your mind's eye a flat surface and a line on that surface, any arbitrary line. Is that line one-dimensional?
No, it's in your imagination, Brenda. You're considering it. It doesn't actually exist.
There's no logical way for her to go with this, so I'll bite. Oh, yes. Back and forth conceptually is one dimension. And then once I deviate from that.
Do you agree,
I do. I'll bite. Go ahead.
Do you agree, Bev? Do you agree?
I'll bite. Yes, I agree.
I'd like to get Bev to come along with us here.
There's no logical way out, because as soon as she changes it another direction, it's two dimensions. And then when she adds up or down, which is a curved surface, all she got to do is curve that back and forth, left and right. Once she curves it, it's no longer two-dimensional. But she wants to have her cake and eat it too.
So I would like Bev to come along instead of running away.
Right. Well, Brenda, are you talking to me or are you talking to Brian?
I'm talking to the group.
Right. Well, I'm not involved in Brian's conversation with you because he's just took it on.
You're tapping out.
If you want me to have a conversation with you, Brenda, I'm gladly do it.
Why can't I talk to you and to Brian?
Well, because you want to check everything that Brian says with me, which is ridiculous. If you're having a conversation with Brian, just have a conversation with Brian.
Why can't I talk with both of you?
Wait, Brenda, I suggest you keep with Brian and let's see how long Bev can keep himself out of the conversation.
Okay, well, okay then, since I can't get Bev to participate, right? Brian, we have, in our mind's eye, we have a two-dimensional surface, and in our mind's eye, there is a line on that surface. And you agree that that line is one-dimensional, right?
Sure.
And then I bend that surface, in a third dimension. So that surface, like say a rubber sheet, is now curves in a third dimension. Is that line still one-dimensional?
You're talking about if you stay on the same line and you add height to the line?
No, we're not adding height to the line. It's still on the surface.
Can you repeat that? I want to make sure I hear this right.
The line is still one. It still has just length. It has no breadth or depth, but it's on the 2D surface, and the 2D surface now bends in a third dimension.
Hey, no, it's okay. The whole surface you're bending. If you're bending the 2D surface, then you're making it 3D. If you bend just a line, then the line you've added a second dimension to the line, but the paper has 3 dimensions. Yeah,
the line.
There's no other answer, Brenda. This is first grade shit.
No, the line still has just one dimension. It just has length. It has.
Once you bend that line, you've added another dimension.
No.
And then once you deviate left and right, you've added the third dimension. You're just doing it in a different order.
He's saying a line is a point. No, you think a line is a point, bro?
No, I don't think a line is a point. I think it's a line. Lines have length only. They don't have breadth.
And they don't have height. So if you add height, if you don't have breadth and you just have length and height, you've only got 2 dimensions.
The line doesn't have height. The line doesn't have height.
Once you bend it, it sure does.
No, it doesn't. It's on the surface. It has no height.
Then why can't I do the same math, Brenda? Why doesn't the math match, Brenda?
Because it's curving in a third dimension. It's in a higher dimension, but it still can be a one-dimensional object. And the two-dimensional surface curving into a third dimension is still two-dimensional, even though it curves in a third dimension, Brian.
I can't think of a word worse than fucking flat out either lying or retarded. I don't know either one. That's me being nice.
Yeah, retarded is the right word, Brian. Sorry to tell you.
Are you being willfully ignorant, Brenda? There's things you do to add dimensions. Okay, if I have a line conceptually and I bend it, I've just added a dimension. Period. I've added height.
No, you haven't.
Yes, I have. It's no longer on a straight line, one-dimensional. It's no longer one-dimensional once you bend it. For fuck's sake,
Brian, if I have a string and I bend it in a shape in a spherical, I wind it around a ball. The string is still just a string. It isn't a sphere.
You can't represent
just a string.
You can't represent anything bent in one dimension. It's not possible. You're defying freaking basic principles. Period. You can't bend something in one dimension, Brenda. You have to add a dimension to bend it or to move it any way you move it. That's mathematics. I mean, that's how you add a dimension is by bending it or turning it.
It keeps on saying the third dimension. Therefore,
yes,
you're bringing something else into the equation. So therefore, it's not.
That doesn't
follow.
That doesn't follow. A two-dimensional surface can exist in a three-dimensional space. It can bend in that space, and
you keep on bringing in the three-dimensional space. Therefore, you change the equation.
Show me a citation for this. Please. I want to see a citation.
Just look up.
Here's a citation for you, Brian. Take a string and hold it between your hands. You're in three dimension, and you have a line.
But then if
the line is curved, it's still a line in 3 dimensions.
Yeah. So you've curved it, so therefore you're changing the space, aren't you?
You're changing the space it's in. Yeah.
Correct. So you're taking it to third dimension, aren't you?
Why can't a one-dimensional or a two-dimensional object exist in three-dimensional space? It's absolutely.
It can. If you want to be dishonest, go ahead and change the topic. You're trying to represent three-dimensional surface as 2 dimensions. Okay. Now you're trying to be a weasel about it. And you got to be a weasel.
Reality. Everything in reality, Brenda, is 3D.
No, can a one-dimensional
one
line
and 2D
exist?
they don't exist. No,
So
there's no thing. Only 3D. There
So you've
only ever
decided to
has
join
been
us.
3D. There only ever will be 3D. 2D is a conceptual thing.
And there's a difference.
Bev has decided to join us, right? So you take a one-dimensional object can exist in a three-dimensional space.
There's no such thing as a one-dimensional object, Brenda. They don't exist.
What is Euclid talking about?
A conceptual idea of a line, the shortest distance between 2 points.
I just like to say, I just like to say, I'm glad you came around, Bev, and you don't say that planes exist in reality anymore.
2D is building a framework for your mind.
So according to this, I would take Bev to also agree that a two-dimensional surface is only conceptual and doesn't exist in reality.
Brenda, you've been lied to,
Brenda. Not exist in reality.
Hang on. We got a hot mic. Kawasaki, Ninja, we got a hot mic. Kawasaki.
I got it.
Just mute him.
Okay.
Sorry, but Brenda, you've been lied to. I know it's hard to accept. You've been fooled. But listen, you've been fooled. If I'm doing a roof, just a flat roof, I can. When I go to buy my material, I've measured the length and the width, and I get the two-dimensional area that I need. How much plywood I need? Okay, if I'm doing a domed roof, I can't just do length and width. I'll get the wrong amount of plywood, Brenda, because I've added a dimension. You've been fooled.
I
know it hurts to hear, but trust me, you've been lied to. You've been fooled. Just deal with it.
I've never denied that.
Okay, good. I know when you first answered, you said you answered correctly.
Is your roofing material still flat?
My roofing material is going to give me a different calculation if I try and do it in 2 dimensions or 3 dimensions, Brenda. If I try and do a flat 3D roof, I can't bend it I can't add a dimension, Brenda, or it won't fit.
The roofing material you buy for a dome to cover a dome is still flat, isn't it?
No, it's not flat.
Yeah, it
freaking
is.
knucklehead. No, it's not.
Yes,
and it's
it is.
different math. It's a different equation, Brenda, because you've added a dimension.
I don't
know what else to tell you, dude.
The tar paper is flat, Brian.
No, it's not. It's not flat when you bend it, Brenda. The tar paper. Once you bend it around, then you've bent it around, Brenda.
I
know you're trying to be slick. We hear you trying to be slick, okay? But we want you to be honest, not slick.
Does it gain thickness when you bend it?
It changes dimensions, Brenda, when you bend it.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change
at all.
Yes,
it does. Mathematically, it changes fucking formulas. It changes dimensions. You can't do the same math once you bend it.
The tar paper doesn't. It just bends in a third dimension, but the tar paper itself.
Why does it cover it? Okay, then once I bend it, why can't I cover the 2-dimensional area then, Brenda? Why? Why, Brenda?
Cover a 2-dimensional area with the tar paper.
No, the same 2-dimensional amount. Why does the amount that I'm covering with it change when I bend it?
Because when you're covering a dome,
no, there is no because it's not flat no more.
It's not no more. Well,
I'm gonna pass this on to somebody else, y'all. I've been hogging the mic. Y'all don't be shy if you're listening to take a damn man. He fucking comes in every now and then and hogs the mic. Look, just talk. Don't ask. Can I ask a question? Just come in and fucking say what you got to say, guys. I'm gonna back off.
A 2-dimensional surface is still 2-dimensional, even in third dimension, and even with the curves in a third dimension. A 1-dimensional string or line is still 1-dimensional, even if it's on a 2-dimensional surface, or even if it winds around in a third dimension. They still retain their unique characteristic that they are defined by either 1 dimension or 2.
No, they don't.
Yeah, that's all you have, Bev, is nuh-uh.
Well, they obviously don't, Brenda. There's rules within geometry that prove that obviously isn't the case.
Well, go ahead and prove it then.
Perpendicular proves it.
Let's see the proof.
Perpendicular. Book 11. perpendicular to a plane. It's the whole reason of the horizontal paradox.
No, it's not.
Yes. If
No
you
one
have
ever
a
argued.
plane, all of the perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel.
Mm-hmm.
If you
Agreed.
put that plane
I
in the
agreed.
horizontal position, all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be vertical
Nope.
and parallel.
Nope.
Yes,
No,
they
won't.
will. Geometrically, yes,
Oh,
they will.
No, they won't. On a
Geometrically.
two-dimensional surface, Bev, on a two-dimensional surface that's bending in arbitrary three space, perpendiculars to that surface will not be parallel. Only if that is a plane, but not
The
if
horizontal
it's a
plane,
curve.
yes.
If it's no,
That's
not
why we
if
call
it's
it the horizontal paradox.
I'm
because it
talking about
only
the-
exists when you add a model to a horizontal plane.
I'm talking about a general two-dimensional surface.
Yeah, I'm talking about the horizontal plane.
No,
In reality.
We've been talking this whole time about a general two-dimensional surface.
Yeah, but we're
Not
talking
a
about
plane.
now we're talking about reality.
No,
the
we're not-
horizontal plane in reality.
Horizontal planes don't exist in reality, Bev. You said
Because
yourself
your model
everything
says that.
No, you said yourself that everything
you
is
can
only
establish
three
a
dimensions.
horizontal plane in reality.
You said everything is only
you can
three dimensions.
definitely establish a horizontal plane
Yeah, Rampus,
in
Brenda,
reality.
You said
you can
everything-
definitely. I said you can
Brenda, just stay until
definitely
he tells you to talk.
establish a horizontal plane in reality. Yes,
You said
definitely can.
You said everything is only three dimensions, not two dimensions.
Yes, everything in reality is three-dimensional. Yes.
Then you
And
can't have a two-dimensional
in reality,
plane.
you
You
can
can't
establish a horizontal plane in reality.
You
yes,
can't
you
then.
can.
No, so you're admitting that a two-dimensional plane can exist in a third dimension.
In reality, you can establish a horizontal plane. Yes.
So one-dimensional lines can exist in three dimensions, right?
In reality, right?
Lines are two-dimensional.
Lines are one-dimensional.
Lines are two-dimensional.
No, lines are one-dimensional.
Within
You
geometry,
need
a
two
line is
axes
1D.
to
It
represent
has
the
length
points,
and
bro.
no
What are you
breadth.
talking
That's one dimension.
Right. And surfaces,
Mm-hmm.
including
A
planes,
scale
are
represents
two-dimensional.
numbers. This would be one-dimensional. You're thinking of a ruler, and the points on a ruler being like I see
No, that would
where
be
you're having a
three-dimensional.
misconception.
A ruler would be 3D, definitely, because it exists
No, I'm
in
talking
reality.
about he's thinking that a line is one-dimensional. That's what he's saying.
I don't know.
Trying to tell, dude, you need a y-axis.
Did you know what you were saying,
and
Brenda?
the x-axis to represent your first point.
He just told you what you were
in a
saying.
two-dimensional plane. Period. That's
Is that what you were saying? Or did you not know what you were saying, Brenda? Come on. Now's your chance. You can definitely establish a horizontal plane in reality. There are tools you can get that will aid you establish that horizontal plane.
I want to see that horizontal bit. Let's see. You just said it's just a concept, and then you can establish it. How can you?
No, I said a plane. A plane within geometry is definitely a conceptual two-dimensional.
Right.
Right.
So in reality, it's not conceptual.
You can establish a horizontal plane.
Then show us a picture of a plane,
You
Bev.
just use any tool. They are called
I don't have the tools.
Chike,
I
and
don't
they
have the tools.
establish horizontal planes.
I don't have the tools. Can you show me a picture? You have the tool right behind you that creates horizontals all day long. Can we see a picture?
A level. Any level.
Create horizontal. Creates horizontal plane, right?
Yeah, every level.
Let's see it. Take a picture, post it here. The horizontal plane created by this water level.
The level. Are you sure you're all right, Chike?
Just
Are you
bring
doing
us
okay?
the pictures, babe. Why are you running away?
I'm not running away from anything.
Yes,
Chike.
you are.
This is
Just
rather
take the
silly.
picture and
Is this one of your
post it.
strongest arguments?
Just
You've never
take
seen a
the
picture of a level. Can anybody?
I never
Chike
saw.
out? He
I
wants to
saw
see
many
what a level
pictures
is.
of
He doesn't know.
level. I
It's
never
a
saw a
shame.
picture of a horizontal plane.
The horizontal plane that you can establish with an auto.
Yeah. I didn't see a
You've
picture
never
of
seen
that.
the horizontal plane that can be
Ever,
established, or
ever,
anybody.
never.
Because you've never done any surveying, have you?
What? Well, I told you I had my eye in telescope more than you. Why you tell me I don't?
With a horizontal plane.
What does it matter? What plane is it?
Because the level and the
Is the
auto
horizontal
level
plane?
are the
Is
ones
the horizontal
that set
plane?
the horizontal plane. Yes.
Is the horizontal plane different than any other plane?
It's in the horizontal position. Yes.
Yes. So is it different than any other plane?
It's in the fact that it's horizontal. Yes, it's different
Right.
than any
So
other
can you
plane
take a picture?
that
Can we
is
see the
not
picture?
horizontal.
Can we see the picture of the plane, Beth?
Have you've never done surveying?
Keep running. I'm asking for a picture. Simple thing.
You can't really, can you, Chike? Because you've never
You
done
can't
any
take a
surveying.
picture. Right.
No.
Right. Thank you. I bring
I
a
can take a
picture. I
picture of
bring
a surveyor
evidence.
who is surveying,
bring
by the way.
citation for everything I say. You don't.
Right.
What's the problem now?
He's got something. He
we want
says
a
that you
picture.
can't establish a horizontal plane in reality.
Didn't say that. I
He
said
wants a picture of
I
it.
said a plane does not exist in reality. That's what I said.
Seems
plane
like
doesn't
it's an
exist in
argument
reality.
from no argument, Chike.
Yeah, electric. Maybe you want to white knight for Bev and bring us a picture of the plane.
Yeah, planes.
A picture like forward
I say it that way because, how does that help your argument?
Points, lines, and planes.
He doesn't
and
have an argument.
solids.
Don't pretend like he's got an
Points-
argument, because he
points-
hasn't. Like
I wanna
he
understand
people
what
may
they're
have been
misconceptualizing.
mistaken. Yeah, but people may have been mistaken that Chike actually
Points.
has an argument. He hasn't. He has none.
Points, lines, planes, and solids are abstract concepts. They are not. They do not
A
exist in
solid
reality.
is not a concept, Brenda.
Yes, of course it is.
No,
of course it is.
Brenda.
A solid is a concept. Of course
No,
it is.
a solid is 3D.
Spheres don't exist in reality, Val.
A ball.
Ball? That's not a sphere. If you measure a ball, it will not be.
What's the surface of a ball, Brenda? What's the surface of a ball?
What's the weight?
You have a. Go ahead.
What's the weight of a sphere, Bev?
No, let's hear this answer
What's
from
the
Brenda.
weight of a sphere, Bev?
Chike, you've just interrupted, have you? Did you? Was it because I was asking Brenda about
Brenda,
a ball?
She let me speak.
Well, yeah,
What
but
is
I
the
was
weight-
asking Brenda a question.
What was it? You weren't
What's the
asking no
surface of a
questions.
ball? Since that's in reality, and you're telling me it's not a sphere, what is the surface of a ball? Is that 3D or is that 2D?
Surfaces are 2D.
Brenda? Brenda? Hey, Brenda?
What do you want?
The surface of a ball. Is it 3D or 2D?
The concept, the surface is a concept. It's a mathematical concept.
The ball, it's actually there though, the ball. It's not really
Yes.
conceptual. It is a physical thing. A
But
ball.
two-dimensional, if we have a basketball, right, its surface, that's a concept.
No, it's a real thing. That
No, it's
does
not.
actually exist. Yes.
Yeah,
You
this
can
place
draw
is
It does
water.
actually have a surface. It does.
You can draw lines on a basketball. It's still not going to be a one-dimensional line. It's going to have three
I
dimensions.
asked you about the surface of a ball, Brenda.
Yeah, that's a description.
Is it
it's a
2D
conceptual,
or is it 3D?
the surface is a 2D conceptualization, right, of the physical object that we're calling here a basketball.
So you and Chike both think the surface of a ball, an actual ball in reality, is 2D.
We were told the surface of a ball is 2D by Euclid.
Well, he never bothered telling me that. Because
You
if he
never
did,
bothered.
I'd have said that's fucking
He did.
ridiculous.
He
Don't be
did.
saying that.
You never bothered listening.
Somebody must have wrote that down wrong. Euclid,
Well,
do you want to
he did.
change that? Sounds ridiculous.
Euclid said
Doesn't sound like
you
something you'd
don't
have wrote.
bother listen. That's the problem. It doesn't fit what you believe, what you already know. You false preconceptions, then you won't believe a Euclid
Are you sure
either.
this is the best you've got? I mean, I know
Yep.
you're going to be struggling, but
Yep.
really?
I'm not struggling, babe. You
The
are.
surface of a ball being
Euclid
2D.
Euclid said solid boundary is a surface.
It's like you're giggling there. It's like, do you get extra pay for saying
reality-
the amount of
in
times you have to
reality-
go like say really
In
stupid
reality, you have material balls. The surface is a conception. It's not there.
No, it's a real. If it's a ball, it's real. It's a physical thing. It's called a ball.
Yeah,
You've
so what?
named it. It has an
Right.
actual
I said we have
physical
balls.
property to it. It
I
can be
did
predicated
say-
upon.
I
Therefore,
did say.
it's real.
I said balls are real. The surface is a conception.
Well, the surface of the ball is real. Whether there's an extra conceptual
No, it
bit that you
isn't.
can wrap around it,
It
in a
isn't.
shroud of
What kind of conception do you
weird
think it is?
whatever. But I mean, the actual
What kind of
surface of
thing?
the ball is a real
Do you consider?
thing.
Do you consider a flat glass to be a plane?
No,
What is it?
No.
it's just glass.
It's glass, right?
Mhm.
But like the ball, what is the surface of the glass?
The surface of the glass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'd be
And
able
like
to
the plane or
point at it
the
and say,
surface?
that is the surface of the glass. I'd be able to
Right.
put my
And
finger on
is it planar? Is it planar
draw
or not?
a thing on it.
And is it planar or not?
Well, I don't. Is it planar or I don't know.
Nuh-uh. It isn't planar. Because you
Well,
know
it isn't
why?
planar.
You
Because
know
a plane
why?
is a geometric concept, and the glass is
Right.
an actual real
You
thing.
got it right.
Brilliant. So, could you put that glass in the horizontal position?
No.
What? Why not? That
Because glass look like this. So which horizontal?
could you put the
which
glass though in the horizontal position?
Bev,
as in,
I
it's got
posted
no
a
slope
picture.
from across the corners,
I
across the
posted a
sides.
picture of a glass under a microscope. So
Mm-hmm.
you tell me which part of the glass I put horizontal, so all the glass is horizontal.
All of the piece of glass that you had at the beginning, the whole
no,
thing.
it
Pretty
has.
sure that's wait. I'm pretty sure that's how they make glass in the horizontal position. Sheets of glass.
No, the
That
vertical
surface-
actually.
That surface
That's not
doesn't
how they
look
do it.
flat. That surface doesn't look flat at all. That surface isn't flat.
It's horizontal position is what
It
we're
doesn't
talking
have-
about.
it
You say
isn't
the
flat.
surface of glass isn't
How
flat.
can it
but
be
you'll say tar
horizontal
paper
if it's not
bending
flat,
is
Bev?
flat. That's
But look at that image, Buster. It's not flat. It has hills and valleys.
glass
I
isn't
didn't
flat.
say
The tar
that
paper
it was
bending.
flat.
I'm just
I
gonna
said that
take-
it's made in a horizontal position.
I'm just going to take Bev's position on the Earth and say that glass has hills and valleys, so it's not flat.
didn't
That's
say it
okay,
was
fine
flat.
then. I
Nobody
didn't
said
say
That's what
that.
Bev says about the
I said
Earth.
it's
The Earth has
made-
hills and valleys, so it's
made
not
in a
flat.
horizontal position.
Yes.
Yeah,
Brenda.
nobody cares about that, Buster.
That's what
the
we were
point is-
talking about, though, Brenda. That's
Well-
what we were talking about.
Bev, does that glass surface have hills and valleys?
We said the glass is made, or I asked Chike.
Nobody cares about how it's made.
Chike put the glass in a horizontal position? He said no.
I
And
said
And
it's
then
impossible.
Buster said,
I said,
isn't it made in the horizontal position? And then
Well,
you,
no, it
Brenda,
wasn't.
tried to deflect with something about flat.
What do
It
you
wasn't
mean
even
horizontal?
mentioned. We were
No,
talking to Chike about the horizontal plane.
I want expansion. I want to understand what is horizontal position.
It is with no slope in any area, in any
Look at the
direction.
glass. Look at the glass. It has slopes right and left. What you talking about?
No, that's a float glass.
I'm just taking Bev's
on a bed of tin, Chike. The glass floats along it. There is no flow to the tin beds.
Do you
It
see?
is in the horizontal position. The liquid, molten tin that the glass floats on.
Yeah. And how do you reckon they set those beds?
Do you see the
With
image?
no slope from side to side, no slope from front to back, no slope across the diagonals.
How many slopes in the glass?
No slope. That's a horizontal position. You were asking us, what do we mean? Well, that's exactly what we mean.
I asked you to open
slope.
the picture. Open the picture so your audience can see it.
Yes. Can you see the image that Chike posted?
The image that Chike posted. What, glass?
Glassparency.
Right, yeah. Now, what's that got to do with the horizontal position? That you can
Glass.
put glass in after you've made it.
Does that look like a flat plane to you?
The question was, could you put the glass, the straight piece of glass, in the horizontal position?
Like I said, the glass is not straight. You can't put it in horizontal position.
Made in the horizontal position, though.
It's not straight. It's not flat. I can't put it in horizontal positions.
It's made.
There's always
in the
parts of the glass that
position.
will
It's
not be
float.
horizontal.
It's float glass.
It will always have parts of the glass that are not horizontal because it has hills and valleys in it.
Just like the Earth has hills and valleys.
Have you got a picture of the base of the glass?
Is that right, Bev? The Earth has hills and valleys, right, Bev?
It does have valleys, but you have this conceptual framework to be able to decipher where the elevation changes are.
Yeah, so Bev says that because the Earth has hills and valleys, it cannot be flat. This glass has hills and valleys. Therefore, according to Bev, this glass cannot be flat.
I've said,
and again,
yeah, because I've not claimed that it is flat.
Is the Earth flat, Bev?
No, it's obviously not flat. That glass is obviously not flat. Whenever you go down to the microscopic scale, it's not flat. You've got a picture there. It's definitely not flat. But the glass is made in a horizontal position. And after you've made it, you can then put that glass in the horizontal position. That's what I say anyway.
It's not flat, Bev. It's not flat.
Nobody said it is, Brenda. Like, why are you so obsessed with flat? It's definitely not flat, okay? Okay, Brenda? Brenda? It's definitely not flat. The Earth also is definitely not flat.
Therefore, the glass cannot be put in the horizontal position because it's not
flat. Could definitely be put in the horizontal position whenever yes.
What? An undulated surface you put in horizontal? What are you talking about, Bev?
You could put a piece of wood in the horizontal position.
It won't be horizontal because
a board
it's not
in the
flat.
horizontal position.
No, you can't.
You could put a circle in the horizontal position.
No, the only thing you can put in horizontal
in the horizontal position.
Only thing you can put in horizontal are lines and planes.
Say it, Chike. Say it.
I just did.
Say it. No, say horizontal doesn't exist. You want to? Come on.
In reality,
say it for us. Say horizontal. Say it. Say it. No, say it out loud.
Horizontals do not exist in reality.
There you go.
There we go.
You see, I can answer.
There you go.
Yeah,
there
but
say it again. Say it proud.
No,
Own it.
I did it once.
Scream it.
I'm not your clown. But when I ask Bev
no, you are my clown now.
Answer,
you are my clown now, little buddy. Well done, little buddy. Horizontal doesn't exist. You just said that out loud. You literally gave up horizontal for your model. That's how ridiculous you are.
No.
You gave up horizontal.
But Bev himself.
You can never lie down on your bed horizontally again. You can't use the word. You can't use the word. Take it out of your vocabulary because it doesn't exist.
It exists in my brain as a concept.
And in what position does it exist in your brain? Tell us, what's the orientation of horizontal in your brain?
In the horizontal position, perpendicular to vertical.
Love it.
Yeah,
Fucking beautiful.
You're getting closer
to
top of
God.
mouth.
Oh, save these clips. Save these clips, Bev. We've got another one.
3 hours.
Bev, I have to go. I have to pick up some stuff.
I would
at
as
Amazon.
well. Leave Chike on his own. Tell him, give him a pat on the back and say, "Keep it up."
Will you fucking let me talk when I'm saying good? Bev, you
goodbye
mong.
to Chike. Okay.
Bev, you mong. Let me talk when I'm saying goodbye politely. You mong.
Okay. That sounds.
Dude, that was
polite.
epic, dude. That was epic, funny, bro.
Nicely polite.
So, I just want to say, I have to take off. But I wanted to congratulate Mike Jones for removing the Nazi from his picture. Thank you.
What?
He said, what orientation is horizontal in your brain?
He's got the same picture he's already had. And it's not changed. So, see you later, Brenda. That was nice of you. Give Chike's flat balls a stroke on the way out.
What's even double funny about that is it's in reality horizontals do exist, but not in his mind. In his mind, they don't. So he's literally.
Wait, Brian, I need to show you. I need
so
to
obviously backwards, bro. It's unbelievable.
Brian, I don't double speak, but Dave does.
Right, what are you talking about? Horizontals don't exist. Okay, that's in your brain. But then he asked you what you said. They're in my head. And he asked you what orientation, man. Did you ever respond to that? Because that was epic fucking funny, dude.
He took it out of reality, put it in his mind. But in his mind, it's exactly the same as it is in reality. He's just took it out of reality so it can't hurt his model. So I'll just put that there in this little box in imagination. Pretend it's not real. And then it can't hurt the model. Genius, Chike. I love it.
Hey, who's that? Who's that? Who was asking Chike? Because my shit ain't showing me who's talking. What was the guy's name who asked that?
Mike.
Brian, I'm sending an audio file. Please listen to it.
Is that one of your clips that you've done?
No, well, it's an audio file, just audio.
Yeah, the horizontal plane in reality can definitely be established. Brian will know about that because he's got
Brian
vast
will hear what you
experience
say.
of
Don't worry.
surveying.
He will hear
know
what
a
you
horizontal
say.
plane is.
Debbie will hear what you say.
He's been surveying for years.
So listen.
I've been my whole life. I've been using the equipment.
Brian, listen to the audio.
He was born on the auto level.
I was born. No, not born.
Brian, I'm asking you to listen to the audio. Why you don't listen to the audio?
I will if you shut up. I wanted to say, but you've literally been using the tools since I was a teenager.
16 seconds.
Wow, he's got you under control, hasn't he? There, well done, Chike.
It's all in his head, man. Like with horizontal.
Brian, he doesn't like to talk to people with experience of the tools.
Mm-hmm.
Let Brian listen, huh?
He has. Everybody's listened to it. It's just a horizontal. You can definitely establish a horizontal plane.
I don't know. I only know what you said, Bev.
Mm-hmm. And I said you could definitely establish a horizontal plane in reality.
Said
and every one of those horizontal planes will be parallel to the plane of the horizon, which therefore makes all of those horizontal planes parallel to each other. It's a weird freak of the globe model that can't occur, but it has to. I call that a paradox, but I mean,
Bev, you can't make a pause and then when I start talking again.
Okay.
Tell me when you finish. Yes, but tell me when you finished.
What do you want me to tell you when I've finished? What?
Yep.
The whole show.
Talking.
Do you want me to when I'm
when you finish talking,
the live show?
When you finish talking, when I can talk.
Chunky, by the way, does the vertical orientation?
You know, what do you reckon about that? Vertical plane. Because it would normally, if you can establish a vertical plane, then you can have perpendicular to that, which would then be a horizontal plane. Is that allowed? Chike?
I watch it get done every day.
Yeah.
Or used to.
Have you thought about that one, Chike? Or are we going to lose the vertical plane too? Geometrically, anyway. Because we've already had to get rid of the horizontal plane geometrically. But what about
careful,
the vertical plane?
Toward his precious. Careful, you're heading
Did you hear what he said, Brian?
No, I'm not downloading a fucking virus. Dude.
Don't download it. Listen to it.
Yeah, Chike.
It's telling me to download it. I ain't downloading shit.
If you have, Chike, if you have a vertical plane, and then you have perpendicular to that, would that establish a horizontal plane that you can't have? So, what do you do with vertical planes? Are you allowed them, or are we going to have to get rid of them too? Can we do away with vertical planes and horizontal planes on the globe? Just like get rid of them now. What we don't need them. They're no good.
Well,
yeah, it's probably on par with the square.
A vertical plane on the globe.
There's no vertical plane on the globe.
Well, there is a plane, but you want to call it vertical. It's a plane that goes through the center of the Earth, the other side, and all directions.
So you can have perpendicular to that plane then, which would establish a horizontal, right?
Depends where.
A horizontal plane. Anywhere on the vertical plane.
Perpendicular anywhere on the vertical plane, the horizontal plane will be different.
It will be perpendicular to it.
It will be perpendicular to it, but not parallel to the other horizontals.
Ah, well, see, that's a problem because all of the
perpendicular to the
vertical plane would be horizontal.
On the plane.
It's a big problem for you.
It's a big problem. Well, no, it seems like you've not only have you lost the horizontal plane, but now you've found a geometric
I haven't lost
problem.
anything.
Well, you just gave it up then. Let's say you just gave up the horizontal.
No, I just say they don't exist in reality. It's a concept.
Okay, but they do actually exist in reality, though. That is a problem.
You said they don't.
No, a horizontal plane.
What about the Great Salt Flats? What about the salt flats, Chike? Are the salt flats not flat?
Can you play videos?
Don't bring flat into it. We're talking about a horizontal plane.
Brian, can you play videos?
The salt flats are horizontal.
Brian, did you hear the clip?
It's asking me to download it, man. I can't download it.
Okay, can you see videos?
I'll go look.
I'm asking you, can you see videos?
Yeah, if you download it and put it in live chat.
No, download it. If I post a video in the chat, can you see it?
Yep. What's so important about it? Why don't you just tell me?
I want you to hear it.
Yeah, I'll listen to it if you put it in where I can hear it.
Well, I posted the video.
Have we stopped the show because somebody wants somebody else to watch something?
Nobody stopped anything.
It's amazing to me that with the Euclidean geometry, you build a framework in the 2D, and then from that framework, logical outcome, you're able to do things in reality that work. Like I watch guys use plumb bobs to set their equipment up, and they'll spin that equipment on that azimuth on the horizontal plane 90 degrees and shoot to another plumb bob because of the Euclidean framework.
Yeah, but plumb bob is not a vertical line, is it?
That's the definition of a plumb line.
Really? But it has a breadth, so it has thickness. How is it a line?
Oh, Chike, come on.
No, I won't let you off this.
Have you been
That's
drinking,
almost as dumb as
Chike?
what he just had me watch.
Have you just
So
medicated,
did you hear
Chike?
did you hear the
You
video,
alright?
Brian?
Yeah, it's basically the same thing we're saying, right? You
So
can't
wait,
have.
what did Bev say? That horizontal planes exist or not?
Bev was mocking you, right? He said that.
No, he wasn't mocking me. One day he said
the Earth's not a globe. Well,
no, he didn't say anything about the globe. He said
yes, he did. He said we have planes in reality. We have horizontal planes.
He said
but Earth's not
right.
a globe.
And then what he says?
Then you said no, and he said he was mocking you.
I
He's
didn't
like,
say no. I asked him if he said that.
Oh, why don't you quote what you said? Because
you don't understand English, Brian.
Come on, quote it.
Bro,
you're
asking me to trim out a piece to no,
Well,
I'm not
you
even
said-
repeating it. It's stupid shit.
One day you said horizontal planes exist, and the other day when I asked you if planes exist in reality, you said definitely not.
In your reality, he was mocking you, bro. He's clipping him.
No, listen, Chike, because you seem very confused.
How are you going to whistle your way out?
A plane, right, is a geometric concept. It is two-dimensional. It does not exist. But
welcome to the globe.
In reality, you can definitely establish a horizontal plane.
Do plane exist in reality?
A horizontal plane can be established. Yes. Chike, very precisely.
Yeah, that was concise. That was concise, bro. If you just ask him to repeat the same thing, bro, then
I'm asking him if a horizontal exists, and he tell me he can establish them. Why he can't say yes or no? Like I do.
Okay, so you think,
dude? Not only did he
parallelism, dude. Just a minute. Listen, everybody just heard that. I definitely answered him, and he has a parallelism where he can't hear an answer to a question. You will always, if you've been anywhere around any of these things, you will have heard and seen this tactic. Now, whether you realised it or not, but Chike's pretending that he can pass on his own parallelism to everybody else. It's a form of gaslighting, but he's gaslighting himself.
I asked you.
Yeah, because you answered. He answered and elaborated, bro. He literally answered your question.
I didn't ask to elaborate at all. I didn't ask to elaborate. I asked, do they exist or no? It's a yes or no, I don't know question.
He said no, and then he elaborated.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't say no.
Did he answer your question?
They either exist or they don't exist. They can't both be exist or not.
Like a circle and like the surface of a circle and the surface of a sphere, right? Either they're the same or they're not the same, Chike. Is the surface of a circle the same as the surface of a sphere, Chike?
Bad analogy, Brian.
No, that's a simple question.
No, it's a bad analogy. I'm asking, does this exist in reality or does it not?
And I'm asking you, is the circle the same, the surface of a circle the same as the surface of a sphere?
What it has to do with my question?
Because you are trying to pitch something on Bev that is literally your best characteristic.
Yeah, I'm asking Bev about what he said. Not something he didn't say about circles that I didn't say, but something he said.
He said there are no horizontal planes in reality.
But in the sentence before he says they exist. In the sentence, in one time he says they exist, and the other time he says no, they don't.
Oh, you got
horizontal planes can definitely be established in reality.
In reality,
yes.
Do they exist?
Yes,
in reality?
They are. They're always there. They're always there, Chike.
Then I'm asking you for a picture of
all of them.
A picture of a plane. You failed.
Any picture.
2 hours ago, I asked you.
Chike, come on. This is the best argument you've got. Looking for a
2
picture.
hours ago.
Pictures aren't proof, Chike.
No, it's evidence.
Yeah, but that's not what we deal with here. We deal with the trivium. We are students of the trivium. So please give us your logical argument first, and then we shall proceed from there. Not show me a picture, because that's fucking ridiculous, Chike.
Mike Jones.
If that's the best you can do.
Mike Jones posted the picture of sea or an ocean. It's an evidence for existence of sea or ocean.
It's just a GIF.
Can you bring me one of?
Cheers.
Can you, Brian?
How about when it rains? When it rains on the
Brian, can you bring me a
makes a mirror?
Bev settled
how about let me describe it real quick. On the Great Salt Flats, when it rains a couple inches, it creates a perfect mirror, a nice flat picture image of the sky, a reflection. And so to me, that represents a horizontal plane in my mind.
But that's water. In your mind. In your mind, everything is perfect. If you say in my mind, the concept is that it's flat.
How long, Chike, is it going to be before you start getting offended at people saying horizontal planes?
That's the question. Can you provide me a picture of a plane in reality, Brian?
Well, Chike,
like
you
I
actually said
give
that
me a
Bev provided
picture.
you with an answer to your question.
He didn't provide me with he provided me with word salad that he can't show me in reality.
No,
word salad
answered your question.
Okay.
It didn't show me what he claimed to be in reality.
You didn't ask him to show you anything. You
I
asked
did
him to
ask
answer
him
your
to
question,
show.
and
Afterwards, he
answered
said,
I
give me a
did ask
picture.
him.
Of course he did.
I wanted to see an evidence for horizontal planes in reality.
You never asked that.
I did. I asked for a picture, but I'll accept any.
No, you didn't ask for a picture.
I have. Go back in the video and see. I did. Stop telling lies.
What you were saying. You never asked Bev for a picture.
Bev, did I ask you for a picture or not?
Yes, afterwards, Chike. It was one of your shifts of the goalposts. You were like, let me show me a picture of it. Give me a unicorn.
Thanks, Bev. So you were wrong, right? So you were wrong. You were wrong.
No, I wasn't wrong. I was right. Exactly
Bev said I asked for a picture.
Chike, this argument without argument is getting old. What is your argument, Chike?
My argument is you have no evidence to anything you say.
What about establishing a horizontal plane in reality?
You don't have evidence for establishing horizontal planes.
Right, so that you say there are no horizontal planes in reality, and you cannot establish a horizontal plane
I don't
in
think
reality.
there is anyone that will disagree with me.
They don't exist then, to you?
They don't exist. No, planes do not.
A normal person would disagree with that. Anybody outside this debate would disagree with you, Chike.
Absolutely.
Well, that's what you say, Brian.
Yep.
Because it's common sense, bro. We do this shit every day.
Brian, it's your common sense. Don't reflect it or try to.
Don't try and
do that. The only person who.
No, Brian, we need a few more of them to jump together and jump on the no horizontals.
You can
in
speak
reality
for yourself,
sort
Brian.
of bandwagon.
You can speak for the
just trailblazing here at the minute.
You can't speak for the 9 billion population on the Earth, Brian.
Well, I know that all elevation profiles have a horizontal baseline and a straight x-axis. Every one of them, every one of every plan of every elevation.
And what does it tell you?
Apart from the blue marble
and what does it
LIGO
tell you?
ones.
And what does it tell you?
It tells me that horizontal planes exist in reality.
Huh? If we draw a straight line axis on paper, it means horizontal exists in reality. Bev, are you serious?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And
horizontal and vertical.
We can measure it because they exist because we can measure, for example, with the ruler.
Go ahead, measure me a plane with the ruler.
Yes, we can measure plane and straight line in reality. By real,
I want to
for example, by real ruler.
Realizing Euclid, right?
This is how it is in reality.
Is real ruler straight?
You are measuring real distance.
Is real ruler straight, flat,
you realize Euclid every time you do surveying.
Building.
I want you to show me a plane there, Pepper. Can you show me a plane?
What, an aeroplane?
Any plane.
A Boeing 757? That's an aeroplane.
No, a plane.
The salt flats, man. Salt
like a
flats.
horizontal plane
The
and
salt
a
flats are
vertical
salt.
plane and a
Either salt or water. That's not a plane.
It's strange that you don't understand all of this sort of stuff, Chike.
Bro, he must be getting exhausted, dude. His argument's getting like.
No, that's my argument. I am not going to change him. I'm
Even
consistent.
Brenda tapped out.
I don't change what I say every other minute.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Because you call a circle. Okay, just answer this question then, man. Just simply answer the question. Why is the math on the surface of a circle not match the math on the surface of a sphere if they're both two-dimensional? Why don't the math match? What's different?
Because the circle is planar and the sphere is not. I did answer it before. You keep forgetting.
Okay, what's planar mean?
Planar, that is on a plane.
So surface of the plane is different than a surface on the sphere.
No.
You just said
He's a
it.
diletheist.
You contradicted yourself.
Yeah, he can't see the contradictions.
It's different.
He thinks he doesn't contradict himself, and he literally just contradicts himself within one paragraph.
It's different in the sense that the surface of a sphere is not planar.
No, it's mathematically different, right? Mathematically different, right?
It's not
reality, ain't it? Chike,
not planar
It
means...
doesn't meet the definition of a plane.
So
Chike, ain't math reality, bud, in your world?
Not planar means not two-dimensional, but three-dimensional.
No,
yes.
Again, Pepper, you're talking nonsense. You make
I'm talking true.
Yeah, well, no, you don't.
Plane has how many dimensions?
Show me the definition. Show me the definition. Show me the definition of plane being
I am describing. I am not defining because plane is already defined. I am talking about measuring. We are measuring a plane on our figures on the plane using only two dimensions.
Where do you have a plane?
On the spherical surface, we are measuring everything on this surface using three dimensions. That's the difference.
No, we don't. No.
Yes, we do.
No, it's not true.
Yeah, yes, we do, Chike. And I posted the video that you asked for about the just about 10 minutes ago. I posted the picture about the surface of a sphere being 3D.
Why you think?
Because they do length to width, and they have to calculate from the center of the sphere, Chike. It's absolutely three dimensions, and you'll hear it from the president of your surveying society. And I don't agree that the world is a sphere, but even if it is, in your model, okay, your own people are telling you that it's three-dimensional, that the height is not elevation, it's measured from the center of your sphere. Okay, so it's three dimensions even in your world. I don't know why you are denying simple reality, bro, that a surface of a sphere is not two dimensions, bro. That's the difference between a circle and a sphere. The surface of a circle, surface of a sphere is the dimension.
Talk amongst yourself while I listen. This is the one with the
guy with the white hair.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's short. It's probably like 40 seconds, but he asked me for it earlier. Yeah, they don't claim that the surface of only the anti-flat earthers have to pull this horse shit. They want to claim math is reality.
Is
okay,
that
well,
you,
why
Chike?
Go ahead, Beth. Sorry.
Is that you, Chike, the anti-flat earther? Is that who he's talking about, or is that another group of people?
Yeah. He'll be back in probably about 15, 20 seconds. I think he's watching that little short video, but it's like less than a minute. But they say math is reality. The people I debate with, they say math is reality. And then I'm asking him, okay, why does the math change?
We were
from
saying
the surface of a surface.
Can you go a bit easy on him? Because, I mean, he is here on his own. He's representing the globe. And he's one of the best globe representatives. So can you not try and be so aggressive? Because it can't look good to the rest of the globe believers, right? When they hear you being just overpowering him too much, right? It seems like a bit of a mouse.
Skipping nap time too.
Timid, yeah.
He might be skipping nap time too, man. I'll lighten up.
Brian, I didn't heard him say anything about the surface being three-dimensional.
You didn't hear him say length, width, and the distance from the center of the Earth, Chike?
Mm-hmm. Center of the Earth, not the surface.
3 dimensions, right? 3 dimensions.
Not the surface, right?
Really? So what is he measuring to?
Did he say the surface of the Earth is three-dimensional?
He said length. Let me break this down.
He said length. He said Cartesian coordinates. Yes.
Go easy with him, Brian. Like,
was he talking about the surface of the Earth?
He said length, width, and the distance from the center of the Earth. That's 3 dimensions, is it not? What's the distance to the center of the Earth mean in your model?
You misunderstand what he's saying, Brian.
Can I just check? Chike? You're not one of those anti-flat earthers, are you?
Me, anti-idiocy.
You are right. What about if they were 2D? If they thought flat was 2D, what would you say then?
What do you mean? Who thought if flat is 2D?
Well, what if flat earthers thought that flat was 2D, right? And they thought that the Earth was 2D. Imagine that, right? What do you reckon to them? Is that idiocy? Are you anti that, right? No, you may not be an anti-flat earther.
Then Rumpus would say they are utter morons.
What if they thought it was 2D?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Can you imagine
even
that?
Even you know that
everybody heard that. Yeah, it's definitely not. Yeah, it's definitely not flat. And it's definitely not 2D either.
Yeah, so you got to be utter moron to think so.
To think that the surface is 2D.
That the Earth is 2D. The surface, the Earth. I'll be away for a few minutes.
Yeah, I would as well.
So.
Go on. Sounds like you need a drink. Just go and have a lie down.
I do.
So he thinks it's idiocy to think it's flat or 2D. But he had an argument that it was 2D.
Yes, this is...
He's brilliant.
Yes, he's contradicting himself and he's admitting and he's supporting his contradiction. He's very happy.
That is so funny, dude.
Amazing that we can do that. Like when I said, dude, literally, we are wizards.
That's 2 for today, bro. That is priceless, bro. Priceless.
But they can't see it, right? That's the worrying thing. That you've been talking to these people for years, and they won't change. And they have this idea that they call like a flurf reset. But you can see that there is no change with us, with our argument. It's been the same. We've just refined it, advanced simplicity, made it simple. And look at the state they're in. That is amazing. Chike went through like 3 or 4 contradictions and agreed with them, the contradictions, and then justified them.
Yeah, then Brenda, the first thing I asked her, first question on the day was, would on a 2-dimensional surface, will length and width give me the area if I draw a square? And she said yes. And then when I pointed out that Chike agreed with that, she just shifted immediately to no with authority. Like that was her stance the whole time. You said yes, Brenda. Now you find out that Chike said no, and now you change your stance with authority.
Blue, stop being silly in the chat. It's even as bad as like the 2D, 3D thing. And I did actually do I wrote a new logic thing today, right? You've heard of Modus tollens, right? You have obviously heard of Modus tollens, and you know how that works. Well, I've got this on the website.
This modus ponendo tollens. What? Oh, yes, this is this one. This
Do you like
is
that?
Very good. Very good. 2 examples.
Yeah. So this is modus ponendo tollens, which is set up slightly different, but not to make it logic a bit weird or strange or anything. It's just got a funny name, and that means, right, the mode that denies by affirming, which I think it sort of says itself, right? So what you do is, it says like this: not both A and B. 2, second bit says A. And then you can say, therefore, not B. It's very simple. It becomes more simple when you hear the example. And maybe you may understand the conversation that we're having at the minute, which is born of things like this. This is what we call an argument, and that is put up for discussion. And mainly the stuff we're hearing is that discussion that comes forward from these statements. So you have an example. Both a circle and a sphere cannot be 2D. As in, both of them can't both be 2D. Because there is definitely a difference between a circle and a sphere. And then you can say a circle is a 2-dimensional figure. And therefore, a sphere cannot be a 2-dimensional figure. Very simple. Easy logic. Modus ponendo tollens. It allows you to set these statements up in a way that it becomes very clear. And then, or you could say, is another one for you. Level cannot be both a straight line on a plane and a curved line on a sphere. Level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Therefore, level cannot be a curved line on a sphere. Very simple logic.
So far, you showed that level is a curved line, so we're in trouble.
No, level is definitely a straight line.
In the picture, it's obviously not
what
straight.
Picture?
In the picture of Blackpool Tower.
No,
you have
that's
a drop. You have a big drop. The drop there is over 7 meters. Is 2 milliradians over 32.5 kilometers there.
Yeah, but all the horizontal planes will be parallel.
That's what you say, I understand, but yet there is a drop there of 70 meters.
Yeah, but you can have drops in horizontals. Like all the planes
no,
are parallel
only
means you can have one higher or lower than each other.
But
they
it seems,
compress into the distance.
However, it seems that the 120 meter elevation of Blackpool Tower is below you.
It doesn't matter why you are trying to measure this with curved line. Even drop is measured by a straight line. Vertical drop, for example.
Right. That's what it did.
Yes, so straight line. So not curved. Why are you assuming why are you assuming curved hypotenuse? Because we have triangle. Yes, horizontal is a long leg, for example. Vertical is short leg, and hypotenuse would be below.
Where did I assume curved line?
So why you are assuming that this hypotenuse is a curved line? I don't understand.
Why do you strawman me? Where did I say the hypotenuse is a curved line?
I am not strawmanning you. You are assuming that this line, which you say that is not real, is
definitely
curved.
Not real.
Why? because you said that
which
this,
line I say is
this
curved.
line is established during measuring, during surveying, are not real.
What line?
So every line.
No.
Horizontal, vertical, and hypotenuse for you is not real.
Those are lines. They are not real. They are concepts in our mind.
Getting
They
his
don't
2D
really exist.
balls is with you as well. Don't worry, Chike. You're not on your own.
But we understand the concept, and we have depiction of them on the reticule, and they are straight lines. I never said they curved, not once.
So why, when you are saying that you have drop in Blackpool Tower, so why you are assuming that this line, this base or hypotenuse is curved?
Again, you strawmanning me, and I never said the hypotenuse is curved. It's straight.
Slope. It's a slope he's looking for. It's a slope.
It's a slope, right? It is a slope.
Yes. Why you are assuming that the slope is curved line and not straight?
Again, the horizontal slopes, Chike, or what?
Pepper, I'm telling you, you're strawmanning me.
Chike?
I'm telling you, you're strawmanning me.
What is
you
it?
keep repeating.
Exactly.
Dev, I need to finish this thing with the Pepper. You keep telling me I'm telling the hypotenuse is a curved line, which I never said. It's a straight line. Don't repeat it
good.
again.
So he's with us now. So the baseline is straight.
So if baseline is straight, therefore
how could the hypotenuse be the baseline? What's he talking about?
Who said the hypotenuse is a baseline?
The hypotenuse is straight, and the baseline's got to be curved, right?
Don't blame me for what Brian Licky says.
You were talking about the hypotenuse with Paper.
Yes,
Paper was talking about the hypotenuse.
And this hypotenuse on your model should be curved. This is your curving level.
No.
What, the hypotenuse, which is the one with the slope, Chike? What
the
is
level
it?
Line.
Level slopes.
The level line would be curved.
Wait, what is it
not
that slopes,
the slope,
though?
not the hypotenuse I measure, not the drop, nothing of those would be curved.
Not the horizontal.
The level line, no, if it's a horizontal plane, it can be curved.
So what's a straight line do, Chike? What's a straight line do if the level line
can be curved? Did you just say?
Straight lines are straight lines, Brian.
Chike,
no, well, you said the level line curves.
I said the level line.
The horizontal plane curves.
I'm asking him.
That's that
he
in
told
your
me
mind,
the level curves.
Brian, that in your mind, level and straight are the same. I put it on a U problem.
Chike, well, you said that level curves.
That's what I said, exactly. Level
Did you
curve.
say the horizontal curves, Chike?
No.
Right, so the horizontal is a plane, a two-dimensional surface.
Yep.
Okay, so you can establish a horizontal plane then, right?
I can conceptualize it, yep.
But all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be parallel.
Mm-hmm.
And they will also be, being perpendicular to horizontal, they'll also be vertical.
No.
The perpendicular to a horizontal
plane.
Doesn't
matter how many times you will ask me, you'll get the same answer. I would not.
Yeah, the same illogical answer every time. You give illogical answer every time.
Saying the perpendiculars to a horizontal plane won't be vertical, which is a very globe answer.
I insist they are not vertical.
You insist that all of the perpendiculars to a horizontal plane aren't.
Evidently, they are not.
They're not what?
The perpendicular to the horizontal plane that created locally are not vertical everywhere. You can measure it.
You can measure.
So if a level line
go and measure it, it's a U problem.
To a horizontal plane.
If you went and measure it once, you'll see that I'm right.
Chike thinks you can measure the perpendiculars to a horizontal plane not being vertical.
No.
This is a new branch of geometry, psychometry.
Never said anything like that.
Psychometry, Chike. You invented a new
said
branch.
perpendiculars to a curved surface will not be parallel.
We were talking about a horizontal plane, perpendiculars to a horizontal plane, Chike.
No.
Yes,
we were talking about
we
level.
were definitely
We were talking about level now.
No, Chike. That's a little mind warp that you've just done.
The horizontal plane.
Mm-hmm.
I
asked you whether it was curved or not, and you said no. But it seems
curved.
like you've just gone back and made it into a curve.
No, the horizontal plane. Look, when I say plane, it's not curved. You don't need to repeat and asking.
Okay, so all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be vertical, won't they? Because perpendicular to a horizontal plane,
you can try and measure them. You
vertical.
can try and measure them, and you'll see they're not.
You can see
you
again.
can
You
try
said it again.
an easier
Literally
task.
just said it again.
Easier task would be an easier task.
You don't know what you're saying, bro. Even in your own model, you're deviating
Brian, I
from
know
reality.
perfectly well what I don't. You don't need to give me grades.
This is fantastic.
You don't know what you're saying, bro.
Look, you don't understand what I say. I get it, but don't give me grades.
Okay, are you going to be performing or doing all of these proofs over at Blue Marble Science Discord server? Or where can we get in touch with everybody? Because you seem to be the man at the minute, Chike. You're the head honcho. You say it can be measured that perpendiculars to a horizontal plane won't be vertical.
Yeah, it can. You can measure them. You just refuse.
You
to do
can't
so.
because perpendicular to a horizontal plane
you
is
did.
vertical.
You did, Bev. You did already. It's too late.
I've definitely not done that, Chike.
Yeah, you did. You measured Blackpool Tower, the 120-foot elevation, the meter elevation, to be below your eye level. That's
I did
draw.
not measure
That's
that
the angle.
at all, Chike.
That's
I've
the
never
angle,
done
the
that.
deep angle.
You've took a picture from somewhere, stared at it for obviously too long, and you've ended up.
All we have to go.
Bringing back Vin Diesel, y'all.
All we have to go by is your word.
Chike, you bringing back Vin Diesel, buddy?
Why do you have to interrupt, Brian? We have
because
your
he
word.
said a horizontal plane, bro. Even on your model,
Brian, you don't understand what Bev said.
You don't understand. Listen, bro. Even on your model, you're wrong.
Bev, you measured an angle of 2 milliradians to the same elevation point on Blackpool Tower. That's what you did.
I've never measured a vertical angle with my auto level. It does not measure vertical angles, Chike. You're imagining many things, and it's obvious that you need some help at the minute, Chike.
It does.
Yeah, I'm putting a call out for any Globers to come and give Chike a hand.
Who can help me? Globers
some
don't
serious help at the minute, Chike.
Globers will just say what I said.
Somebody come and help.
Can
Chike.
someone who knows trigonometry here can help me?
Just stop and take a breath, Chike, and listen, just for 1 second. Okay, even on your model, okay, you said a straight horizontal line, okay, you agreed that's possible we could have that, okay, and he said that that perpendicular lines, vertical lines are perpendicular to that straight line. You said no. How is vertical not perpendicular to horizontal on any model, you retard?
Now you're calling me names there, Brian.
Yeah, I'll take that back. I apologize for that. I meant that like joking, like big dummy or something. I'll take that back and apologize.
I'll accept your apology. Listen, if you're on a ball, then no two verticals. If you're on a sphere, if you put verticals on a sphere, then no vertical is parallel to each other. Do you agree?
He didn't mention a ball. You said levels curved. He mentioned a horizontal straight line.
I'm asking you, if you place verticals on a sphere, they will not be parallel to each other, right?
They'll be diverging, but you said a straight horizontal line.
That's it done.
You got to go back and listen, bro. I think you.
Then you put you establish a vertical. You establish the horizontal to it, which what Autodesk does, and then you see, is your eye on the same elevation on the other side? Because if it's not, that means you have an angle down to it. If it's below you,
right,
you have an angle down. And if you will sum all the horizontal angles or from zenith, you will get either less or more than 90 degrees, than 100
So
Sorry,
degrees.
horizontal angles, Chike. You mean on the azimuth?
No, no.
So horizontal plane is bending, Chike?
Vertical.
Are you bringing back bendizontal, bud?
No bendizontal there, Brian. Measured.
Well, you said a straight horizontal line then, not a bending horizontal line.
I'll post the picture again, Brian.
I don't think you get why you don't realize, okay? Besides any model, okay, I get it. Your level is curving, okay? But you just said a straight horizontal line. You said, yeah, that's possible, okay? We could do that on your model. So vertical to that, perpendicular to that straight line is vertical, right?
I'm not at that elevation. That's a blatant lie, Chike.
You're
no way am I there. I'm not floating about near the top of Blackpool Tower. That's not where I am. That's a lie.
What do you mean?
Lie.
What do you mean? What lie?
Because you say Bev's elevation. I'm not there.
Yeah, you were
That's
at 120 meters.
No, I'm not there now. How dare you? That's lying.
You were not at 120.
I'm not up there at the top of Blackpool Tower.
I didn't say you were at the top of Blackpool Tower.
It looks like it. You said there, Bev's elevation.
That's the line below the top.
Yeah, that's
I'm
not there,
the red line.
I'm not there.
Yes,
I'm not there. And we don't even know whether that was set up horizontally or not.
You can go and do it. You can go and try and
we don't
do
even
it
know
again
who took the picture.
Look, we only have this picture to go by. You can go again, make sure it's level, and take another picture. It's not a problem.
No, that wasn't the idea.
So
it's not
okay,
a
you can try and falsify it, but so far that's what we have to go by. So you're
is
at
that
120.
all you've got to go by? I hope you've got better than that, because that's absolutely nothing,
we have a lot of others.
You don't know what the auto level
is. We have the other one when your chest is above 8 meters. Bev is at 100.
When I was stood on the beach.
Bev, can I speak? So Bev is at 100. No, never mind.
Yeah, I know, 8 meters. That's amazing. So that puts my head at about what, 12 meters or something like that. As the thingy call come, the DM. Oh, here he is. Alfag, he's come to save you. 2D balls. Blue Marble was with you in the chat. Welcome everybody. We are live. We have been for ages. Feels like it's been about a week or something. But today we've done a bit of I wrote a bit of logic, Modus Ponendo tollens, which I think is quite nice. It simplifies it a bit easier. Makes it logic a bit easier to understand. Modus tollens is a bit long. Modus Ponendo tollens. But it's come about because of a 2D, 3D thing that's always been. And that came about because I Can Science That, the spaghetti scientist, tried to say that the realizing Euclid test that we did, which was no straight line can lie partly within a plane and another part without it. Just the straight line lies within a plane. So we did a Euclid test to show that, proposition 1, book 11, solid geometry. And yeah, they've got upset since then. But spaghetti scientist said that there is no way to tell whether it's a plane or a sphere, which links to the 2D, 3D thing.
That's not what he said.
And this is where we end up with people like
Chike
and Brenda and Blue Marble and Rumpus. And they literally, in order to have their globe model, they have to have the surface of a sphere, globe, being a 2D surface, and that's really weird because everybody knows what a 2D is and keep it quiet, but they love 2D balls.
Well, he never said that you can't tell between if it's a sphere or flat plane.
He did.
He told you can't.
He did. He said.
I can't finish what I tell. I can't finish one sentence,
everybody
Bev.
agreed.
One sentence, Bev. I can't finish.
All of the
So
globe
don't let me
scientists
finish
agreed
the
with
sentence.
the spaghetti
Don't
scientist.
let me pass on what I wanted to say, Bev.
Oh, go on.
I
then.
wasn't finished.
Go
I
on.
didn't make my point.
Is he?
What
Yeah,
you
I know
said-
you helped him out, didn't you?
Well, you don't let me. It seems you don't want to
Is
let
this
me.
you running a distraction?
He
for him
didn't
here with
say you
this?
can tell if it's a plane or flat.
Yeah, he did.
Or flat plane. Again, you will interrupt me, Bev. You can bring your objections when I'm done. He didn't say you can tell if it's a sphere or a plane. He said you can't do it with a water level.
You can't tell the difference between whether it's a flat, straight plane or a big wazin sphere.
Using water level.
But you can, because a water level is a
No,
tool for
because you
establishing a
can't. He
horizontal
showed you
plane.
why
Yes,
you
can.
can't.
You
He showed you
definitely
the
can.
models. You definitely can't, Beth. Because the water will be level on each model anyway.
No, that's in your mind
No,
and in
you
his
need.
mind.
No, it's in your
Chike.
mind.
Yeah, it is.
You're reflecting. You never tested it. You accept it
We
as an
did the
axiom.
geometric proofs. Chike.
It's not geometry. We don't live in geometry. This is the real world.
There is a load of
The real
geometric and
world
logical proofs that
the
go
real
into
world-
the test that we did, Chike.
The real world does not have any obligation to behave like geometry descriptions.
Well, a horizontal plane can be established in reality.
You can.
Yes, and perpendicularity also works in reality.
Absolutely.
And it works just the same.
And
with
you
straight
can
lines.
measure the angles between two verticals. Why don't you do it?
Two verticals at each end of a horizontal plane.
Two verticals.
Yeah, one at each end of a horizontal plane.
Don't have to be horizontal plane at all.
Yeah, you could definitely put a horizontal plane in between the two.
Don't
verticals.
have to be horizontal
But
plane.
you should do, really, because that's a horizontal distance between the two. Yeah.
No, you don't.
Yeah, that's what you would do.
No, that's not what you would do. You will take
You
reciprocal.
would measure a horizontal distance between the 2 points.
No, you will not measure any distance. You will measure the sum of the angles between the two verticals.
Wow, that's crazy. Who's told you do that, Chike?
Everyone just that have sense in their brain.
For what purpose would you be doing that, Chike?
To see if the verticals are parallel or not.
To see if the verticals are. You think people still check?
No,
to see
they
whether
don't.
Verticals are perpendicular
it's
to the horizontal.
It's no. I didn't say anything about the horizontal. Why you bring the horizontal?
Because
why do you try to spread confusion? If I'm talking about two vertical, I don't need no horizontal.
Well, yes, you do.
No, I don't.
In order to reference the two together to know what you're talking about.
I don't need horizontal.
Unless you want to just completely detach
I don't
the
need
vertical
horizontal
from horizontal.
I don't need horizontal.
Okay, now, a vertical, is there any tilt to a vertical?
Go ahead and measure it.
Is there any tilt to a
Go ahead and measure it.
Is there any slope to a horizontal?
Go ahead and measure it.
Is there any tilt or slope to either
you
a vertical
will never know.
or a
you
horizontal?
Will never know.
I say definitely not.
Bev,
there is no tilt to a vertical.
I know you say it.
I know you say no slope to a horizontal.
I know you say it, and you don't like it, and you keep repeating it. but you never tested it, so you can't have any opinion on it. Well, actually, you did test it, and you showed that you're wrong.
Bold claim, Chike, but you do think the surface of a sphere and a globe is 2D. So I don't know what we could normally call people.
It doesn't matter what you think. I think is
walk
wrong.
on 2D.
Bev,
what
what
would you
you
normally
think?
call people like that?
What
I'm
you
not too
think?
Sure. What would
that
you call people like that? Because you did say it was a bit
I call
weird.
people like you model afflicted. You can't accept any idea that you think is not true. Even if Euclid says it, you don't accept it. Why? Because now Euclid does not agree with you. You have a problem with being corrected by Euclid.
Model afflicted. Where did you hear that term, Chike?
Guess where, Simon from?
Yeah.
Every time you presented with an idea, you rejected immediately. That's not what we did. How do you know? Did you test it that this is not what you did? Did you test
Chike, I
the
just
two?
spent 3-4 hours listening to you tell us that we walk upon a 2D surface. You told me that before. You also told Mike Jones that there is no horizontals. You got rid of the horizontal. That's an epic day today. Shout out Mike, by the way.
I said planes do not exist in reality.
Yeah.
Not planes and not line don't exist in reality.
Horizontal, Chike. You've
You said
forgotten already.
horizontals.
Are you sure you're all right?
Only-
Have you not been medicating
If
yourself?
horizontal
Have you?
is a plane, if I said a plane does not exist and horizontal is a plane or a line, then it doesn't exist. It applies.
I heard you tell Mike Jones, shout out Mike Jones, that horizontals don't exist anymore.
I said planes do not exist, and since horizontal planes or lines are planes or lines that do not exist, then of course they don't exist. Doesn't the fact you added horizontal in front of them did not change their property of being a plane or a line.
So let's be clear now. You say horizontals do not exist in reality.
I say planes and lines do not exist in reality.
You're changing it now. You're changing it.
No, I'm not. I said planes, lines, and points do not
He's
exist
turned
in
into a
reality.
dilithius tonight. He's going to change his mind all the time. He's contradicting
It's
himself.
a concept.
Say it for me.
Okay, so if planes don't
Say it for me.
exist, if planes don't,
just say what you said before. Say horizontal
Listen
doesn't
to this.
exist in reality. Say it.
Be frank with you, Mike. You don't sound very smart at all.
Oh God. You said it, Chike. Now, if you want to take it back, say you made a mistake, no worries. We all make mistakes.
I don't. Well, I make mistakes, but not this time.
So if these planes don't exist, it means that the surface of the Earth doesn't exist also.
Right. Well, surface is a concept.
So
Doesn't exist in reality.
So if it doesn't exist, it has no dimensions.
The Earth exists. The surface is a concept.
Do you deny what you told me? You denied what you said to Mike. How about me? Do you deny telling me that we walk upon the earth that we walk upon and the house, the floor that we walk upon? Did you not tell me that's a 2D?
The surface is a concept. We walk on
the surface,
Earth.
Yes.
We walk on Earth. Earth is not surface, does not have a surface. The surface is a concept we have about what bounds the Earth.
You're not doing this under duress, are you,
Chike? No, nothing.
On completely free will.
Yep. There's no kind. Well, there is this shield check, but that's another story.
So if you are walking, for example, on the glass, plain glass, like mirror, so you are not walking on the surface.
Glass is glass a surface?
No, I am talking about surface of the glass.
Well,
So,
I'm not walking on the surface of the glass. I'm walking on the glass, not the surface.
On the three, so
you can think about the dividing, because you know, when you walk on the glass, you don't really walk on the glass. You don't touch anything. It's impossible to touch anything. There is always a tiny gap between.
Come on, Chike.
Really?
Well,
really?
Yeah.
Floating. You like a little bit of float all the time.
Absolutely.
So why we have friction?
Good
if
question.
we are not touching.
Well, because
is this because glass is always a liquid?
No, it's because Pauli exclusion. You can't have two fermions that they occupy the same space, so it's not possible to touch. They can't touch. Touch is also a concept.
Oh, come on, Chike.
You've been sold a bag of goods, Chike. Really, man.
True story.
No, somebody told you that things don't actually touch, and you believed it.
They can't.
Isn't it one of the senses?
Yeah, touch.
I didn't know. You feel force, you don't feel touch.
Is it one of the senses, Chike? Do you think touch is one of the senses, or have you
How does it touch? How do you think it touch?
Because if you are touching, for example, something with your finger, your fingertip is deforming slightly.
Mm-hmm.
It changes your shape.
Mm-hmm.
How can it change shape? For example, your fingertip is flattening. It is flat, or getting flat, because you are pressing, for example, button.
Because you're applying force, right?
So, okay, all right, but
you apply force. Tiny little pieces of your
so it is touching. It is touching your finger
touch.
is touching button or is not touching button.
Not touching.
Not touching button and is deforming and not touching button.
Because there is a force.
Full-on dilatheist, hasn't he?
Great, great job.
It is.
Yeah. You have to see doctor immediately.
Touch with no touch.
Did you see the glass? You see the glass picture?
Yeah. Yes, I can see the glass.
Yeah, the glass picture I posted. Did you see?
Are you all right, Chike? Please, let us know you're okay.
I'm trying to have conversation here.
I know, but I don't want to. I sort of feel responsible. I think we should be.
No, I wanted him to tell me if he saw it or not. If he didn't see it, I'll post it again.
Don't think I've ever seen a model affliction this strong.
Did you see that?
What to do personally?
I kind of feel responsible too, Bev. Yeah. Chike, you can take a break, bro. Take a break, have a coffee.
I am very sorry for Chike. I didn't think that he would come to that conclusion that if we are pressing button, we are not touching button.
It's the model. It's the model. He bought into the electron story, didn't you, Chike?
I hope that I didn't make too much harm to
Chike. I didn't came to the conclusion I'm not smart enough. I was told by smart people that's what it is.
Okay.
And you believe them. You believe that actually when you push something,
yes, they are smart people.
Yeah.
You believe them, Chike. You believe that when you push something, you're not actually touching it.
Shadow giants.
Shadow giants. You believe that when you actually push something like a carriage in a shopping cart, you're not touching it.
Not touching it.
Wow, Chike, man. Seriously, bro. You got to reevaluate your thoughts.
Look, I don't care what you think. You don't get much simpler concept than this. Then you will break your head on this one. This is much more complicated. When you understand why you can't have
I'm not
two
sure
verticals.
You should be doing much more other stuff.
Why can't I finish one
I know, but
why
I don't want you damaging yourself.
Why? Don't worry about me. If you can't understand why two verticals on a sphere are not parallel to each other, then I don't understand why you're talking about things.
Chike, when was your last vacation? I hear Greece is really nice this time of year. France, south of France.
Well, No, no chance I'll go to France. I don't like the French.
You need a vacation, bro.
That's not good. Hope you're
Maybe
not
I'll
racist.
have one. I don't know.
Like, you can't seriously believe that when you push something,
Oh,
you're not.
it's not a belief. I was told by smart people, SC Montreal. I'm not going to take your word about anything.
Okay, forget the smart people. What does Chike think to that statement?
I have not enough information to tell you.
So you just believe it because somebody said it?
Because those people. Look, you go on an airplane.
Smart, yeah.
You go on an airplane with the belief that you will land safely.
They must be
You
smart.
have no idea about the airplane, how it works, who worked on it, built, maintained it, nothing. But you trust those that are expert in those fields to take you safely from one place to another.
Hell yeah.
That's simple.
Of course.
That's simple.
Yeah.
That's simple.
Pilots,
I take the word.
mechanics.
Mechanics, engineers, anyone that
Yeah.
was involved in planning, building, maintaining and flying the airplane.
Agreed. Yeah.
So
Genius.
so if physicists that it's field tell me they are not touching.
But they're the ones that you allow to control your thoughts about things.
No, they don't control my thoughts.
Yeah, you've got no proof. They've not done anything else other than implanted a thing
that's
in
what
your
you
mind.
say. I know you have no proof for nothing you say. You never
what
provide
did these
one.
guys give you?
They provide proof. They provide experiment. They have data.
What, the ones that tell you that when you touch something, you're not actually touching it?
Yeah.
So if you are in the space like now, you are not touching the air.
No, you don't touch anything. So that includes the air and everything else that you think you touch.
So one part of your body is not touching another part of the body.
They are bonded. That's different.
Why? How bonded?
Bonded by electromagnetic forces.
Wow.
Oh, so they are separated in physical reality, but bonded only.
Yeah, they share the electron and stuff like that keep them together.
So they are touching physically.
No, they don't.
They don't.
It's not touching.
Nice.
It's not touching.
He's full diletheist. They tell you he's got it. Like in one day, Chike. I mean, what was it? Can't have been the horizontal paradox or realizing Euclid, right? What was it that made you swap? Because you've gone full on diletheist. You were never. I'm pretty sure you were never this.
I don't know. It gives you pleasure to say all these words again and again, Bev. Like you know anything about anything.
Well, you definitely seem to contradict yourself.
I just want. All I want is anything you say, you will accompany with the evidence.
Well, yeah, it's pretty obvious that you are contradicting yourself. You'll be able to go back over
you
this.
You see. I'm telling you.
If you go back over this tomorrow, you'll be able to see a mark where the contradictions are. I'm not going to bother doing it because
there's nothing I said. No statement I made that I didn't provide evidence for.
So can you?
You'll have a video out tomorrow. You'll have a video out tomorrow saying that he, you know.
I probably have a few. You said quite a lot of.
Did you win? Did you win today?
I'm not here for a win. You see, your view of your idea of why I'm here is twisted. I'm here to show you viewers that you talk nonsense, which you helped me to do, and thank you very much. I'm here to show that.
So it was the realizing Euclid then. I knew it.
Again, say be realizing Euclid. He's talking bollocks all the time. He never provide evidence to accompany his claims, and always say model affliction and horizontal paradox and stuff like that. Never provide the paradox. Never provide the.
What are his claims? Come on, name one of them.
Of Bev. That level he's horizontal.
And you think that's
I don't need to think. Bev don't have an evidence for it.
Well, I think he might have.
Well, I will be glad to see them.
So you think level is not horizontal?
I know it's not.
So if I take a...
I don't know why you ask this question. I know you keep asking them all the time. It doesn't matter what answer
Yeah, but dude,
you get.
all he did is define horizontal. You got a problem with the way the dictionary defines horizontal as level?
Did I say the word horizontal? What's wrong with you, Brian? Why do
You
do
said
things I don't say?
Bev claims that level is that the horizontal is level.
You
That's
see,
how it's defined.
you see.
That's not Bev's claim. That's the dictionary's claim.
No, it's not. And
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
it is
care
Bev's
about
claim too. But
dictionaries.
he's just defining
And
it,
I
right?
don't care about dictionaries. I
Tell
want
us the difference,
evidence.
Chike. Tell us the difference between level and horizontal, please.
Level is curved, horizontal is a plane or a line.
Say again, sorry.
Don't say it's a surprise for you, Essie. Don't pretend.
No, I was doing something. I didn't quite catch it. Please, can you
You're
repeat
asking me a question and you're doing something. I
that? Well,
said.
that noise, something but dropped in the background. Forgive me. Can you repeat it?
Yeah. Level is curved. Level is a curved line or a curved sphere. And horizontal is a plane or a line.
Level is a sphere. Crikey.
Level is a sphere. Yeah, another
I get it.
People that told me that this week. Unbelievable.
I know you ask again and again, you get the same answer, and you keep asking. What for?
No, this
Why
is
don't you
new.
just?
Level is level is a circle. Is
Whoever
new.
taught you? I didn't say so.
Oh, you're not with the circle
said
part.
Curve. I said curve.
Curve. Okay, so it's a limited curve then, in your view.
It's a curve. If you will go along with the whole Earth, you complete a circle.
So
Now
you're getting it.
Are we sure we want to go down this route again? Seriously, because you've been. I don't know
There's
how long
nothing
you've
to
been
go
about,
down. Yeah,
Chike.
you need to provide proof.
You know what I mean?
Spot on.
I think he needs a rest,
bro. This
needs
is
a rest,
epic.
I posted my evidence for.
You can hear
the
him.
curve.
You sound drained, Chike. You sure you're up for this? We
I-
have been going 4 hours already.
It's been ages.
Yeah, I'll take a break.
Well,
But,
like-
but,
okay, yeah.
but I provided my evidence for
We
the curve.
don't want you tiring out or anything. I mean,
Thank you
we're
very
on
much.
for an
I
all-nighter.
appreciate your
Take a break.
I
Come on.
agree. I'm not.
Take
I
a
don't know
break,
if I'll
mate,
be
go
all
on.
night. I don't know if I'll be all night. I
Although-
brought my proof for my claim that it's curved, and you provided nothing. So there's so many of you. While I'm going to make coffee, you will find an evidence, I'm sure, and when I'm back, you'll show me. Not.
Did you say not?
Maybe a chai is in order.
Yes, it was not a joke. Like
Or like a not.
You don't
I'll
remember
check every freaking job I do that I lay out level. That
Before you go, though, can you say it one more time?
You pretty much got it. He's got a claim that that every house slab, or every freaking curve along the highway, that anything we lay out flat basically is we call horizontal and level. Because we put a level on it, we level it with or we sight it in. But to him, we need a proof. I mean, reality is our proof. And every freaking house slab in the world is curved.
Brian, it's not about
Brian,
you. It's all
Brian.
about Chike.
Yeah.
No, Brian, you lay out
Brian.
level. You lay out level slab, and you think they are straight. That's a problem here.
Yeah, horizontal, Chike.
That's your problem, mate. That's your problem.
Well, I give
Brian.
my
You get mixed up with your level and horizontal.
evidence. I give my evidence for the curve. Now it's your turn to provide evidence to the contrary.
What
Go
was
ahead.
your evidence?
You've been fooled, bro. You've been fooled.
What about my 4-foot level and a water level and a plumb bob and my spirit level? What about that?
Too tough. Was that too tough a question for you, Chike?
I thought I dropped out there.
No, it seems like Chike's gone quiet. What sort of proof would you be after, Chike? Or has he gone to do his
Oh, he's making a coffee. Okay, we'll give him
coffee,
we'll give him a break on this one.
But he wants to see if level is horizontal. I think he's come to the right place.
Definitely.
But still, footprints are a proof that we are not touching the surface.
Yeah. Yeah, touching something is proof that you're not actually touching something. Because somebody's told him, clever people have told him that you're not actually touching something, although you thought you were.
Yeah, smarter people than him. Yeah. And when you walk on Earth, you're walking on a 2D surface.
And he doesn't have to be that smart. He just has to be smart enough to know that other people have told him something, and they're probably smarter than him.
Yeah. Smart enough to know somebody else is smarter than him that could tell him
and
what is.
They've told him something, and it must be true because they must be smarter than him.
Yeah.
Right? Basically, anybody tells Chike anything, then, well, they probably are smarter.
If he thinks,
than Chike.
if he thinks you're smarter, then he'll believe you.
Yeah. Even if it's some crazy claim, it'd be like, fucking hell, that's mental. Oh, you must be clever as shit. I'll have that. I'll go and tell everybody that.
How big did you say your blackboard was? Proper clever.
That's some weird, crazy shit. Like fucking relativity, sort of beyond relativity.
Like you're touching it, but you're not touching it, yeah?
But I definitely
I get it.
I can definitely discern between a spark, electric spark, when it's touching me, so to speak, and I am pressing the button without spark.
No, it's better than that. I'm magic, man. I can pick something up, man. I can pick up all these tools, and without even touching them. I'm magic, man. I guess.
It's a story they teach children in school about this fantasy that you're not actually.
At least you won't ever hit your thumb with a hammer again.
Yeah, you're sort of flying around the place without touching the floor.
Like a hovercraft.
Watch this, guys. Look at that. Woo!
Wait, so that assault charge by Uncle Cop, man, for punching. The assault charge by Uncle Cop for punching a guy. Wait, he didn't even touch him. What are you talking about, Judge? Oh, he didn't even touch him.
Yeah, so I call Chike.
You don't think it's possible?
Horse is very strong with Chike today.
You see this black guy? It wasn't me. It was the electrons.
Is that alpha? Is it if you've got a piece of metal, you've got steel, and you're gonna push the bit of steel? Yeah, is that what you're gonna say?
Do you think it's possible?
Based upon what they say, it's entirely possible.
Here's another one. Based upon somebody else's saying. What do you say?
So, what they're saying is that everything has an
electric
field. So it's the electric fields and interacting with each other, and there's no actual touching.
Let's talk about what other people think.
But we are all in electric field, for example, with our cell phones, etc., and we don't feel it. But
this wire
touch, we can feel touch, but electric field we don't feel. By sense
and this wire won't shock me unless I touch it. This live wire, it ain't gonna shock me unless I touch it.
Well, this is interesting because Alfag believes that,
that's it.
Like another person that somebody else told him. So you believe this guy's smarter than you, just like our buddy before you, correct?
So you don't trust doctors, for instance, Essie?
It's not what I asked you.
It's the exact same question you just asked me.
Doctors deserve my praise and everybody else's praise. We're not talking about doctors.
We essentially
If a doctor said, hold on, if a doctor says I'm not touching something, but when I pick it up, then no, hell no, I ain't gonna trust him if he tells me that. What doctor tells me that though?
I don't know, Brian. Would a doctor tell you that it's electromagnetic fields interacting with each other and there's no actual touch? What would you say to that?
No, we are talking about.
When you say, hey, you know what? You don't know what you're talking about. I know exactly what I touch all the time.
You know what I would tell that doctor?
No,
I would tell him, this is what I would tell him. You were fooled, just like everybody else. When you took this course, you were fooled, just like everybody else, to believe that when you move something, you're not actually touching it. That's what I would tell the doctor. And thank you for fixing my leg, by the way, Doc.
I would say, SE, interesting. What's the evidence for that? I've never heard that before. I wouldn't discount before I knew. But you're just saying you discount it right away because you can't fathom it in your mind, therefore it can't be true.
Well, no, that's not the issue. Absolutely. Everybody learned in school that
the doctor healed my leg. He put a cast. He did his job. I thanked him. Thank you, sir. Your job was well done. Now, this tall tale that you tell me, doctor, about when I move something, I'm not actually touching it. Sorry, sir. I don't believe you.
I just want to say, I definitely remember hearing.
What doctor says that, dude? I want to hear. I'm sorry, dude. Go ahead.
No, it's all good. I wanted to say, I remember my science teacher telling me this in school. You don't actually touch objects. You don't feel it. The friction creates electromagnetism and electrons, and you're actually feeling those and not the object. All right? So you're just subscribing to that little thing that you thought you understood that you heard in grade school.
Yeah, I want to hear what doctor says that when I pick something up, I can pick it up without touching it. I mean, you keep talking about this doctor. Where is this doctor who says that?
Ryan, anybody with a PhD is a doctor, essentially.
Yeah, go tell the surgeon that did an operation on you when they took the scalpel and pierced your skin. Ask them, hey, doc, were you actually touching that scalpel?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, at what point do the electrons start, positively and negative charging when you get closer to it? What is the point of an electron? You know what I'm trying to say?
How close do they get to each other before they push each other away, essentially?
Don't avoid what you're thinking about right now.
It would probably be at the atomic level, which is why it's too difficult to conceptualize.
Like, I want you to hold your finger up to a wall, right? Don't touch it. And there's going to be a point where supposedly electrons are moving in positive and negative charges, and then there's going to be a moment where it's not. All right? Right? That's what you're assuming, right?
It's not positive and negative charge.
Whatever the fuck they say is bullshit.
No, it's because two fermions cannot occupy the same state. Can't be at the same position
I mean,
at the
come
same
on, bro.
time.
You know what touching something is. You feel it when it happens.
I know you feel it. I didn't say you don't feel it.
And your finger is deforming while pressing the button. So this electric charge is deforming your fingertip?
No, you're just doing mental gymnastics.
What about, hold on, bullshit. What if I'm compressing a car? Like, what if I'm smashing a car? So I just smash that fucker all the way down, so I can wrap it up in a bundle and ship it off and recycle it. So I'm smashing the fucking thing and I'm not even touching it. Dude, you gotta be a man and make your own rules sometime, bro. And don't believe stupid horseshit, bro.
That's the thing, Brian. I'm not going to make up a thousands of years of learning of humanity. If you think you can do what many very smart people do over the years, you're delusional.
Can those very smart people be wrong in your mind?
Things I'm good at, Chike. I got my own things I'm good at. Okay, and one of them things is laying out a straight line. One of the things I've been doing since I was a teenager, bro, is laying out a straight level line, bro. That's what I'm good at. That's what I've been doing my entire fucking life.
Hey,
not
Brian.
Right, wait a minute, guys. Wait a minute.
What tools are you using
don't,
for laying out a straight line?
NASA, please. We'll have one person talking at a time here, please. Just one.
Brian, what tools are you
No,
using
SE,
to
please.
lay out a straight line?
Sorry, NASA. SE first, please.
You know, I forgot what I just asked him because I got cut off twice, I think.
Yeah. And then everybody else decides to carry on, talk over everybody. Can we please have a bit more control, like, at least? I mean, I know it is Free-for-All Friday, and we have been going live for quite a while, but can we just try and keep this a bit civil?
But you know, it's impossible for Brian, and not due to his fault, but his nature.
It was you as well.
I didn't
I did
speak
see
at
you.
all.
Yeah, I did see you.
No, you didn't.
I think I remembered now, if I may.
You know, a funny thing that I also
Wow.
remember from
Come
grade
on,
school.
let SE go, please.
All right.
Chike, one question. Do you think that somebody smarter than you can be wrong?
I wanted to say, but other people were talking. I not think. I know they're wrong all the time. That doesn't mean there's not them to correct themselves or someone else to correct them.
All right, somebody else go then.
Do you think your cousins with a rock? Smart person. I heard that from a smart person. You think your rock is your cousin? You got to draw your foot. You got to put your foot down and have your own mind, bro. Okay, don't let people tell you horse shit.
Rock does not meet the definition of cousin.
Do you also believe this thing, like, I guess within the atomic theory, I don't know what they call it anymore, that molecules are hollow spheres? Do you believe this?
Chike, that's to you, I think.
Yeah, I'm really asking the
Sure,
person
he didn't ask. Maybe it's for NASA. I don't know.
defending the electron thing. Okay.
You're not going to field that one, Chike? No? We can move on if you're
No,
not
it's
gonna
easy
take
to
it.
answer. Molecules are not spheres, and therefore nothing I need to add.
Chike, is gravity particles?
Hold on, that's not what he asked. Hold on. That's not what Electric asked you.
What did he ask then? Can you repeat?
Wow, you don't remember.
I
Would you
said
care to
you
repeat it?
subscribe to the idea that atoms, protons, or particles, or molecules, whatever level they say, are hollow spheres.
No. Elementary particles considered to be point particles have no size. Atoms
magnitude.
and molecules are made of them, and they are not hollow or spherical or anything like it.
They're made of nothings.
That's what they say. They say they're made of nothing, man.
No, I didn't.
Nice.
And actually, that's what you were alluding to when you brought up you don't touch anything because it's just electrons. That's what they say, that a proton is actually hollow and it's just electrons circling around it. That's what you were talking about when you brought that up.
The what is hollow?
Here, I'll look it up with you right now. 1 sec.
No,
Proton
they
is
say,
the
Chike,
nucleus.
they say everything. That's what you said as well, right?
Proton is the nuclei of hydrogen atom.
And that's a nothing.
Has a positive charge.
Nothing with positive charge.
Just a charge.
That's you say. I didn't say it's nothing.
Chike, is heat particles, man?
I said point-like. We don't know the size. Yeah, we don't know the size. We don't, and
that of which
scientists
has no
don't
parts.
think they have a size. So,
but this point has a size.
Has mass, has electric charge, has spin, all that good stuff.
But this point has some dimensions or not?
Do points have dimensions?
Mathematical point hasn't got any.
Right. So if it's point-like, if I say point-like, that it means has no dimensions. But nobody really knows. We can't measure it.
So how we can have objects with size when you can put all points in one location if they are without dimension? Yes, you can.
What do you think? What do you mean?
I mean that if point has no dimensions, has no size, you can put all matter in the universe in one point.
Yeah, but you don't know where this point is at any given time. And it has charge, which imply force on other charges.
Doesn't make any sense anyway, because I was
Well,
asking.
like I said, nature does not in any obligation to make sense to us.
Of course, it has, and it does, but only in your mind it doesn't.
It's your opinion. It's Richard
No,
Feynman's.
it's not my opinion.
Richard.
No. Aristotle said that.
Well,
Not my opinion.
Aristotle didn't know much, did he? Every kid that
I think that Aristotle knew much more than you. I'm certain
that's your
of that.
opinion. That's your opinion. But every kid that finished school today knows much more than Aristotle. Because they learn stuff that was learned during the time between Aristotle and now.
But they are not learned logic as Aristotle.
I didn't talk about logic. I was talking learned about.
No. You said that they are learning much more than Aristotle, so they are smarter and wiser than Aristotle, they cannot produce, for example, any syllogism properly.
And that has nothing to do with the other. They are much more knowledgeful than
knowledge. You mean information, useless, garbage
Well,
information.
that's your opinion. This information build us computers, nice flat screens, airplanes, satellites. All this good stuff come from this nonsense. Medicine, advanced technology in medicine, all those things. Do you think Aristotle knew what a PET scan is and how does it work?
Wait,
Do you know?
said that this all knowledge came from nonsense?
No, you call it nonsense. I call it knowledge.
No, I am talking about this garbage information today.
I know, you call it garbage and I say it's knowledge.
Knowledge about what?
What can you build? Do you know what a PET scan is? Do you know how it works?
No, I don't know the word.
PET scan is positron emission tomography. Did anyone know what positron is 100 years ago? Or maybe 100, but not 200 years ago. They didn't know. What is positron? How can you make positrons? And how can you use them? Nobody knew. Today they do.
So I think you don't fully understand the models about electrons and particles and all that stuff. And that should actually, I hope you can not waste your time like I did growing up, and you could just throw it away now.
Well, you can throw away whatever you want. You can't advise me what to throw because you're not.
It really doesn't ever apply. I'm going to tell you now, man. This information, this scholastic type stuff, it never applies.
Applies to what?
No,
I never going to apply it, but this information is applied. Yeah, if you want to have a PET scan, they do a PET scan. The information.
There's a reason you're not fully grasping everything within this.
No, listen, you not come. You not come up.
He can't.
You not come up as someone who
parallelitisms.
is
It's
not
been a long time
knowledgeable,
as well.
and I'm not going to take, without any no offense to you, I'm not going to take your opinion over the opinions of people who do have knowledge.
Well, actually, I was spending the past few minutes reading articles about all of this.
And
did
what
you
did
do
they
that?
say? And what did they? Of course I did. What would you think? I'm talking out my ass. And what did they say?
Yeah. Sorry, but
what did they say? Why do things not touch?
You're asking me what I read, but I'm wondering, what did you read?
Never mind what I read. I read what I read long time ago. What did you read? I told you what I read. What is my understanding? Why you can't touch? What is yours? Or what do they say it is?
So you have
Yes, I
read
provided a bunch of explanations. You've heard me jump in. You said that you don't think I understand it, so whatever,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah, because it's not because of the electric charge or anything. It's because of the Pauli exclusion. You can't have two fermions occupying the same state. Not possible. You can have two electrons in an orbit, but they have to be in opposite spin. If they are the same spin, they can't be in the same orbit, and that's why you can't have
I'm not even
three.
sure. What do you mean?
Well, go learn.
What is
Are
this
you saying
explaining?
something cannot be one thing and another thing at the same time?
No, I said they can't be at the same state at the same time. State also includes a space position, the position in space.
Are you sure about your model? Can you explain superposition to me, Chike? You know
No,
what that is?
we're not going to superposition until you
Yeah,
know.
of course, you don't want to go there.
Until you understand geometry, the basic stuff. We're not going there.
You just contradicted yourself, and I caught you right here. You're afraid to answer what superposition is, right? Because your stupid model will contradict what you just said 2 seconds ago,
What
correct?
superposition has to do with the Earth model?
Didn't you just say something cannot be in two states at the same time?
Right. That goes to elementary particles.
And what is superposition again, Chike?
It's confusing. It's like being in two places at the same time, or
it's like contradiction
in
yourself,
two
like
states,
diletheist.
like have a spin up.
This is yeah.
It's a diletheist state. You
What
have to
shape
put
is a
yourself in a
proton?
diletheist state.
It's beyond you. It's way beyond you. Let's talk about Earth.
Hey, Chike, what's the shape of a proton?
I said it's point-like, therefore it doesn't
What
have
is it?
shape.
I'm sorry, what is it?
So
I said they are believed to be point-like, therefore they don't have a shape.
Point-like?
Yes. But we can't measure it really, so we don't know if they're really points or they are just very,
They
very,
don't know
very
if it's
small.
a nothing or a nothing, right?
We
Because
know
they
it's
can't
not
measure
nothing.
it.
We
Well,
know
that's what
it's
a
not
point
nothing.
is, Chike.
We know
A nothing
it's not
sandwich.
nothing. A
So
point
they-
is
Sandwich
not
of
Point
nothing.
is nothing.
No,
So,
it isn't.
Chike, just trigger them and let them know that it's spherical.
Well, Bev,
It's funny because this whole time I'm pulling up articles because I've been
by the
doing
way-
this for a couple weeks actually, like just randomly asking questions about particle science into Google. So, yeah, man.
Can I just check though, right? Has a point changed? Because I'm on the understanding that it is a no thing, that of which has no parts.
And line is a no thing also.
No, but so you're talking about a point here, and
But line is a no thing also.
Alphag said, just trigger them and say it's spherical. So are you like Alphag? Do you think a point, that of which has no parts, is spherical? Chike.
There's no parts. How can it be spherical?
There you go. Alphag, are you sure? Is that what you wanted to come in and say?
Sure about what?
About a point being spherical.
No, I was talking about a proton.
Not a point, because we were talking about a point.
Point is just a conceptual thing.
Okay, a nothing.
Whereas a proton exists.
Okay.
And according to Chike, has no dimensions.
According to me, Euclid said point has no dimensions. What's wrong with you?
Yes, so if this particle or whatever it is you say is a point or like a point, it means that it has no dimensions.
Yeah, I said it. They believe to have no dimensions,
Believe.
but yes, believe because
so no experiment
because no one know. Yes, because we can't get to those small numbers. We can't measure those. We can't measure a Planck length. It's something that's beyond us, way beyond what we can measure. So we don't know. We don't know. We have no.
Wait,
yet.
now we can't measure these particles?
So you are proving from ignorance. You are trying to prove something like that we are not touching things, and you are proving from ignorance.
That has nothing to do with touching. We can't measure. Our minimum measurement, possible measurement, is way above these particle size if they have any. So it's impossible for us at this time to measure them.
So you cannot predicate on them, and you cannot draw consequences, because one of these consequences you have drawn is that we are not really touching, but there is other interference between, for example, our finger and the button. But you cannot say why, because you cannot
I told you
establish
why
what this particle is.
Why you say I can say that when I
has
said
shadow giants.
If you cannot measure it and you cannot predicate on this particle being like a point, but you can say what it does, this is just a story, fairy tale.
Do you mind I read something? Can I read something?
Fairy tale, yeah. Just a second. Let me respond in you can. It's a fairy tale that predicts very precisely what this thing will do. So it's a very good fairy tale, and
faith,
yeah,
providing you've got enough faith in the fairy tale, it works good, right? And you can always imagine, right, that if you can't do it now, you can have a future shadow giant that could do it, right? It's as long as the possibility's there, then it still could happen.
So can I read something?
Future science for the globe.
This will take me 30 seconds. I just want to read this for Chike. Are you listening, Chike? This is for you, buddy. Are you listening?
Why you need to ask?
All right, here we go. By quantum field theory, the electron has no height, width, or physical measurements. It is a dimensionless particle. However, by our current model, the electron is surrounded by a cloud of virtual particles, and that cloud should have a measurable shape. The shape of that cloud is currently highly sought after. What is the shape of an electron is a very tough question, mostly because it's currently ongoing research. I don't think I got to say anything more, but there was a lot more I could read right now.
Yeah, so I was right? They can't measure anything yet, so good luck.
So what
hypothetical.
So what exactly do you think a proton is?
A proton? It's elementary particle.
That they're claiming,
It's
man.
elementary particle that follow all the rules of quantum mechanics, electrodynamics, and stuff like that. It follow all the rules and exhibit properties of as such, like electric charge. It has.
You're trusting that these people are following rules.
It has.
Okay.
No, not these people. The proton. It has a spin. It has a charge. It has a mass. Now, and of course, it's when you don't measure it, it's in a superposition. Its state is unknown. But
right, dude, it's got its own rules. It doesn't follow
now he knows
rules.
superposition. Now he knows superposition.
Yeah, it's an unknown state, but unknown.
The reason they have to call it a particle, Chike, hold on real quick, because I gotta go.
In all those positions that it can't be at the same time, but it will be measured only in one of them.
I gotta go. This is the last thing I'm gonna say, guys. But the reason they have to make it a particle, okay, it doesn't follow any rules. It's got its own set of rules. And like photons, protons, all this stuff, they have to make them particles to make a device to simulate it in computers and all that. They have to. It's got to be a particle. That's just a convention. It doesn't mean that electrons are actual physical things moving around. It's a convention, particleized so they can count it. Y'all guys take it easy, man. Thanks for having me.
Well done.
Yeah, have a great day.
I love that. Particle science from Brian Leakey before we left.
Yeah.
I'm out of here. That's how you sign out.
Yeah, good he's signing out, because that was a lot of conjecture there. It was a lot of assumption and his own belief.
I mean, I think he's done way better than you have for particle
No, because
science.
Bev, you have to remember that we didn't come up with the term particle.
I mean, I don't know anything about particle science myself, but
particles
from what
existed,
I know of nothing,
we use the term
seems
particle
like Brian
to
Leakey knows a hell
other
of a
things.
lot more about it.
So
than
he's
you do,
wrong in his basis for what he was saying.
Yeah, but I know
already.
nothing about it, and he does seem to know more.
I know
about
you
it
don't
than
know anything about it.
NASA, how you can falsify what Brian said?
Because Brian
Which
says that we
seemed
classify
very,
things
very
as a particle
honest
so
about
we can
what he was
simulate
talking
them.
about. He
But
seemed
that's not
like
correct.
a well-learned
the
guy
word
about
particle
the
was
thing.
defined by us when we developed language paper.
Oh, this is only semantic. This is
isn't,
not real.
it's not a convenient thing like Brian says, that it's convenient so that we can model it and blah, 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 and it's all bullshit. No, not at all.
But Chike said that we cannot measure any of this. So
Chike's not wrong.
Yeah.
So
don't
how?
listen to Chike.
We cannot measure subatomic particles.
So how we can establish that they exist if we cannot see them and we cannot measure them?
It's hypothesis.
Yes, of course, at best. For me, this is fairy tale. You call it hypothesis.
I don't care what it's for you, Paper. Because
you say that's why I said.
That's why you
wait,
say
wait a second.
Plane,
I
and
said.
it's not.
I said for me it is fairy tale. For you, maybe hypothesis. Okay, that's why I said this is hypothesis at best.
Yeah,
but hypothesis is not a proof. This is just your guess.
Not a proof. We don't have proofs. We only have evidence.
No, proof.
Said,
so look in Wikipedia what is proof, or go to Aristotle what is proof.
Right.
Because you don't know what is proof, and you are saying that proofs don't exist because you don't know them. This is another proving from ignorance.
Because there are no proofs.
There
is evidence
for you.
And there are disproofs.
There are no proofs for you because you don't know them.
No.
This is very sad. This is very sad. That proves
I know you think so.
Proofs
I know you
don't
think
exist for you because you don't know them. For example, I don't know Chinese, therefore Chinese language doesn't exist because I don't know it.
Never said it.
I made analogy.
Well, there is evidence.
Can I say something?
A very poor analogy.
Yeah.
Can I say something?
Wait. No, before I want to say loose paper, you're the one that says the 2D means a plane. That's clearly not what Euclid says. So I don't take your word or care about what you think.
Yes, plane.
Yeah, you can't use your own mind to come to conclusions. That's interesting.
Euclid tells you that
what about your own conclusions? Do you have any of those?
Euclid tells you
only
that
shadow giants. Chike only listens to people who are clever than him.
Euclid tells you that surface is two-dimensional. Says nothing
and
about
misrepresents what they'd say as well.
Says plane
surface.
Not
bright enough to actually comprehend what anybody's saying.
Yeah. Never let me finish my sentence, Bev. You can't wait.
Okay, if that's what you want, Chike.
That's what you do anyway.
Well, thank you very much for.
So I asked Google a bunch of different questions about who first saw a proton, who first saw an electron, who first saw a proton, electron, neutron, atomic molecule, whatever, right? Here you go. What does a proton look like? The common answer to this question is that protons are much too small to scatter light. And since light is necessary for us to see things, protons do not look like anything. Do I need to keep going?
I don't think that's true.
No,
the
I don't
thing
think
that
there's
I'm
really
trying to
any
point out to
point
you
to what you're
is
saying.
that protons
Crazy.
represent proton. Bro, this is why. Give me a second. I'm gonna come back to you. Okay, one second.
So far, so we cannot see, and nobody have seen this. Has seen this particle,
and nobody can see it.
Nobody see this particle. You can see how this particle moves, how it interacts with other particles.
No, a computer is generating and trying to represent something that is happening. It's not. It's representing with a value. You have to. A particle is a value to something, but they consider what's happening motion.
Yes,
like
you have to understand. You have to understand the misconception.
You can make it
why
home.
You're not understanding what's being said right now, bro.
You can make at home cloud chamber and see how particles move, the trails they leave.
You didn't listen to what I said. Yeah,
you didn't listen to what I said because all you said is nonsense. I'm telling you, you can see the trails of particles at home if you just want to.
You're redefining what a particle is.
I didn't redefine anything. It's called cloud chambers. You can Google it on YouTube. There are many videos with cloud chambers. You can see the particle trails.
You're talking about the quantum field.
I'm talking about particle trails, particles that move in space.
You're misrepresenting things you can see with the quantum field.
I didn't say you can see them. I said you can see the trails they leave.
You need to understand that you don't have this completely figured out, man. I'm trying to help you.
Go ahead. Search.
Chike is being clear. He's saying that we see subatomic particles by an indirect method.
No, we are.
And he's listing one of those indirect methods. You can call them tracks or whatever.
You are talking about effect of things. You are not knowing about them anything, but you are predicating on them that they are moving. You don't know what it is, but you can see.
Pepper.
You can say that this is moving.
You don't know. Say I don't know.
Hence why extensive testing, observations, theories, experiments go on paper so that they don't just come to one conclusion right away when they've seen something and go, hey, it must be this. That doesn't happen as much as you think it does.
So, as you said, if they cannot come to one conclusion, it means they know nothing.
No, paper, they eventually come to one conclusion. They come to a bunch of potential conclusions. They evaluate all of those potential conclusions. They continually explore that. That's the best thing about science, is it's ongoing. We are continually testing things, trying to falsify things, trying to make better theories, etc. It never stops.
Great, but you said bunch of conclusions. No, you didn't say that they are coming to one decisive conclusion.
Yes, I did, paper.
No, you didn't.
I said they start with multiple. They evaluate all of them. They begin to eliminate possibilities for various reasons, and they draw one conclusion, which is why we have a theory.
So they are drawing conclusion from probability.
No.
You just said that. Let me rephrase my question.
Okay. Let's just ask this paper. We can cut this short. If they said to you, well, we're 99.99% sure for these 55,000 reasons, would you say, okay, I trust that? Or are you going to say, well, then no?
Not in physics. Absolutely not in physics.
And yet, you do it every day in your life, paper. There are things you trust, there are things you lean on and use that are based upon scientific theory.
No. I am doing in my everyday life, I am doing otherwise.
So you use a phone, paper.
This is going to take me 5 seconds. Since an
just,
atom is so much smaller than the wavelength of visible light, it's much too small to change the way light is reflected. So observing an atom with an optical microscope will not work.
It's not true.
Can't be done, Chike, but I suppose you can. Tell us how you do it, Chike.
Yeah, I can find you a picture.
Chike, you are science denier.
Dude, this isn't even me. I'm literally.
I don't care what you read. Bring you a
and I'm
picture.
just pulling this stuff. It's
I'll
coming
bring you a
from
picture.
different sources all
I'll
the way.
bring you a picture of an atom. Don't worry, I will. You see the picture I posted in text?
Let's check it out.
That's for paper, mainly.
So this is picture.
Right. I'll explain to you. You see the curved line that comes from the... I know, paper, because you see picture,
What do you mean explain? You will interpret this for me.
Yeah. You see the curved line that begins at the bottom left and go across and then leave at the top left. You see it?
These curved lines, yes?
Curved line, yes.
Yes, I can see.
This is a positron going through
this is curved line.
Right. This is a positron.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
I don't ask you to believe me. You don't have to believe anything. You can live in your imagination. That's okay. I don't care. But this is a positron crossing through a lead plate from left to right. It enters from the left and goes to the left. They know it's a positron because they apply the magnetic field, and they know a positron should behave a certain way in magnetic field because it has a positive charge, and we have rules how charged particles move in magnetic fields. So they know it's not electron because
how
electron.
How can somebody like you talk about that, Chike, and then think
they
the
know?
surface of
They
a
know.
sphere is 2D?
I didn't finish. I didn't finish. I know it's burning your bones to speak, Bev. If it was a electron, it would curve to the right, but it's a positron, it curves to the left.
Okay,
you first ever observed positron.
You said this is positron because it is positron. How can you prove? How can you prove that this line,
we know,
this line is a positron? How can you prove that?
Because we know how charged particles behave. You can't move in a curved line. You can't move in a curved line. That's not possible unless force is applied. We know that. Things that are in motion will stay in motion.
I cannot see
they will not change direction. You see it change direction.
I cannot see any movement in that picture.
Well,
it
began at the bottom. Well, the line wasn't there, and then there was a line.
I
so
don't
we know something
what was
moved
before.
there.
I don't know what was before. You're just telling me.
I'm telling you, before there was nothing.
Okay, you are telling me I
don't believe
what is that line?
I don't
what do you think
believe
that line
you.
Is?
Don't believe you on your word, and you cannot prove anything. That you are showing some curved line.
What is this a picture of?
It's a picture of cloud chamber with the positron moving across it. Different kind of cloud chamber, but when a charged particle move through them, it leaves a trail. It affects the molecule around it, and they form a trail. You can see. Very simple.
Chike, I can draw a picture of.
No, you can build this at home.
A picture of a dwarf.
You can build.
And I will name it dwarf, and I will say what he can
build
do.
It at home.
This dwarf can cut your head with the axe because it's very strong. This dwarf.
Pepper, you can build it at home and observe
I can
it
tell
yourself.
you a very interesting story about the dwarf, but I can show you a picture of a dwarf, but
I want to see
it is not a proof. I was asking a proof.
Can I build apparatus to see dwarfs?
You show some curved
line.
I build
apparatus
you name, but you are interrupting in the middle of a sentence. I asked you for a proof that this curved line is the what positron or whatever. How can you prove that?
I'm telling you because there was a magnetic
field.
Telling.
Yes, I know that you are telling.
Yeah, you don't want to listen. Now you talk over me. Listen,
because
we know nothing can move in curved lines. That doesn't happen unless there is force applied. The force applied was a magnetic field, and we know how charged particles move in magnetic fields. For example, if they're negative, they will move in one direction. If they're positive, they will move in another direction. Depends how much energy will affect their curve, right? If they move very fast, the curves won't be so curved, and if they move slowly, they will even spiral to the center. So we do know all these things. You don't need to believe them. I don't ask you to believe them. You can stay stupid for the rest of your life, but you can make this thing at home and observe it yourself.
So knowing this very, very interesting story will make me wiser, in your opinion.
No, I don't think so.
Because you said that if I don't know these things, I will be stupid to the end of my life. You just said that.
Yeah, it seems you chose this way.
So if I don't know this molecular physics or whatever, quantum physics, I will be stupid to the end of my life.
No, if you say 2D, it means a plane, and you're stupid.
Plane is 2D, yes.
Plane is 2D. No, I said 2D means a plane. That's different. It's not plane is 2D.
Same thing, Chike.
No, it's not same thing. It's very
2D
not same thing.
equals plane. Plane equals 2D. That's the
no,
way it works.
That's not true. That's not true because
yes, it is. That's
because
the way
Euclid
it works.
Because Euclid defined 2D without any plane in the definition. You want to argue with Euclid? You can do so.
Because he created plane with 2D.
He created 2D before he created the plane.
Created 2D, yes, with 3 points.
No.
Yes, 3
no,
points.
He defined a surface as that have length and breadth.
Yes.
Didn't say anything about no straight lines, no 3 points,
it is. That's
nothing
what
like
length
this.
and breadth is, Chike.
In your opinion,
I know you're that geometrically illiterate.
And
you
yet,
don't
in your
understand
opinion,
it.
But your opinion don't count. Nobody cares.
Well, it's not my opinion. It's pretty obvious because it's wrote in Euclid.
Yeah, it's written in Euclid that the
length and breadth
surface has length and breadth, and then there is a special case for surface, a plane surface. It doesn't say. It doesn't never say that plane is two-dimensional. It say it's a surface. It's a plane surface.
Yeah, there's no curve, Chike.
He uses the surface he already defined.
All right, Chike, can you make not a plane with 3 points in space?
Why? I never said anything about 3 points.
I am asking you a simple question. Can you make not a plane or curved surface with only 3 points in space?
Sure. Why not? I can connect the points with curved lines. What are you talking about?
Curved lines.
Yeah.
Yes, but that's why it is connected with straight lines.
No, I'll connect them with curved lines.
Oh, so yes.
So that's a surface.
So this is that's why you created three-dimensional surface.
No, I didn't create no three-dimensional.
Yes,
it's only
with
have breadth.
Lines, yes.
It doesn't have thickness. It doesn't have thickness.
Do you think a line is one-dimensional?
I don't think so. Euclid says so. Why are you asking such dumb question? I don't get it. Get the book of Euclid in front of your eyes and don't ask me this. This is really stupid.
Wow, Chike. That's very brave of you, since you think a surface of a sphere is 2D. That's very brave of you.
I don't think Euclid says so.
Euclid does not, Chike.
Well, show me.
Your misunderstanding is good for
Ah,
us.
well, I'm not misunderstanding. I showed you the logic.
I want you to be telling
I
all
showed
of
you the
your globe
logic.
friends that you require
I
a
showed you the
two-dimensional
logic.
surface of a sphere.
I showed you the logic. 0 dimensions. I'll repeat it for the people who didn't hear. 0 dimensions.
I want to break down.
No. You let me finish now. Then you talk. 0 dimensions has no boundary. 1 dimensions has boundary is 2 0 dimensions. The dimensions.
What?
Bev,
Yo, you do not understand what
every
you're talking
time
about.
when I say this, you say what?
Yeah, because
Keep
you've got
to
it that
yourself.
wrong.
Well, did I? What bounds a line?
Let's break it down
What
super
is the
simple, just for
extremities
the
of
room,
line?
not for Chike.
What is the fucking
Can we just break down
extremities of a
reality
line?
real quick? Like,
Calm
just
down, Chikey.
for real,
What
that would
is
be
the
nice, right? How about some
extremities of
reality?
a line?
It's like everybody's getting triggered.
What is the extremities of a line?
I don't understand.
A line
why
is
you do that.
limitless.
Really?
Yes.
Hold on. Here comes
This is like the easiest thing to
Euclid's
understand.
coming. Euclid's coming.
Mm-hmm.
The extremities of a line are points.
Mm-hmm.
So you were wrong just now, Bev.
Mm-hmm. What happens if there are no extremities? It does say a line is length
Euclid
without
say
breadth. Where does it
definition
put the extremities?
Definition 3, book 1. The extremities, your book, the extremities of a line are points. So you're wrong. Line has extremities and there are points. So the extremities
What about the postulate, though?
I know postulates, though are definitions.
Yeah, but you can't just forget about the postulates, right? You can't just
There
say,
are no postulates.
Chikey, yes, there are postulates.
What are the
definitely.
A point on an x-axis isn't a line. You would need 2 points.
Nobody talked about no x-axis.
Dude, you don't get it.
You don't get it.
It's super simple. This is regular stuff. This is regular
He's
brain.
doing it on purpose, though.
Yeah.
Electric.
What I'm doing, you're doing it on purpose.
Chikey is a seriously
You say
afflicted.
line has no
Not even for Chike,
extremities.
just for the room, just for everybody to just understand reality.
Yeah. Bev said, I'll repeat it. Bev said line has no electric. Shut up. Bev said line has
Chikey, stop being so obsessed with me.
Keep trying
don't
to
worry about me,
hide the
Chikey.
fact you were wrong.
You can go over this without
you
talking
talked
about me.
Well,
Chikey.
right. But you involved yourself since you talked over me. You chose to bring your voice, and I caught you on box.
Yeah, well done, Chikey.
God, that's what you
You
wanted
will
to say.
shut up.
All
You will tell me to shut. You'll tell me. Let me go over it without interruption. I will not bring you in. So Euclid says the extremities of a line 1D are points. 0D.
Yes,
The paper I didn't fucking finish, you cunt.
Oh, Chikey, you definitely have to go on a timeout.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Put him on timeout. Put him on timeout.
Put me on timeout.
Don't leave while you're on timeout, bro. Just
There
put
you
him
go.
on timeout for 30 seconds.
For 60 seconds.
All right, check this out, bro. This is super simple stuff. A point on an x-axis, that's one-dimensional, can't represent a line.
No, a point is that of which has no parts. There's no dimensions. There's nothing there to have a dimension. A line is length without breadth. Just length.
I really only want a few seconds.
One dimension,
sorry,
though.
bro.
It's one dimension, a line. Length
That's my
without
point.
breadth. There's only one dimension. That dimension is length.
And by the way, line can have extremities, but
this is so simple.
This is
like really not complicated stuff.
This is not necessary for a line to have extremities. You can have endless line without extremities. But if the line has extremity, these extremities are points. Because, for example, a circle, where is extremity of the circle? circumference. This is line, curved line. Where is extremity? So you can have a line, even curved line, without extremity, like a circle.
Excuse me, can I just have a thing? Bob, I don't know what you're talking about. In reality, a plane, a horizontal plane, can be established. It's not 3D. It's just a plane, a horizontal plane.
This isn't going anywhere, guys.
But yeah, it is, because I've got Bob from Globebusters in the chat saying that I'm talking absurd about a plane. Bob doesn't know what the fuck we're talking about.
I just wanted to say one thing and you cut me off, bro. Like, I really only need a few seconds. Just for dude that, hopefully you can unmute him right after this too.
We can come back in whenever.
A point on a line is not representing both axes, right?
A point is that of which has no parts.
Point.
I heard you say that before. Okay. All right. Never mind, man.
Electric. A point has only one property. Only one. Location.
Dude, I don't know how this is. Who's allowing this to drag out? Reality needs to set in for somebody so this can move forward better.
Reality's here all the time. We've always been in 3D reality. There's people like Chike that want to come into 2D. There's other people that want to talk about protons that don't exist. What is it that you want to say? Come on, Electric, let's get it out.
I just wanted him to understand, like, I guess the difference between a scale and a line and a point and a plane and a curved object or a solid object. I wanted to lay it all out, but, like, it doesn't matter. You guys are good.
He can't do it. He can't have it. Chike cannot understand that reality is 3D. He wants to have 2D.
Did he leave? He's not even here now. So once you muted him, he left. So he's not even willing to listen to anything.
Yeah, it's Chike.
I spent a whole lot of time listening to his explanations for things while reading explanations for things. Waited patiently to say one thing, and he couldn't even wait. He had to leave. Like, that's crazy. Hours talking about something, can't listen to one person have an input.
Yeah, don't get upset with him. That's what he wants you to do.
But yeah, if you guys would just, if you have patience with me right now, I'd appreciate it. I just want to say something that's been bouncing around in my head. A scale, like, represents numbers, all right? It's not really lines or point A to point B. You got the numbers on a scale. This is what people confuse about measurements and rulers. I feel like this is where the misconception starts coming in, because they think that a scale or a ruler can be measuring a two-dimensional object or something like this.
What do you mean?
I don't even know what I'm trying to get at right now. I'm sorry.
What do you mean by scale?
I'm just thinking of points on a line, and you're thinking that, you're moving along two axes while you're doing it. You're moving along one. The points are still... I'm sorry if nobody's catching this. It's all good, though. I appreciate you guys. But yeah, there's no way in hell a curved line or whatever the original point was. And it's just so far from it now.
Bob in Globebusters is thinking that a geometric plane, mathematics, is 2D. But geography, a plane is 3D.
No, he's right. A geometric plane, if it's just the XY axis, that would be a 2D plane, right? Yep. So he's right.
Saying it's 3D. The
XY, once you add a Z-axis, if you add a Z-axis, yeah.
But that's not a plane, right? That's all of the points on the XY axis will stay static on the Z. That would initiate a plane.
You would have a 3D plane.
What, with a 0Z change?
I'm with you on that, yeah.
Well, that's a 2D plane, isn't it? It's just the X and the Y. There's no Z. That's 2D.
Yeah, I'm
the
with
X
you.
and
I'm
the Y
following,
are
man.
the
I
two
follow that.
dimensions. Is there a misunderstanding of what a dimension is, or what I imagine a dimension is?
I mean, there's a lot to be understood about him, that's for sure.
Chike seems to be confused at what a dimension is. He thinks 2 dimensions can be a sphere.
And dimension is, generally speaking, size in a specific direction. And this is very important. In specific direction. That's why length is, for example, if length is horizontal, then vertical cannot be, it may be named length, but in a 90-degree other direction. And that's why it's called breadth. But this, because this is length in different direction, opposite direction. So, and the same is with the third dimension, like Z or depth. So this is length. That's why line has only length, even if it is in horizontal position, it has length. And if this line is in vertical position, it is length. But if we have 2 lines in X and Y positions, one length we are calling length, and the second length we are naming breadth. That's it. Simple.
Yep.
How
the
can
most
a plane
important
be 3D?
What's globe busters? What is that? I never heard of that.
You've never heard of globe busters?
No.
Have you never heard of the 15 degrees per hour, Bob?
Oh, always. Yeah, I hear that.
There you go. The one and the same. Does anybody know how a plane could possibly be 3D? Because I'm trying to work out how it could be.
Let me look up the definition. What is a geometric plane? Oh, 2-dimensional.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing about 3 dimensions there, huh?
No. I mean, there is a lot of confusion. It seems like Chike is minusing 1, and it seems like Bob is adding 1. He might be adding the 1 for Chike. Making up for Chike.
In mathematics, a plane is a flat, 2-dimensional surface that extends indefinitely. A plane is the 2-dimensional analog of a point, a line, and a 3-dimensional space. That last part is from Euclid.
Mm-hmm. It's just basic concepts of geometry. It's not difficult. None of this stuff is. We do.
That dude kept saying, "This is Euclid. This is Euclid." I just read. I didn't even know I was reading this from mathematician Euclid. Yep.
Makes you feel clever, doesn't
it? You can't have a 2-dimensional plane on a 3D surface. You would be misrepresenting the 3D surface. You would have to extend infinitely the 2-dimensional plane over it. There would be a change in elevation away from the 3D surface.
And if you could prove that all of the horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and then that would make them all parallel to each other,
But this argument is only happening because people desperately need to make sense of a flat surface being observed in reality.
Well, the flat surface isn't being observed. Level is horizontal, right?
I'm talking about the horizon, I guess.
Well, the horizon is horizontal also. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. And
this is just an argument to help. You bring it up when people bring up the horizon, you know?
Yeah, but all horizontals are parallel. How do you get them to go around a ball? If all horizontals are parallel to each other, just apply logic. How do you get that to wrap around a ball? Go.
You would have to misrepresent the 3D surface. Yeah, like I said.
No. If all horizontal planes are parallel to each other, how do you get the horizontal to wrap around a ball? If all horizontals are parallel to each other.
Like, I played devil's advocate enough for you, my friend. I can't answer that.
You can't, no. It's impossible. In order to keep the model, you have to lose the horizontal plane. It's got to go. And if you can't have a horizontal plane on the globe model, what are you going to keep? Because you can only have one or the other. You can only have a horizontal plane or a globe model. They're mutually exclusive.
That's right. You said that very well. That's true. That's why people are trying to make this argument, though, that, you know, flat can curve and whatever.
Yeah. Do you not think that's a bit sad, though, if they go into that level to try and convince you that straight lines aren't straight, but that you want to be calling them straight, and you don't know what a straight line is because you're not clever enough, because you've not talked to the shadow giants. They've not spoke to you in voices in your
what
head.
What are shadow giants?
Standing on the shoulders of shadow giants, that's it.
I want to look this up, but I feel like it's not going to go anywhere.
What, a shadow giant?
Is this a real reference to something that I could find?
Shadow giant is someone who is telling you what to say, but if you want to back up your sentence with reference to him, he disappears. This is shadow giant.
Yeah, standing on the shoulders of shadow giants. Really, you're just on the floor in the same fucking place. In exactly the same thing, with no knowledge of anything, because they've not told you how to prove it. They just tell you things and you have to listen to them and repeat it, like Chike does. In reality, there is definitely proof that horizontal planes exist. And you can also prove, logically, that all horizontal planes or lines or whatever are parallel. Provable. A water level is a tool for establishing a horizontal plane. You don't need to say much more. Just let people work it out for themselves.
Yeah, what's that really about, though? Was somebody saying that, you know, these abstract shapes and geometry don't exist in real life? What was that about?
What abstract shapes?
I don't know. Was this an argument somebody was making against you? Because I don't understand where this is coming from.
No, they told me at the beginning that I was a child abuser for saying that level is a straight line on a horizontal plane. Turns out that horizontal planes are all parallel. Turns out that is a proof that the globe model doesn't exist. Isn't that weird? An actual proof. And we know that now because there's no globe model believer that can put up an argument. There's no globe geometry. There's no globe surveyors. There's no globe geometers. There's no globe scientists. Only the people that we talk to in Discord servers, which is pretty sad. Oh, of course, you've got Blue there. Blue doesn't think a water level establishes a horizontal plane of reference. And it's only the model that says that to him. It dictates that he has to say that. And it's sad.
I hear you.
And yeah, it's hard work because it's so simple. People go, I don't know what the argument is. And there is no argument. Or other than the logical statements that we can put forward that are actual arguments to state that perpendiculars prove parallels that are possible in reality, right? I mean, it's not us that say there is no horizontal planes on the globe model. It's the globe model that says it. But it's a hard thing for a globe model believer to come and face that and say there are no horizontal planes on the globe model, even though Chike said it today. He said that he was willing to give up a horizontal plane in favor of his model. So if all you have to do is establish a horizontal plane, the globe model disappears. Has to. They've got a massive paradox.
Yeah, I didn't even intend on becoming a flat earther the way I did. All this stuff is just, wow, even more stuff helping prove flat earth. It's interesting.
It's not flat though. So, yeah, how do you deal with that contradiction then? You call yourself a flat earther, but it's obviously not flat. How do you deal with that personally?
You could take the word flat earther out of context and then talk about that. But I think you understand what I was trying to say.
Yeah, I know. This is a general thing. I'm going to ask it.
Right, what do you want me to call it then?
Stationary
level, level earther?
Do you take flat to be something other than flat?
Me? No.
Yeah. Well, how do you justify calling yourself a flat earther if the earth isn't flat?
Like I said, man, the context of the word, I guess it does imply things that I don't agree with because I understand topography. So if you want to just get away from the context of the word flat earther, I'll stop using it, man, for sure.
No, I mean, you can use it yourself. Anybody can. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, how would you justify it?
I'll call myself a phenomena of level earther.
Well, you call yourself whatever you want, but you do know. You do know that earther isn't a thing either. Right? There's no such thing as putting ER on the end of earth. Because that's also ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, true. I feel you on that. Yeah, it's just all these weird lanes that the Liberal Party is making up. That's not my fault. I was just trying to make people understand real quickly while not getting into it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got no shame in saying that anyway. I don't care if people think I'm a flat earther.
Well, there you go. The thing is, what do they think? If you think that it's not really flat, what do other people think? You think?
I don't think it's about what other people's opinions of my thoughts are. It's not about that at all.
No, but you could at least say that it's for somebody looking in and thinking that you call yourself a flat earther, even though you know it's not flat, then I mean, how good is that?
I know that water finds level in a container. Listen, I said the word flat earth is super quick, but I don't have to do that, man. You know, I understand you want to get away from the context of the word flat.
No, I don't want to get away from it. I want to understand why people have ended up accepting a misnomer. And like
I said, it's the Liberal Party. You're right. We have aligned with a definition that wasn't our own. It was given to us. I agree.
And who do you think gave it?
The Liberal. I don't want to say it again.
Flat Earth Society gave it to you.
Oh, really? Well, this is a history I'm not aware of.
Flat Earth Society aren't flat earthers.
You were educating me on this matter, dude. I wasn't around.
But you have heard about Flat Earth Society?
No, I mean, I heard about it, but I don't know. I've never seen anything about it really.
I think I think that this name Flat Earth is has come from them. I think that they were the first who used that word or expression, flat Earth. I haven't met before them that someone is using flat Earth as a name of anything.
Yeah, that's my fault, man, because I'm new here, I guess. I don't gotta call myself a flat earther if I don't believe the world is flat. That's fine. I got it. I heard you. Or even saying the word earther. I heard that part too. So what would you call yourself without these aligning with all these ideologies?
Just a man, but who is trying to think independently, and that's why I am learning Aristotle and Euclid and just logic, because the logic is the tool which can learn us how to think properly. And then you have a tool to discern between truth and false on your own. You don't need to ask shadow giants what you have to think about many things, because you can do it on your own.
Yeah, or like a critical thinker. You could call yourself that, right?
Yes, it involves critical thinking, but not only. It is not just narrow part. This is narrow part of thinking, critical thinking, because criticism is part of logic thinking, of course. But if you are called flat earther or whatever, earther or not earther, whatever, you are just ascribed to some set of arguments and even silly arguments. And as a flat earther, you will, and I think you already have experienced situations that you had to defend yourself against some stupid accusations that if you are flat earther, you have to think that way, and you have to argument against it, and in essence you had to prove to opponent that you are not a camel.
Yeah.
But this is how this setup works. Opponent is giving you set of arguments, and he's just playing with you, and you only can to defend yourself explaining that you are not a camel, and this is a stupid situation.
Yeah, so what I'm getting from this is that I wasn't aware of all the, already existing arguments that, the term flat earther aligns with. So maybe I should fall back from using it, right?
Yes, you can think that term flat earther is irrelevant, but it doesn't go very well in wider society or whatever you can arena.
I'm not worried about fitting in with whatever society says right now. Society got it fucking wrong as hell, dude.
But still, you will have to deal with opposition.
You got to be willing to play. You got to be willing to, do some funny stuff. I don't know. Whatever. Got to get your hands dirty, bro. I never care about what society thinks of an opinion. God damn, you know how many majorative opinions are so wrong?
Yes, but still, if you are already labeled, you will have to deal with some kind of accusations or arguments. Maybe you will not know how to respond to that. So just be aware of that. If you will say in discussion, I am flat earther. So you can meet many people who have already prepared arguments against you.
Oh yeah, and what's that? What do I need to be ready for? You got some great arguments that I might be walking into.
No, they haven't got any arguments for the globe.
I agree. That's why I'm not afraid to call myself flat earther, because I'm not afraid of the implication and any conversations to come from it.
What I was saying that they have no arguments for a globe, but they have many not very good arguments against flat Earth. So they will be attacking you. They will be attacking your model.
Now that makes more sense, to just avoid petty stuff. Yeah. All right.
I find that if you decide that you want to go into a debate scenario, if you start off with a position of a misnomer, like that's a position that you cannot defend. Impossible to defend. If that's your starting position, then you're not going to do very well in a debate, I would say.
So everybody is afraid of calling themselves a flat earther?
It's not afraid. It's just not flat. So it's a really bad position to take.
That's interesting. So you don't believe that there is an amount of matter that has formed somewhat of a level surface?
I know that I can prove as a matter of fact that level is horizontal. And I also know that that proof means that I can measure elevation changes that prove it's not flat. So you can never take the position that it is flat if you have a proof that it's not flat.
1 second, please. 1 second, please. Please. I know it's not flat, but I'm a flat earther too.
Yeah, I was just trying to make the point to Electric that it's one of the worst starting positions in any form of debate.
I agree. But I'm still a flat earther.
Yeah, anybody can be whatever they want. I'm just pointing out in a debate.
Yeah, I get it.
So
let me just get this off my chest, because I see what's being said. The word flat has been used divisively against us. We're seeking the truth, and they slapped a label on us that gives us a misnomer. We're misrepresenting our points. I get it. Thank you for that, bro. I'm gonna remember that every time I go ahead and think of saying. I'll say it again one more time. Last time in this argument, flat earther.
Precisely, Electric. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
But still, you were talking about level. Water
yeah, that's what I really wanted to get to.
Water at rest is creating level,
which is also a horizontal plane.
Yes.
Same thing.
Yeah, what's creating that? That's what I want to know.
Oh, the water level. It's the level of the water that creates the horizontal plane.
But what is assisting in finding that?
It's the level. The water does it completely on its own.
I'm just gonna be that guy and just say this is what I think about. I think that the idea of level is a phenomenon, but we don't gotta super duper get into that, you know.
It's natural phenomena, yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
The water level forms a horizontal plane of reference. We call it horizontal because that's what the water does. Man. What the water does, we call a horizontal plane.
So we don't need to manipulate water or to force water to do something. Water does it on its own.
Well, if you look at the water, right, on a massive scale, how does it sound? How does it look to you?
That finds level. What about shaking up a cup with sand in it? It'll try to find level, right?
Would you see that it's flat or not?
It's not about it being flat. It's about it finding level.
Yeah.
It's not the same thing.
Well, but without going into detail, right?
Sorry, guys, I know
but broadly, but broadly speaking, right? It seems flat, right? It looks flat.
Trying not to use that word anymore because it really made a new conversation.
Body of water is not flat, but surface of undisturbed water.
The surface of
you can say it is flat, but also it is level. So you can name the wall flat, but wall in your house is not level. So it proves nothing. Flatness proves nothing in that case.
But see, this is the thing. With a water level, it's a tube with two uprights. So the level from one end to the other is horizontal. Right? I don't know how you could possibly call it flat or mistake it for being flat. The 2 points being neither higher nor lower are on the same horizontal plane. There's no need to mention flat. They're at the same level, the same horizontal plane. It's very easy. I know everybody in this arena really likes the word flat, but it's just not needed in the conversation at all.
Or not. It is not about needed or not, Bev. But basically, if you zoom out and take a broad picture of large bodies of ocean, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now let's move into details, right? Sorry?
There will be a tide. There's waves. It's not flat. It's one of the worst things to call it. It's definitely not.
Yeah, like if they went ahead and called the movement level, that would be a problem for them.
That's why they need curved level.
2D spheres. Same thing.
So if you have two tubes in the level tool, you can establish straight line between them. But in globe model, they say that you are establishing curved line between these two tubes. That's the trick.
And that can be checked. Geometric principles. I mean, I know they say you can't, but you can. They say you can't tell the difference between a plane and a sphere. Well, you can, definitely. You can perform easily tests that prove a plane isn't curved. Very easily. Whether you can try and express that to other people is a different matter, but we're going to get better at doing that. And we know how to do the tests, and we know how to present the tests. All we need to do is get better at presenting it, better at the rhetoric. And we'll get people to promote the realizing Euclid tests. Just like the Globers will be promoting the horizontal paradox for us. Well, as soon as everybody becomes aware that there's a massive problem with horizontal planes on the globe model. I mean, we went through them ages ago over at Brandon's. I think we called it Page's proof. And it was on the back of Rumpus, starting with his ridiculous tangent lines. It's dead easy, dead obvious how to do it. Rumpus has been allowed to get away with it. Which is, it's the matter. Rumpus has he put his video out yet? Should be getting pretty close to Rumpus. He's definitely by the end of this week. He might be doing his test this weekend. Thought about going, but maybe not.
Well,
just ask a Glober if they think it's okay for them to have horizontal planes. It's one of the quickest turnarounds. It's like the double drop hump when we first started doing that. The horizontal paradox. Even easier to explain. But no doubt we'll go back to the realizing Euclid test again to explain how the plane isn't curved. But now we know that the Globers, particularly the Globers, the ones that get really triggered about the realizing Euclid test, they can't tell the difference between a plane and a circle. So you don't know whether it's worth talking to them anymore about level. They can't tell the difference between a straight line on a plane and a sphere. So it's not much use asking them to have a look over a test that shows a plane, because they say, oh, we can't tell whether that's a plane or not. Do you reckon they could? Chike came really close today to bending horizontal. I think he did for a bit.
He eliminated it totally.
Yeah. He got rid of it, but you think he was in the process of reforming it into a circle. He would like bend horizontal. He was bringing it back, I think.
Yeah, he did that too. Yeah. He made level into a circle. Yeah. And he got rid of horizontal.
Chike.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's only part of what he did.
Yeah,
he also said today. Today was amazing. Didn't he say that the Earth we walk upon is 2D?
Yep.
Yep.
Well, when he said walk, he didn't mean walk. He meant float.
Hovering.
You're not actually touching the floor as you're walking.
Did he really say that?
Yeah.
Yes, he said, and I was clarifying, and he admitted that when I press the button with my finger and my fingertip is deforming, I am still not touching the button when I am pressing the button. So this is just new.
Every surface is 2D. And you're not actually
that's another
touching
one.
it.
Today was pretty monumental. Yeah, nice.
But I mean, I have to remind everybody, this is just Chike. But Chike is he's the leader in showing you what the globers have to say. Chike's been pushed over the event horizon, but every glober will have to go there and say the same thing
stay
as
away.
Chike. Yeah, well,
Not
I mean,
the event horizon. There's no turning back.
We should put a warning, right? We need to do a warning at the beginning of the show for these people, because Chike, obviously, he's been seriously affected by something. Horizontal paradox, realizing Euclid, just something has buried itself into his head, and he has to justify his model to himself, and he's on overdrive. Saying some stupid shit.
And he has also problems with his touch sense.
Gadget saying I called it that George wouldn't come to the UK. Yep, that's me. I got another one right. I seem to be good at predicting these, though. But we're going to set up one for this year. I think this year the testing season didn't happen too well for us. We did get one Fata Morgana. I'm hoping we can go out there again and get another one before the end of the year. No more tests. I don't think we could do it. But next year, if we got some tests planned for next year, big ones, I'm going to update the realizing Euclid test that me and Spot On did for next year. Hopefully we can go down and do it with Emma, and we'll incorporate a perpendicular to it. Genius. So we're going to do this straight line on the plane, and just for these guys we're going to incorporate perpendiculars to show how perpendiculars work on a horizontal plane. Yeah, George isn't coming down. He must have been listening in on the in the chat. It's an interesting show. Like, we've been going a lot earlier. And is everybody all Friday'd out now? Free for all Fridays.
Well, we did have an early start.
Yeah.
We still got some in us. I'm waiting for a pizza to come. I got a good half an hour. Let's do it.
Well, yeah, I don't think like we say, it is dangerous for them to come here with their model, expose it, put it out on display. I don't think there'll be many of them coming back round here. But I don't think that's unfortunate or anything for us.
Nah. Have you ever seen more dialetheism? We had Brenda, Chike,
on today. That was
Alfag.
Big time.
Wow.
I mean, do you reckon that dialetheism's always been there, or is it because we've sort of give it a name that we find it easier to spot?
Well, I've always spotted it, but I've given it other names. Like I used to tell them, how can you have two opposing thoughts in your head at the same time? So we just found that word, and
but has it gone? Have they turned the dial up? They turned it up to 11 just recently.
I think, yeah, the past few months it's been like at a furious pace uptick. Yeah.
Yeah. See, Genesis.
It's like when a cat is in a corner, it swings more. You're gonna get more swings of the hands, right?
Genesis
There's
in
definitely
the chat saying.
Sorry.
Genesis in the chat there saying about explain why things fall down. I mean, if that's not just a ridiculous sort of question, like,
well, he wants to play, does he? Which down?
Yeah, but why do people have to explain to him, and he'll never accept anything? It's like somebody saying, "Prove to me." Where's your proof? When they won't accept the proof, they'll never accept an explanation of anything. It just lead to a bigger argument.
And why he is asking about things going down? Because many things are going up. Why he is not asking about things going up?
Well, that's because down is every direction, so that also incorporates up within down. Within their model.
Every direction is down.
Mm-hmm.
And every direction is up.
Yeah.
It means that object is going down and up at the same time.
Yeah, eventually down does go back up again, doesn't it? On their model. So
superposition.
Superposition, all possibilities, all at the same time.
About us accepting proofs.
In old days, it was called miracle, and it was called bilocation. That some saints, they say that some saints had ability to bilocate. So I think this superposition is just modern version of bilocation, just a miracle.
That's one of my favorites, superposition. Oh, do I love that. The fantasy of all fantasies. Like, I don't think nothing.
Have you seen that in the chat? Chike's got the nerve to talk about proofs.
But he said there are no proofs, only evidence. So I don't know what evidence for him is evidence, but still, if he says that there are no proofs, it means that evidence is not a proof. At least he has to concede that.
No, he's mocking us because I said that they won't accept proofs. They won't because they don't have proofs. They don't think proofs exist, so how could they accept proofs? And Chike's mocking that, saying not accepting proofs. Which means Chike must accept proofs. And if Chike accepts proofs, then he must accept the proof that water level is horizontal. And if he doesn't accept that, he must have a proof that water level is not horizontal. Must be something else.
Are you trying to get Chike in trouble?
Chike, well, I said we
Accepting
have to bring the
proofs?
proof. We have to bring the proof back.
I don't know. He's going to get in trouble.
Well, he's done the 2D thing. He may as well have proof as well. He can make a name for himself within the globe. He could get a priesthood out of this.
Yeah.
If you find a globe proof, then, I mean, they're struggling a bit. Rumpus isn't going to do his test, so, I mean, what have they got this year? Not much. Chike, if Chike could pull through with a globe proof at the end, you never know.
I think even if he says the word proof, he's going to be in hard trouble. Somebody's hot micing.
Yeah, I got him.
If your buddies hear that you accepted proof, oh boy, you're in for it.
Oh, Gadget's saving. He's been saving up. He's got a fund, Gadget, for taking George out to dinner.
No
George
way.
isn't coming. You just have to save it for next year. Add to it. You can make it a really extravagant meal next year. It won't be this year, will it?
Save up. Maybe go to one of those white glove restaurants, 5-star, I think they call them.
Uh-huh. And a live stream, that'd be good, wouldn't it? You imagine that, live stream. Gadget live streaming his dinner with George. Steak and chips with George.
More like filet mignon.
Well.
Stop all that. I'm starving.
Me too. I'm waiting for a pizza, bro.
I would like to see that. That would be good. Wait for next year. It'll have to be next year, though, right? Because Rumpus he's not going to do his test this year, is he? Let's face it. Rumpus can't get 15 people together by the end of this year. He's lost George now, so he'll probably need about 20 or 30. I don't know how many people George would have been. He would have took the space of at least 5, I think.
Why ain't George help?
He can't come over. He's been ill.
They all sound bad.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't want to, you don't want to stress them out too much. With all of with the mental problems that they have as well, dealing with the contradictions and paradoxes. And then obviously the health issues as well, physical health. And then none of them are new, sprightly, young people. They're all boomers, aren't they?
Curving that horizontal is stressful, man.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the pressure that puts you under that, having to defend it all the time as well. Mentally draining. You see what happened to Chike? I was seriously worried about Chike today. He sounded like he was I don't know.
He had to go through his outburst at the end. Use the C word. Yeah, they've turned him loose. You know, he used to just sit in the background and just kind of be the filler, right? Time filler or space filler. Now he's making his tour around and making videos and
well,
another Blue. It must be Blue going away.
He
Blue
didn't
might
go
be
down
ending.
well at Twitter. They rebelled against him because he was telling them that they didn't know how to, I don't know, troll or, you know, whatever Chike does. And yeah, they think they pushed him out a little bit. So that's why he's come back here. Emma said, you best bring him back over here because probably wouldn't go well with him over at Twitter. But he seems to have come back and he's all right now. I think we've managed to, you know, keep him safe for a bit. And now what? He's on the promotional tour. He's out there promoting the horizontal paradox. And just recently we've got him doing this thing where we get him to go round to say everybody that balls are 2D. It's hilarious. It doesn't half bring up a load of conversation. It's like absolutely ridiculous, but you want to hear some of the reactions that you get. It's hilarious. So, thanks for that, Chike. I hope you don't get too much stick from everybody for doing that. Especially from the Globe side. And I hope none of them took that seriously to think that that's actually what you have to think. Because in reality, spheres are 3D. I think everybody knows that. That was just a bit of a game Chike was playing on everybody. He can't have possibly meant that the balls were flat 2D, because that 2D is flat, isn't it? Can I just get a confirmation that you all think that 2D is flat? Because I personally, 2D is definitely only two of the dimensions. You need 3 for 3 dimensions. I might just be weird though, mate, just thinking that 2 dimensions is just 2 of the dimensions. Yeah, you are promoting the horizontal paradox. Yeah, thank you, Chike. See, he's pointing it out there. Yeah, that's the one, Chike. Use it as much as you can. Get it out there. Thanks for all you're doing. Tipples. What? Yeah, God's with me. As long as you're only using 2 of them and the other one stays at the same coordinate, then yeah, that's a 2D. Definitely not a ball. But he is talking to Brenda. Yeah, George. See, even George in the chat remembers the 2D, 3D thing. You want to see what George, you'll have to listen back to it because Chike's done some brilliant stuff. I think 304 or something like that was the one that we have for Chike, saying that horizontal planes don't exist. It may be a little bit dirty. People were over talking. We'll have to remember that next time, please, people. Next time we get them, we set it up for Chike to say something stupid. It'd be better if it gets a clean cut.
You don't have to set anything up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but when they do start saying some stupid shit, it helps if 2 or 3 people aren't over talking him, trying to get him to ask him a question.
Definitely, yeah.
I'm kind of confused. I've asked this several times to several different people. I wasn't able to be on VC earlier, but when I ask them, like on their model, the surface is 2D, but their model represents where they think they live. So when they step out onto the ground, what they call Earth, the dirt, do they think that's 2D? That surface?
Yeah, bro. Chike told me today.
He walks on the 2D surface.
No, no way.
Yeah.
I missed that part. Chike, really? No, really? No, don't say that. So you can walk on it, you can grab it. It's physical.
Yeah,
solid.
Everything
rock,
is 2D.
earth. That's 2D.
Yeah. Yeah,
No
you can go
way.
back, you can clip it. You definitely said that. That was the theme for today. 2D spheres, 2D balls. Brenda came in, backed him up with the 2D balls.
Well, I've asked people to take me to, that point on Earth, right, where that's the surface of the Earth that they're talking about. Like, can we go there to that 2D spot? And none of them will ever. Y'all are saying they said that today?
Absolutely, bro.
Yeah, it developed really quickly. Because I think what it was, the other day, I Can Science That, Spaghetti Scientist, said that they couldn't tell the difference between a plane and a sphere. And this is the development today. Chike, I think Chike had a big deal to do with the spaghetti science bit. So he's trying to help him out, really.
I think Brenda's put him up to all this because she's a big 2D surface. For years, I can remember her saying that. But to say like you're standing on grass, that's the 2D surface.
I think what they've done is Chike's exposed the paradox, right? Because Chike, like you said there, nobody's ever really said that before. Whereas Chike now has definitely said the surface of a sphere is 2D. Brenda has said the surface of a sphere is 2D. There's a lot of globers that know that a sphere is 3D. And yet they are now going to have to either comply with Chike or get called a flat earther by Chike. It's a very tricky position for the globe at the minute.
Yeah, I even asked him if he wanted to walk it back.
Imagine that. Having to say that a sphere is 2D or be a flat earther. I mean, which is worse?
And I think, in addition to that, that people who think that they are touching something, they are flat earthers.
I bet if you were to tell people that a sphere is 2D, they'd think that's a flat earth position. Pretty sure of it, to be honest. Thinking that a sphere is 2D, I'm pretty sure the greater public would think that's flat earth. Because most people haven't got a clue what flat earth is. Obviously, because it's a massive misnomer. Nobody actually knows what it is anyway. But if you were to go around telling people that you thought balls were flat 2D, they'd think you were a flat earther, I'm pretty sure.
It took me years to realize what flat earth was or what it was all about, that. I think I could prove the globe, measure, like do observations and things that would, like be more of a sphere than I could ever measure the earth to be flat. But when it comes to water, I mean, it's fooled me, optically, but when you measure it, when it's not moving, it's freaking flat. Everything that points to it is level, right? Like the levels we use. I mean, it's all, the baseline is water. That's what I don't get. Before any of the man-made tools were made, water was used, and those tools were based on water. Everything is based on nature. All of the engineering and the things that are created to make our lives easier, it's all taken from how birds fly, that we created wings and, everything.
Yeah, I'd say the water level defines the horizontal and the level, right? But same thing. But you can't have horizontal without water. You would have no concept of horizontal without the water.
See, I think horizontal is the geometric term. I think level is the description of horizontal. Like when you're leveling something. Like it's just a term of, what you're doing, that process, or, how you're trying to make something horizontal. You're leveling it.
Or we can say we watered the surface, boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, we watered it. Yeah. I'd never heard that until this year. What do you mean watered it? No, we made it level. Makes sense. So all languages, there's no barriers there. They all know. And most of those third world countries, they use water level tools because they're cheaper. They don't have the theodolites and auto levels and all that. So they use water level tools.
Yeah, this argument is very devastating for them. It's obvious. Personally, I don't see a better argument than this. Level, water, geometry, game over.
It's a tough one to refute, but they have to argue it like they're doing. Semantics and just sophistry, or trying to confuse people with different meanings, making up their own definitions. I can say what I want. You're hearing that more and more. Brenda especially. Strange.
It's exactly who I thought of when you said that. And she said it herself. I make up my own definitions.
Oh, can we? George is in the chat. Nobody calls George Nutsack a wanker, do they? Is there anybody here that would call George Nutsack a wanker? No? He's in the chat.
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, maybe.
No. You wouldn't call George Nutsack a wanker, would you? No? No, George. He's saying that everyone would call him a wanker. That's George. But he's not. No, but no, There's nobody in here, George, that would call you a wanker. No one. See, nobody's putting it up. No. Gods hasn't called him a wanker.
Well, I can see in chat that he is naming himself a wanker. Only.
Yep. And he's saying that we would all call George a wanker. But we don't. Nobody has called George a wanker. Other than George called himself a wanker. So, George, yeah, don't worry about it. Is that somebody? That's got to be somebody else.
I've called George some things in the past, but wanker, I don't believe was one of them ever.
No, that's somebody messing about, isn't it?
But that is one of my favorite British terms. You wanker, you.
That's not... Yeah, sorry, George. Which one was it that was calling? Who was the one? It's hard to tell now, George. You've got two accounts in there. Why is he coming in with two accounts? George, just stick to one account. Please. See you later, George. Which one? Whichever one it is. Take both of your accounts with you. Yeah, he's left the real one.
We have two of them? Holy cow.
Yeah. There's a George Nutsack. That's terrible, that. He probably, it's the same account. It looks like the same account. Anyway, it's hard to tell nowadays with these accounts. It's been an interesting week, I would say. Although we haven't managed to do much stuff. Usual stuff. But I'm impressed today, I tell you guys. My lad's going to be a photographer. He's gone to college to do photography. So, yeah, he's definitely full on now because he's finished school. He's been inspired by the P1000 that we bought him when he was 13 to take up photography. So hopefully all of the Fata Morganas and all of that sort of stuff will be carrying on, and we will be doing some more photography with him.
Great news. Congratulations. Proud dad.
Yeah. I think I might send Nick on a little letter. I'll get all of the Fata Morganas that we've filmed with their cameras and send them that and see whether they if they're impressed with the stuff he's done. See whether we can get him sponsored.
So you mean that camera that all the ballers think is such a terrible camera caught all these Fata Morganas that are so hard to catch?
Yep. And I don't think we would have caught one of them if we hadn't have had a P1000. So all of that is thanks to Nikon and the P1000. And that has inspired my son to take up photography. No doubt from those things that we have done with the P1000. Because, yeah, that's the camera that he's got. 2 of them. So yeah, we'll definitely be doing a lot more of the promotion of the photography. I think there's a bit of a time lapse thing as well, so he's got to set up that sort of a media. So it should be full on with the website testing and photography. Ready for the big test next year. See whether we can top Rumpus. See how Rumpus does this year. Because we left him a year. We've give Rumpus a full year. We didn't want to do any more tests. Give Rumpus chance to take all of the things that Rumpus needed to do. We didn't want to upset him. Next year is going to be our year for doing all of the tests. Is Genesis all right? Genesis okay in the chat there? Seems to be a little triggered. Is he upset for Chike? Or is Chike upset him by saying some really stupid shit? I don't know whether to say that Chike actually did it because he was helping us. I don't know whether to give him an out. We made Chike say that stupid shit because we thought it'd be good for promotion. There you go, Chike. I've helped you, give you an out in case you need to use it.
Hello, everybody.
Hey,
just thought I'd come in to say hello to It's Free for All Fridays.
It is.
Yeah. That's a pity about George, isn't it? He didn't come over to the UK for the summer rec.
I know.
Yeah, because of the floods in America.
Isn't it because Rumpus has cancelled his test?
Well, I was in chat with George, and he says he didn't come over because of the floods. The high water level where he lives. That's why he didn't come over.
Well,
so maybe
he said he was ill. But I mean, Rumpus isn't going to do his test, right? So George can say whatever he wants, but if Rumpus was going to do his test, then George would have been here.
Yeah. So I think Rumpus called off his test because of the high water in America. That's what I got out of it.
George,
anyway.
I think he needs George. Like, he can't do the test. He needs 15 people to help out. But I think Rumpus can't do it on his own without George. George is such a massive part in these tests. George has got all of the experience. I think George basically designed Rumpus's test.
And George is supposed to bring over loads of gadgets as well, you know, the auto levels and...
Yeah, Rumpus still hasn't got an auto level. Yeah, he said that the other day. Well, he didn't say it, but he sort of... The way he was talking led me to believe that he hasn't got an auto level and he's never set one up yet. Rumpus, that is.
But George has all that, yeah. He's supposed to bring it over. But anyway, Bev, another week gone by, no video from the Rumpus.
I know. Well, he did say by the end of the week, so there could still be Saturday, Sunday, right? Technically, Rumpus could still put his video out. And he's meant to be doing that thing with SE, Asken, and Mobius. Did you see anything of Blue and Mobius? Is any sign of Blue setting that debate up in the?
I was trying to talk to Blue there and chat there tonight, but he was just ignoring me. And I was talking to Blue earlier on in Discord, and apparently Blue banned him on his Discord, and Mobius was chatting to Blue over in Geos, and Blue just ignored him. So I was trying to get Blue to contact Mobius there tonight in the chat, but Blue was wasn't having any of it, So I don't know what's going on.
I think it's the youth, right? I think Blue, being obviously of an elder thing, I think he's a little bit fearful of Mobius. The Mobius are being younger. His brain is sharper. He's got more knowledge of this sort of stuff, and Blue he can't think quick enough. So it's much easier for him to just ignore Mobius. I mean, it would be great. It would be one of the best debates this arena has ever had. Blue versus Mobius on the LIGO.
I said it was like I said to Blue earlier on, it's going to be like the boxing, you go for the title. If you get by Mobius, then maybe you could have, a go at Bev for the title.
Well, to unify, right? To unify the title, then he could come, right? Because obviously I've got the major belt.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've got the major belt. Mobius has got the lower belt. So
you got the logic belt. He go after the logic belt, is it? Yeah.
No, just the ultimate title, right?
The ultimate title, yeah. Yeah, but these things have to be set up, and I don't know what channel we're going to do it in. But Blue's not giving us any. He's not talking to us. I'm sure he said the other night, on a neutral channel. What would you call a neutral channel in this arena?
What would I call a neutral channel?
Yeah, but where would there be a neutral channel?
I would say the
Geos, yeah. Over in Geos, yeah.
Yeah, that would
That'd be a good one.
Easy. I mean, I'd even go over there, but I've said I'm gonna have to wait until Mobius. I can't get in the way of the Blue and Mobius.
Yeah,
battle.
But just for the audience, if that ever happened over in Geos, would you be able to live stream it here in the YouTube channel for the audience?
Oh,
you would,
yeah,
of course.
I can just click on live stream. If Mobius and Blue go, then I would go over there as well and do that.
Okay, there you go, guys. So for the people that haven't got Discord, it will be live. Mobius versus Blue. We don't know when yet, but
as soon as Blue's got his argument sorted, he'll be right up for it. So if anybody's got an argument spare that you think you might be able to hand Blue Marble Science, that you might be able to use debates.
So Bev, just to be clear, who claimed who? Did claim? It's just a word, Who claimed who for this debate? Was it Blue Marble they claimed Mobius, or was it Mobius they claimed Blue?
I think Blue Marble asked Mobius for a debate about LIGO ages ago, and when Mobius said, "Oh yeah, great, where do we want to do it?" and then that's when Blue started getting a little bit. He bans people usually, doesn't he, just so they can't talk to him.
And then he comes in here and chat on YouTube saying he's a coward.
Yeah, that's the usual MO.
That's his tactics. Okay, because we all know, like when you go over to Blues, you have to be very careful what you say. If not, you get banned.
Well, I'm not allowed over there anyway. He's banned me.
I get banned over there for asking questions. Funny, isn't it?
Some of the questions are difficult though for those Globers, right? Some questions are offensive.
Yeah, you ask a question, then you get insulted. as well. So there's no point in me going over there. I don't like being insulted.
Well, let's see, I've been insulted that much. It doesn't really mean anything because I've realised being insulted by ignorant fools doesn't really mean anything.
No, me neither. It just goes over the top of the head. But it's not. What's the point?
I think they do it right. They do it to warn other people off from coming around. But I'm quite gladly put myself up here so they can call me the names and everybody else can just carry on doing whatever they do. Because it doesn't really bother me. And everyone else can get away scot-free without having to deal with it.
I don't know. This is a funny arena. Like, try thinking. It's like we can't get any big YouTube channels in here. Like Globebuster was in here earlier on. He didn't want to come on to have a chat.
Yeah, I know.
Like either side.
Because we're not flat earthers.
No, but we're neutral. We're logic. We're all about the logic. Wouldn't you think the both sides will come in here and have a chat? Like the big guys fight the flat earth. Bob the science guy. Well, we don't really want him, but the other guys, the professor. But I would have taken Globebusters.
It doesn't work.
Yeah. Globebusters, they're a big channel. They could have come in here and saying, like Bob, like he disagreed with you with the 2D and the 3D. So he could have coming in and having a chat,
Well,
I don't know.
It gives us chance, right, to be able to show the realizing Euclid test to Bob, because now Bob, there's a bone of contention between 2D and 3D, so we at least now there's a reason to show him the realizing Euclid test. At least we've got that. At least our realizing Euclid test.
Shout out to Bob. We know you're listening. I can see you. We all love you. Come on, man. Come on in for a chat. It's all about logic in here, Bev, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's not about beliefs. It's about logic.
No, we do ask flat earthers, though, to, how they deal with that contradiction. And sometimes that's a tough one. I mean, I think, like the Globers get upset at you asking them questions, the flat earthers get upset when you ask them how do they deal with the contradiction.
There's a big war going on at the moment between Oakleys and Globebusters about the ether. Did you hear anything about that?
I think we were having a little bit of a discussion about it the other day, but again, it's of no relevance to me.
Yeah.
About the ether.
No. Yeah, it's kind of a funny topic. It would have about 6 months ago or a year ago. I would have been interested in that, but now since I'm in here, I wouldn't be. I'm a logical person now. I learned a lot about this, from being in this channel. Who gives a fuck? No, we're all about logic in here. Whatever happens. Anyway, great show, Bev, tonight. Brilliant. You started early.
Yeah. Well, we had Chike in, so we had to start early because Chike was going to do his Euclidean, realizing Euclid on the globe, which fell flat on its face, really.
I seen he got really triggered again tonight. He used the C word again tonight. Yeah, that's why he was banned the last time.
Well, at least he can still come in. I mean, he's had a good couple of days, Chike.
Yeah. Oh, he has a new YouTube channel now, yeah?
He has, yes. He's taken off his YouTube career.
And he's got in Twitter as well.
Yeah, I think he's trying to get into Blue Ops, Team Blue Ops. But I think he's already in with spaghetti science. He's not used any spaghetti for science yet, but I think he's in with that guy. Yeah. Spaghetti science.
So to be in the Globe Council, he had to have a YouTube channel and a Twitter account. Is that it? To get into the...
Well, I don't know. There's a chance, right? There's a chance that Chike has just been triggered and he's gone solo. He's using this as a breakout sort of thing to see whether he can make a name for himself within the globe, right? He sees a need for the globe to have a proof. There's a globe hero needed, and Chike is that man. I'm not too sure on exactly how he's doing it or whether it's fully sanctioned by the council.
Oh yeah,
it's hard
I think
to
it
tell.
is. Yeah,
you'll know if his subs start going up. Right, that's how you know he'll start taking off, and if he can get to 1,000, and then he can monetize.
What's the name of his channel, Bev? Is it Chike, or has he got a name for it?
Yeah, I don't know. He was posting some stuff on Twitter.
Okay, I'll catch him.
But yeah. I don't think he's been on Twitter for a bit. I think they run him off.
And come here, on YouTube, what kind of videos does he post? Is it?
They have been early. I looked at his earlier ones. They've been like moon pictures, like SE. I think he wanted to be a bit like SE to start off with.
Yeah.
And then he's gone into this. Yeah, he's just branching out now.
Nothing about Euclid or anything like that, no?
Oh, no, other than clipping bits that we talk about. He might be clipping something like this. You never know.
Yeah, okay. So nothing special then, no?
Just like a hatred or a debunking or an obsession with I'd say me, but I don't think it is. I think it's this whole server. The on the level thing is like, you know how the Globers do really get obsessed. They like to say it's me, but it's not really me. It's everybody here. Just the amount of people here, I think, really upsets them. And the people listening. Yeah. So, share it out. Let's get more people listening. We'll get more ballers triggered.
Yeah, we're getting the two sides fucking triggered, you know. Even Globusters comes in here triggers, you know, triggered. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't mean to trigger people. Like, we just talk about reality. That's all we want to talk about.
Absolutely. Yeah. So anyway, I just thought I'd come in and say hello. Friday night free for all. Anybody that wants to come in. Bev, you still going for another hour or so, yeah?
Might do, yeah. It depends if anybody wants to talk about anything. If not,
long stream. Yeah. What, you're going 6 hours already or something like that? No?
6 3/4 at the minute.
Yeah, I went onto YouTube about 6 o'clock my time, and you were live. I thought it was a replay. And then Askin says, no, he's live. I couldn't believe it.
Most people will say, I can't be bothered watching that much. And I mean, I don't blame you. And I can't really be bothered going through 6 and 7 hours of streams, cutting out all of the bits of all of the things that we have. We talk to a lot of them in here, and I do record all sorts of things, but I don't know. I think what I'll be doing soon is putting all of the stuff on the website.
Yeah.
So there will be, my lad's doing art, you know.
Yeah, really, yeah.
It's going to be more into the photography side of it, but it's all
cool,
art and media. So he might be coming and asking you for a few tips on drawing.
Oh yeah, absolutely. No problem.
You heard.
I was thinking, doing live streams. I actually did a crash course with me daughters there yesterday and this afternoon on TikTok. That's brilliant for doing videos. I didn't know about that, Bev. So yeah, there'll be videos of me. It'll be all speed drawn, but I'll show you some of my stuff.
Yeah, that'll be
Bring it
cool.
on here. Yeah, maybe you could plug it into some videos with Buster. I don't know, whatever you want. I might even draw if the wreck ever comes. I might even draw Rumpus on the Bedford Canal. You never know.
Well, I've got
Kind of a
my top
cartoon.
hat's coming, but it's taking a while.
Is it?
If it's
Oh, I'll have
17th
to
of September, it should be here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I'd like that. I'll grab your avatar in GTA. Probably draw that as well. With your big top hat on you, something like that. Something funny, to put into the Buster videos. Yeah. Good.
Yeah, cool. Thank you. Yeah, but well, like I say, my lad's going into art and photography and all of that, so there should be quite a lot more things, art and design.
Yeah.
Like,
Get the light right and everything. Yeah. Once you get the light right, you can draw anything.
well, I say like the amount of talent we have within the spread of things now. Obviously, he'll be able to come and ask anybody all sorts of things.
Oh, absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
he's going into the creative thing, which I don't know. It's quite a hard thing to do, isn't it?
Creative, yeah, that's pretty. You need
to develop that straight from school.
Imagination, yeah. That's pretty hard to do.
So
I could draw a cat from memory, but like I need to draw a cat well. I need to have a picture of a cat in front of me. I have no imagination. No, but some people have it. They can draw a cat from imagination. I can't do that. I need a kind of a model to do that.
Yeah. I think he's the same.
But you work on that. You can work on that. A lot of people do it. That'd be cool.
I don't know. It's 11:30. We have been going for nearly 7 hours.
7 hours.
A long stretch.
A day's work. It's all gone quiet in here. What's up, guys? SE, you still here?
He was getting his
pizza. I'm having pizza.
Oh, you have a pizza. Yeah.
I'm repairing a heater core.
Myself and
power tools.
Myself and SE are going to go into business on what is it? The St. Lawrence River, is it? SE.
Yep. Uphill water rafting.
Yeah. We're just waiting on Zanik to tell us where it goes uphill. We're setting up a complex. Yeah.
I hope Zanik is listening. We need the location.
Yeah. We'll make millions. Water flowing uphill. Nice Irish bar there. Pour pints of Guinness sideways. Brilliant. All Try Thinking members get in free.
Uphill rafting.
Yeah.
You got some of the best canoers.
Yeah.
The things the model makes them say, huh?
Yeah. I see Genesis has come back strong.
Yeah, I don't know what's up with him.
Ah.
It must be Team Chike. Or,
Yeah. Cookies as well. Who's he? Hello, Cookies.
Yeah,
that's
they're
another
all
troll.
obsessed with...
Model afflicted, yeah.
Yeah, they can't stop thinking about it. Unfortunately. And it must be bad because that model... when they look in, I think they'd look at people like Chike and Blue and Bob, the science guy, and think, do I really want to get in that deep? Do I really want to get involved with that geometric thing? Because it seems to really affect them. I mean, I don't know how, how
model
advanced
afflicted,
they
Bev.
are.
Model afflicted.
Yeah.
All indoctrinated. I think they're just too lazy to look at reality. Or they're gone too far to come back. Their ego stops them. You just have to come in here, and I don't even know why they're in here, Bev. Nobody talks about a model here. Nobody talks about flat Earth. Nobody talks about globe Earth. They all just come in here. We're talking about horizontals being level, perpendiculars, verticals. Why do they even come in here?
They come in to hear me say that I'm not a flat earther, and it really upsets them for some reason.
There you go. Genesis just typed it. Try thinking you are a flat earther.
Are you? No, I'm not.
Are you a flat earther?
Maybe you haven't heard Genesis, but no, I'm not a flat earther. I may have mentioned it 1 or 2 times.
I was a flat earther, but not anymore. The earth can't be flat. When you do the logical thinking, when you act, you go into the nitty gritty of the thing, it can't be flat. Earth cannot be flat. That's it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And we have the imaginometry. We have we have the knowledge of the model.
The 2D and the 3D.
Yes, Genesis. You love it. So really, I would say that this is perhaps one of the most neutral platforms.
Absolutely. I
mean, where else could you have flat earthers and the seriously model afflicted Chike meet together?
So this new argument now, 2D versus 3D, I don't really understand all this thing. Can you just give us a rundown for the audience, Bev? 2D and 3D. What's the story with this?
Well, 2D is like everybody would imagine. Length and breadth. It's just 2 dimensions. Okay. Like X and Y. In the coordinate system, the Cartesian coordinate system. Just straight lines, yeah.
What, on a piece of paper or?
Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? So one straight line is 1D. It's only going in one direction, right?
Okay.
You put one perpendicular to that, and then you have 2 dimensions. You have length and breadth.
Okay.
And then you make one more perpendicular to that plane. And then you have 3 dimensions. X, Y, Z. Or length, breadth, and height.
Let Brenton width, no? Or height?
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Whatever you want to choose to call it. But there's 3, right? Mm-hmm. There's 3 dimensions, as there are. There's forwards, backwards, left and right, and then up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're the 3. That's 3 dimensions. Like in reality, everything is 3-dimensional.
Absolutely, yeah.
Well, they think that the surface of a sphere is 2-dimensional. That's length and breadth. Only 2 dimensions. which is like a plane, but they imagine the plane is a sphere. It's a crazy thought, but there's something about the globe model that makes you do that, and I can't accept the globe model, and I don't have enough faith in it to be able to believe the surface of a sphere is 2D, because I think I have a knowledge that 2D isn't the surface of a sphere.
Yeah.
Basically, aren't they saying that they're the original flat earthers, really, if you think about it?
Yeah. Yeah, they're the real flat earthers. Because
Right.
they think everything is 2D.
So, Bev, are they just measuring the surface? Or,
No, they're being dictated to by their model. Now, their model dictates this because if you have a plane, a two-dimensional surface, all of the perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel. Right? So if the plane is the X and the Y, and then you add a Z to it, a different coordinate, all of those perpendiculars to the plane will be parallel. Right? Well, that's the geometric stuff. But if you put the plane in a horizontal position, then all of the perpendiculars to that plane will be called vertical. But the geometric means they will also be parallel. And parallel verticals are a normal thing in reality. But not on the globe model. They can't have parallel verticals on the globe model. So they get all upset. That's why we call it the horizontal paradox.
Okay, get you now, yeah.
So just try it.
X, Y, Z. So if you add a Z, it's 3D. Simple as that.
Yep.
Yes.
Simple as that, yeah.
There's three dimensions, X, Y, and Z, or length, breadth, and height, or whatever you want to call them.
And these three lines, X, Y, Z, have to be straight lines, because if they want to, for example, put these lines on a sphere, these lines would be curved. So they would have curving coordinate lines, which is just nonsense, because nobody uses curved lines as coordinate lines, but they need, on the sphere, they would have at least two of them curved. For example, these horizontal or level lines, X and Y, on a curved horizontal pseudo-plane, they would have curved. And they know they cannot use them. That's why they have problem. They have to reduce this 3D into 2D. But still they have at least one curved line. They cannot get rid of curved line.
Okay, yeah. I get you. Thanks very much for that paper. So are they kind of... I'm just going through this, with you guys. I understand most of it, but just for the audience on YouTube. So they're switching between 2D and 3D when it suits them. Is that it?
Yep, I think so. It's that Z.
Yeah, I don't know. Like the surface of everything. Listen to Chike. Because you have to put the surface of a sphere as 2D. Everything, because it's that ridiculous, everything has to be 2D. And I don't know how this is gonna go, because it's a brave move to be telling everybody you think everything is 2D. I'm not too sure how well that's gonna go down.
That's not logical.
It's flat Earth. It's literally
said
the
all
flat Earth
surfaces.
position.
Yeah.
I would think that is a flat Earth position, but they're globers, so hardcore globers. So I mean, what's the state of their minds? Like, who knows what's going to happen next?
No, they say that all surfaces, the ballers, that is, all surfaces are 2D. That's what Chike was saying.
Yeah.
Clearly.
That's impossible.
He even said you walk on a 2D surface.
Which is flat to everybody else, right? But so the surface of everything can't be flat 2D.
No.
Chike's wants to. I don't know. I felt sorry for him. I don't know whether somebody's pushed him over the edge. He did say at the beginning he doesn't like French people.
Did he say that? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was shocked. Yeah, he said it to me.
He's probably getting on to me because I was getting a run earlier on, probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
What's wrong with the
you're
French
as much
people?
French as I am, Gadget.
Well, you know, I'm 30 years in France, you know, I'm still Irish, but, you know, my wife is French, my kids are French, you know, so what's the story with, I don't know, what's the story with French? Armin doesn't like French either. What's the story with French people?
Yeah, I've never understood that as well.
Oh. I don't know. Crazy.
Yeah, I say, like, we don't go for bigotry, and I'm not particularly, and I don't know whether you could call it racism or what it is really, you know, like, but you can't really be doing that. You can't be in an arena like this and then have that sort of a view about an entire nation of people. Like,
no,
it's not a done thing. But I say
like
he is having a mental
xenophobia.
breakdown.
Where's Chike from? He's from Norway or Sweden or something. We call him a dickhead, but well, we don't really call him a dickhead, but we wouldn't slag off the Swedish or
Is
the
he not an
Norwegians.
Israeli?
Is he? Is he?
He's Israeli, I think.
I think so.
Is he? Okay.
Me.
I thought he came from Sweden or Norway or somewhere like that. Oh no, that's Genesis. Genesis comes from Sweden or Norway. Chike is from Israel, yeah.
I don't know. I think possibly.
Yes, he mentioned that we say something in Hebrew, so I think I'm pretty sure. And
Well,
before he said
it could
that
be. Yeah, he could speak Hebrew and be in Sweden, you know. I don't know. I think he mentioned a while ago he was in Sweden, I think. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But we would never say anything bad about Sweden or Norway. I don't know. It's funny that.
You can't group and generalize people. I mean, come on.
Genesis is Sweden. Chike is not. Genesis, where is Chike from?
Except for Canadians, though.
Except for Canadians, yeah.
Just messing with you, Essie.
Moi, ici, on parle le français. Vas-y. Mets ça dans ta pipe et fumez ça.
Il fumait beaucoup, oui.
Right, well, I think I'm setting Buster up. Getting ready.
You're setting the Buster, yeah?
Yeah.
You're going to end the live stream?
Have you got any requests for a Buster? We didn't have one for starting today.
I think Insane is fit for today.
Yeah, just before you put on Buster, Bev, I'm just saying it, like we're all looking forward to the Rumpus's video next week.
Hopefully by the end of this weekend, hopefully we get a chance. If it does come out this weekend, come into the Discord. We don't normally go live over the weekend, but we are always in here and we do all sorts of stuff. Normally the best sort of stuff happens at the weekend.
Hang on.
So yeah,
I'll
come
post
into
the
the
link.
Discord.
I'll post the link. So if anybody is not linked up to Discord, I'll post the link in chat. But Bev, I'm sure if he does bring a video out, you can do an alert on YouTube.
Yeah, and we'll
Anybody.
go over it in here because we do want to see the what was it? It was Welcome to the Globe adult version from Rumpus.
But this is bigger than Star Wars. We're waiting 18 months for this.
What, an adult version of Welcome to the Globe? Imagine all of those adults that are out there that don't know about the globe getting Rumpus. It'll be one of the most popular videos. There's, 9 million people, billion people that can watch
18 months. 18 months in the making.
It's got like he's got the biggest target audience that there could ever be.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is a build up to the wreck, isn't it? Where he's going to get the BBC down and everything to Bedford Canal.
I hope so. Yeah. I hope I can get my hat there before.
Oh shit! If I get a date, Bev, if I get a date for that, I'm coming over for that.
Nice.
I'm going to England for that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. That'd be brilliant.
You could draw the whole scene, couldn't you? I'd give you a few
Yeah.
hours. You could draw the whole thing live.
Yeah, absolutely.
That'd be great.
Yeah, like one of those guys in the football matches or in the court hearing. Just draw live in watercolor.
Yeah, you could just be there on the side of the thing, drawing Rumpus.
Yeah.
On the auto level.
That'd be brilliant.
Sat in his director's chair.
Yeah.
Calling out to everybody.
Yeah. Be brilliant. All right. Well, we'll have to watch out for Farmer's Boy because he has a big big hatchet.
Well, you might be able to catch him in your drawing.
Yeah, with the hatchet. Yeah, like it.
With a hatchet. Yeah.
A Zulu. Yeah. One of them Zulus. But he was only. Rumpus said he was only coming down with the hatchet to look after George. But since George isn't coming anymore, so.
Yeah.
He mightn't have a hatchet.
Farmer's Boy. Put his hatchet down and put up a pole or two. He might have to take a station.
I wonder will them. Is it the Cambridge boys or those guys that I can fight?
Cambridge
Skeptics. Will they be there? Will they for that?
I think they said. I think Limey Play said he was going to be there filming it too. He was Rumpus has put Limey in charge of filming it.
Wow. Yeah. So what is it? 17 foot over 6 miles drop. That it?
Yep.
17-foot drop over 6 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So that would contradict Jesse's claim of a 90-foot hump over 12 miles.
I don't know whether it contradict it. You'd have to see how the geometry works but that'll be in Rumpus's video. He'll do that. I don't want to.
Yeah, well, drop and hump, yes, like a drop and hump. So there's going to be a drop or a hump. So even over 6 miles, like 17 foot over 6 miles and 90 foot over 12 miles. And the Earth is supposed to be a perfect sphere. That doesn't make sense either, does it?
Oh, Genesis is coming into London. So if you see if you can time it with Rumpus doing his test.
Yeah,
Genesis. Get in there.
Hang on, back in a sec.
It's not that far away from London. And if you're down here in London, maybe you could give Rumpus an extra hand. How many of you is there? Could we book you in for a few more? And do you have a camera? Have you got an auto level? I think Rumpus needs one. Missing one auto level and a few cameras and a few people. Maybe a pole or two. In fact, it may need to be reworked. He's not even tested his Wi-Fi array radar system. I think he had for communications. Right. I think we shall be ending it for tonight. If anybody wants to come round or anybody wants to come in, Discord link is out there. You want to come into Discord, please do.
Hey, thanks, Bev.
As
a flat earther, it's not flat.
That's fine.
But I love being here. Thank you very much.
Genesis just wants to see me. A little bit creepy, Genesis, if you don't mind me saying. You are a boomer.
I'd love to meet Bev too, Genesis. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we need dates, don't we, for the Bedford test? You know, I could fly to England and probably from France. You know, with Ryanair. You know, the prices of flights these days. You know, I'd probably pay less than you would in petrol driving down, Bev, to Bedford. You know, flying from France. You know. So yeah, I'd love to meet up.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'd love to meet SE to get our business plan together when Zanuck tells us where the water flows uphill, so we can build a big complex and a big Irish bar. You know, make millions.
The beers are waiting, brother.
Yeah, sideway beers, uphill beers. Imagine building an Irish pub beside a river where Zanuck says it flows uphill. Imagine looking at your beer on the table. That would be fantastic.
A pint of Guinness on a curve? Wow.
You'd make millions, I'm telling you.
Okie dokie. Right, well, I'm going to cut this short. Everybody else, cut it short. Come on into the Discord all weekend.
Yes.
We will be doing stuff all weekend, so come on in.
I'll post the link again.
See you on Monday. Buster's singing us out. Balance Truth says true level. So, true level, bitch.
Yes, this is basic geometry. Your flat Earth geometry. Flat Earth geometry. This is basic geometry. I called you a flat earther.
My name's Ramsey.
Insisting that your flat Earth geometry will work.
I'm familiar with the bubble, Morty. I also dabble in precision, and if you think you can even approach it with your sad, naked caveman eyeball in a bubble of air, you're the reason this species is a failure, and it makes me angry.
Did he say a five-sided square question mark?
You're a universal horizontal waterer.
You're drunk.
I called you a flat earther.
You want to experience true level? Do you? Yes. You want to experience true level?
That auto level is establishing a horizontal. That's just the way it is.
Because I've done the test with an auto level, which gives you a horizontal.
Yeah, it's gonna look super flat.
All right, come on. Wow, it's so.
Three coplanar points.
Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a five-sided square.
Are you suggesting that horizontal can't curve?
Oh, everything's crooked. Reality is poison. I want to go back. I hate this.
What's his deal?
Morty. Go to school, Summer. I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little.
Randy, come on, that's a globe. And he eventually just gave up and said, yeah, I agree, it's a globe.
Geodesic is a continuous string of infinitely small straight lines.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
It's really flat and level now.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
Lance to the cosmic slaughter! Well? You seem to be in charge of what I get to remember. Why? Good question.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
I'll go in Morty's memory and do a little. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
If you're into math, there's a certain shape where you could make a 5-sided square.
Ranty, come on. That's a globe.
Yeah, true level, bitch. Wow, it's so. Oh my god! Oh Christ! Yeah, true level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
True level, bitch.
I called you a flat earther.
Yeah, true level, bitch.
Person to think.
When you get to the end of this test and you have a result and you say level is horizontal and everyone says big whoop, that doesn't prove anything about the shape of the earth, will you then say yes it does?
No.
No, okay, I'm going to bed. Right.
Okay, so
I'm going to bed.
That level is horizontal is good for you then, right?
I agree. I agree. Level's horizontal. All
Sweet.
right,
true level, bitch.
Perfect.
Wow.
Nice, mate. I came in
Nice.
just for that.